For some reason, a watch appeared on this young man's right arm, constantly counting down. Confronting also wasn't sure what would happen after the time on his arm ran out. Normally, when encountering something this strange, people could usually resolve it with their family, but Confronting couldn't. Because his parents were divorced, and his father was a scumbag addicted to gambling and women. So before the time on his arm ran out, the first thing Confronting did was ride his bike straight to the Longdang residential area. Looking up, he saw the familiar room was still lit and making a boisterous racket. He immediately knew his father was with some scoundrels, gambling there again. So he decisively took out his phone and called the police. "Hello, officer. I want to report that people are gathering to gamble in room 201, building 2, block 17, Longdang residential area." After receiving the information, the person on the other end said that the police would immediately dispatch officers. After that, it started to rain again, and Confronting cycled home through the rain. But in that soaking rain, he felt very relieved because he had done something useful. After he changed his clothes, the countdown clock only had 52 minutes and 30 seconds left. Confronting then finished tidying his belongings and left a will. The rain continued to pour. That night, his father was rested, his mother was happy with her new family, and he gripped a dagger tightly, silently waiting for death to take him away. Finally, the countdown reached 0. And indeed, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred to Confronting. The space at that moment seemed to freeze. Then it cracked into countless fragments. Confronting felt as if he, along with those countless fragments, began to fall freely without end. After an unknown amount of time, he woke up in a strange room in a panic. The items he had prepared on himself were gone, and another countdown appeared on his right arm, this time for 48 hours, or 2 days. Confronting examined his body. He wasn't injured anywhere. This was indeed his body, because after all, fingerprints and birthmarks couldn't be faked. But the clothes he was wearing were unfamiliar. His first guess was whether he had time traveled. If so, the destination of the countdown clock on his arm wasn't death, but rather traveling to a different timeline. And after time traveling, the current countdown would then be the time to return to Earth. Thinking this, Confronting unconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. Although it was unlikely anyone in the real world missed him, he still wanted to return. After that, Confronting began to observe everything in the room. It was just a small room, but it was designed with extremely expensive materials. Confronting was still wondering what kind of place this was, built with such luxurious materials. Then suddenly, the large door in the room burst open, followed by a broadcast from a loudspeaker. 7 a.m. exactly, breakfast time, all prisoners are required to line up and proceed to the dining hall for their meal. Confronting was speechless. It turned out that the number 010101 on his chest was his prisoner number. His first time traveling, and he ended up in prison like this. He didn't know if it was good luck or bad luck. He stepped out of his small room. Then he realized the scene outside was truly bizarre, like the futuristic world he often saw in science fiction movies. Next, Confronting bumped into another prisoner. When this person looked up, he saw the other's eyes were terrifying, as if made of machinery. This made Confronting unconsciously keep watching that man until a voice spoke up beside him. "Hey, new guy, don't eat too much in the morning, or it'll be embarrassing if you puke it out later." While threatening, the owner of that voice used his metal arm to forcefully push Confronting against the wall. Old-timers bullying newcomers in prison wasn't surprising. But what caught Confronting's attention even more was the other person's metal arm. Could this be the age of machinery, where every human has some body parts replaced by machines? "I heard 12 new guys arrived last night. We can have some fun today." This punk doesn't have any mechanical parts on him. I guess he doesn't have any connections on the outside either. Those prisoners said that to each other and left with a smug look. Confronting didn't yet understand the situation here, so he could only stay silent. At first, when he heard the words newcomer, he thought they knew he was a time traveler. But on second thought, it seemed not. They probably just meant he had just entered prison, and they didn't know his true identity as a time traveler. However, the fun they just mentioned would likely be a lot of trouble for him. Just as he thought this, Kinchun heard shouts from the downstairs corridor. Ah, what the hell is this place? I want to go home. I don't want to be in this place anymore. I'm Hong Ti-tian. My dad is the chairman of Vin Louis Corporation in LCC Than. You guys better stay away from me. The owner of the shouts was running frantically in the corridor, stumbling around in panic, but of course, the others just sneered and didn't help him. However, Kinchun recognized him. That was his junior by 1 year from LCC Than Foreign Language School. It seemed he wasn't the only one who had time traveled here. Kinchun secretly speculated that perhaps if their positions before time traveling were close, they would also be close after time traveling. But it was just a guess, as there was no evidence to be sure. At this moment, due to Hong Ti-tian's commotion, many flying robots descended from the ceiling, repeatedly broadcasting announcements. Please stop. Warning again. Please stop. All prisoners remain in place and await orders. Next, they approached Hong Ti-tian to restrain him. Kinchun had witnessed the entire scene and remained silent. Meeting an acquaintance in a foreign land like this indeed gives one a sense of security, but whether it's truly safe depends on the individual. Because a compatriot might not be someone who can help you, but could instead become a burden. This new guy is interesting, probably an idiot. The old prisoners nearby started mocking Hong Ti-tian. I heard he got 7 years in prison for tax evasion. He didn't cry when he was brought in last night, but now he's crying. In this day and age, anyone who dares to provoke the tax collection agency and isn't an idiot, then what are they? With that, they huddled together again, put their arms around Kinchun's shoulders, and chuckled. Hey, new guy, are you ready? With that, they turned back to Kinchun, threatening him with a mocking tone. Kinchun remained silent, but he knew what was coming next wouldn't be easy. At this moment, even though he was surrounded by the old prisoners, he was still focused on observing the scene unfolding on the first floor. Below them, the prisoners on the lower floors had already gone down for breakfast. However, Kinchun noticed there was a table that everyone intentionally avoided. At that table, an older man was sitting contemplatively before a Chinese chessboard. Beside him was an incredibly beautiful white cat with blue eyes. And on either side were two tall young men standing. In the prison, the clamor of curses echoed non-stop, surrounded by chaos, but absolutely no one dared to approach that man's spot, like an untouchable area. At first, Kinchun even thought he was a guard, but looking closely, although the other person's clothes were different from everyone else's, on their chest, the prisoner number was still embroidered as usual, bearing the number 00001. Then surely, among the prisoners, he was the most special. Kinchun subconsciously observed the other person, then saw the young white-haired man standing beside him suddenly look up and give him a very sinister smile. At this moment, the urging announcement sounded again, requesting prisoners to line up to the dining hall for their meal. Kinchun blended into the crowded stream of people and began moving down to the first floor. While moving, he had a preliminary observation of the prison's architecture. There were 7 floors in total. The ceiling had 18 drones, 10 of which were surveillance cameras and 3 were robots carrying guns. Including him, there were a total of 3,012 people. The reason he could quickly grasp this information was due to his special memory ability. He only needed to see it once to remember it. And just then, a tragic scream echoed right beside him, interrupting Kinchun's train of thought. Ah, let go of me. Please spare me. He looked down and saw a few old prisoners bullying a young man, who also seemed to be a new prisoner. Quick, drag him into the cell. Don't injure him in the square. Be careful. The guard robots might intervene. Don't worry, I'm not as stupid as the NDN kid. The old prisoners who were bullying him said to each other. Kinchun, who was originally observing them intently, was then reminded by the man with the strangely red eyes walking ahead. Stop looking around. It'll be your turn soon. This direct threat, however, did not make Kinchun feel scared. Seeing his nonchalant expression, the man couldn't help but get angry. But Kinchun didn't even bother to care about him. He just took his food and went to find a seat. Even though he pretended not to know, the scheming looks of those prisoners were truly too obvious. Kinchun felt that if he didn't act, he would probably be beaten crippled on the very first day. So when they were about to attack, Kinchun took off running. His agility wasn't bad at all. He even managed to keep the food on his tray from spilling while escaping the chase of a few of them. Quick, catch him before the guards notice. They started shouting. However, when they clearly saw the direction Kinchun was running towards, none of them dared to make a move, because he was running towards the man with prisoner number 00001. Those people initially gnashed their teeth, then began to mock him. This kid thinks he's smart. Wants to rely on that person? You're probably overthinking it. Hey, just wait and see him turn pale. Why bother caring so much? Kinchun rushed with his food tray to the table no one dared to approach. But before he could even approach that man, he was stopped by the white-haired man next to him. Newbie, I know what you're thinking, but we won't help you. The path ahead was blocked, and behind him were the old inmates waiting to make mincemeat of him. They kept mocking Kinchun for overestimating himself, but he was perfectly calm. After taking a deep breath, he then said, "Front pawn advances 1, this endgame, I can solve it." Kinchun's words were about the chessboard in front of the man. The inmates saw that and were so scared they held their breath, because normally, no one even dared to look him straight in the eye, let alone talk to him. Yet that lord sitting there actually moved a chess piece. After doing as Kinchun said, he continued with another move and replied, "Elephant 5 retreats 7. Continue." The fact that the lord replied to Kinchun truly astonished everyone even more, and he knew he had done the right thing. However, that middle-aged man who had been deep in thought for a while was named Taekusiememvin. The red and black sides looked evenly matched, but in reality, just one more move would lead to black's victory. The red side was under pressure, as a moment of inattention would lead to a reverse defeat. According to the Xiongqi manual, he had read previously as the red side, he only needed to secure a draw to solve this endgame. However, securing a draw was not a concept in Kinchun's dictionary. Cannon 2 moves to the side. He continued, "General 6 advances 1. The other side replied, "Rear chariot advances 4. Kinchun continued his offense. Elephant 1 retreats 9. The two of them continued to exchange moves, and each time the lord spoke, the prisoners broke out in another sweat. They vied one more time, and in the end, Kinchun successfully checkmated the man, snatching victory by a hair's breadth. The man's face was now ashen. He then looked up, silently assessed him, and thought to himself, "He's not old, yet he changes the board state without hesitation." Then he said aloud, "Interesting. Not many people know how to play chess in this era anymore. Let's continue tomorrow." As soon as he said this, the entire scene was shocked. The prisoners couldn't believe that Lord had actually lost, nor could they believe Kinchun knew how to play chess. Even more, they couldn't believe he invited him to continue tomorrow. That was the most solid protection one could get in this prison. In this era, if people weren't using chips for pleasure, they were logging into virtual reality websites with their consciousness. Who would even know about a pastime like Xiongqi anymore? The white-haired young man who had just blocked Kinchun's path now patted his shoulder, acting very familiar, and couldn't help but praise him. "Impressive, newbie. My name is Lam Tiu Tiu. That big guy is Dipe Van. See you tomorrow." Kinchun intently watched as the three of them left. During that process, he was firmly locked onto by a surveillance camera from behind. When Kinchun vaguely felt someone watching him and turned his head, another prisoner grabbed his leg tightly. He looked incredibly disheveled and miserable. His hair was messy, and his face was covered in tears. "Save me, please. We're both new here. Please save me. I'll listen to everything you say from now on." Kinchun responded with an icy stare, clearly having no intention of helping. Immediately after, two old prisoners rushed over, grabbed the young man's hair, and dragged him back to continue their bullying. It wasn't that Kinchun didn't want to help, it's just that given the current situation, minding his own business was the only way to protect himself. Among the 12 new prisoners, 9 had already been dragged away by the old inmates. And among these 12 people, only Kinchun and the distraught young man Hong Ti-tian were from Earth, so it seemed there weren't many people who transmigrated here. Even if there were thousands or tens of thousands of them, compared to the total number, it would only be a very small proportion. Kinchun didn't know why he became a prisoner here, but he didn't feel dejected at all. On the contrary, he was somewhat expectant. On Earth, he seemed to be an extra person. His father always complained he was a nuisance. His mother had a new family, and relatives rarely visited. Kinchun had spent Tet holidays alone. If it weren't for the countdown numbers on his hand, he would probably have relied on his special memory to get into a good university, but also one very far away, to leave the home he was in forever. However, Kinchun didn't know what meaning such a life would ultimately hold. This world, however, was not like that. It was a new life for Kinchun, even as a prisoner. But to him, it was a liberation, a complete severance from the past. It made him begin to hope that he would have a completely different life in this world. As Kinchun was vaguely pondering this, a young man suddenly approached him from behind. "You finally made it in, Sir. HMM. You're indeed as beautiful as rumored." He leaned close to Kinchun's face, observed him meticulously, then sighed in admiration. And he, startled by the close proximity to another man, immediately retreated 8 steps. The guy then offered a harmless smile, then reached out his hand, wanting to grab Kinchun's. The other party introduced himself as El Kwang Ngia, brought here by Kan Engin 3 months ago. "You can just call me to you El, sir." Kinchun looked at El Kwang Ngia's hand dangling in midair, but had no intention of taking it, only offering a casual greeting. He didn't even know who Kan Engin was. But judging by El Kwang Ngia's tone, he definitely knew Kinchun's identity in this world, and he even used honorifics, indicating that Kinchun's status was higher. In the hour before, El Kwang Ngia had looked at him 21 times, and this was only the number Kinchun noticed. The people next to him were probably his subordinates after he entered here. According to him, Kinchun being brought into this prison seemed to have been planned beforehand. Although he felt his conjectures were quite reasonable, they were all just conjectures. Kinchun was afraid of revealing too much by talking, so for now, he had to keep his distance from El Kwang Ngia. "I don't need your help for now. I can handle things myself if there's anything," he replied indifferently, but these words made El Kwang Ngia confused. No, I absolutely must serve you well. Everyone's status is the same. No one is better than anyone else. You don't need to use such strong words like serve. No, just order me around. Consider me your dog. I'll do anything, even things like licking your feet or whatever. "What if my feet smell?" Kinchun asked again. "Then I'll lick them until they don't smell anymore." El Kwang Ngia's answer completely floored Kinchun. He didn't know where this overly loyal simp-like guy came from, but his demeanor really made him feel like he shouldn't put his hopes in that person of unknown origin. Kinchun was too lazy to keep talking to him, but El Kwang Ngia's mouth kept going non-stop. "This morning I was wondering why you didn't come find me right away, but I didn't expect you to approach El Thuk Ming as a newcomer. Truly brilliant. In this CCT-18 prison, if we get El Thuk H Noon's help, our plan will be even smoother." Kinchun secretly broke out in a cold sweat. The El Thuk Ming El Kwang Ngia mentioned must be the old man who was playing chess earlier. But what exactly was this plan he kept talking about? He was very curious, but didn't dare ask, fearing he would reveal that he was a complete stranger from another world who had traveled here. However, you also need to be careful with El Thuk Ming. Being with this kind of person is like asking a tiger for its skin. If we don't do it right, we'll fall into a passive position. El Kwang Ngia continued to ramble on. Kinchun's expression worsened. What kind of grand talk was this? He truly just wanted to save his own hide, and then he heard El Kwang Ngia continue. "Excuse me, sir, I spoke out of turn. So, what instructions did you bring this time?" Kinchun was a bit surprised by this question. His mind raced, trying to find an answer that wouldn't make the other person suspect him. And after a few seconds of thought, Kinchun said, "Teacher LCC, the demon came from the south." When El Kwang Ngia heard these words, a bunch of question marks seemed to appear above his head. He completely didn't understand what Kintron had just said. Meanwhile, in another part of the prison, Althuk Ming was calmly sitting next to Lam Tiu Tiu and Dipe Van. The three of them were just like every other day, silent for a long time. Then Lam Tiu Tiu brought up a topic to start a conversation. Boss, that young man didn't help the other newcomers. Althuk Ming looked at him, seemingly unsurprised by this information. When that person played chess, he was very decisive. Not only that, but he could also sacrifice everything to find a way to survive, so it's the same for others. Playing chess is just playing chess. If you tell me to sacrifice a piece to win, I dare to do it. Lam Tiu Tiu seemed not to grasp the deeper meaning in Althuk H. Noon's words, then continued. So are you planning to play chess with him again tomorrow, boss? Of course I am. If I don't play with him, should I play with dullards like you too? After saying that, he turned to Dipevin next to him, talking about something completely unrelated. Oh right, the group caught that Quach H.E.H. Thine, and the interrogation process is done. He'll probably be transferred to this prison 18 soon. When he arrives, go have a talk with him. Dipevin looked at Quach H.E.H. Thine's photo on the computer screen, then nodded, saying he had dealt with him once before, although he wasn't an easy person to get along with. They could at least communicate. Dipevin always acted carefully, so Althuk Ming had nothing to worry about when assigning him the task. Next, he turned back to Lam Tiu Tiu, asking what he thought about the young man who broke down and screamed in the cafeteria this morning. I've been observing him for a long time, but something just feels off. They're talking about Hong Titian. At first glance, everyone might think he was distraught, which is why he was talking nonsense. But Lam Tiu Tiu noticed that when mentioning LCC Than and Vin Louis Corporation, Hong Titian's tone was incredibly firm, as if those things truly existed. Meanwhile, he had also investigated Hong Titian's identity. He was merely an idle employee on the outside, had dropped out of high school long ago, and was arrested for trading fake mechanical limbs with the Black Tiger organization in City 18. He was also involved in illegal appropriation of artificial limbs, but there was no concrete evidence. So in the end, he was sent to prison for tax evasion. Lam Tiu Tiu could investigate Hong Titian's entire past, but the only two elements, LCC, Then and Vin Louis Corporation, couldn't be found anywhere. Besides Hong Titian, Lam Tiu Tiu also knew that Althuk Ming had taken an interest in Kintron. However, since their game had just ended, he hadn't had time to investigate Kintron's identity yet. Coincidentally, just as they mentioned it, Kintron walked past them, heading straight for the bookshelf. But in this era, the shelves didn't hold regular books, but only tablets. Kintron took down a tablet. Seeing this, Lam Tiu Tiu went over and initiated a conversation. First time in prison, right? To use a reader, you first need to register an account with your prisoner number. Once you log in, it'll display your recent reading history, bookmarks, reading habit settings, and even your preferred font size. Its hardware also includes an AI language. You just call its name, and it'll help you find the content you want to read. Seeing the other person's enthusiastic guidance, Kintron took the opportunity to ask more questions. Where can I find new news? Stop dreaming, Lam Tiu Tiu replied immediately. Your reader account doesn't have internet access. Even I don't, but our boss does. Kintron secretly cast a glance towards Althuk Ming. It seems his status in this prison truly is superior to others. Thank you, Kintron replied indifferently to Lam Tiu Tiu, then took the tablet, logged into his account, and chose a table to sit at. Well, take your time reading, Lam Tiu Tiu said lazily. However, as he walked past and saw Kintron reading, he immediately stopped short, because his browsing speed was truly faster than a dog running in a field. After observing him for a few seconds, Lam Tiu Tiu returned to Althuk Ming. He then whispered to him that Kintron wasn't reading seriously at all, just scrolling aimlessly, as if looking for an excuse to be with Althuk Ming. On the contrary, he showed no reaction to this, even telling Lam Tiu Tiu not to meddle and not to underestimate others' will to survive. If it were you, you'd probably be even more anxious than he is. You must learn to put yourself in others' shoes and think. 3 hours later, Althuk H. Noong's group finally stood up. As they walked past, they still saw Contrin scrolling through the tablet screen at lightning speed. Althukming had originally intended to walk straight past, but seeing Contrin's fingers flying across the screen, he finally stopped and casually asked, "What was the content of the third line on the previous page?" To his surprise, Contrin immediately replied, "When order becomes chaotic, one must then use chaos to maintain order to save the law." Even while answering Althukming, Contrin's fingers continued to scroll and his eyes continued to read. Lam Tiu Tiu was immediately astonished by this, because earlier, he was the one who insisted that Contrin wasn't reading seriously, but just showing off to find an excuse to be near Althukming. Afterwards, Lam Tiu Tiu thought Contrin must have just guessed, as no human could possess such superhuman ability. Dipe Van, being accustomed to following Althukming, naturally knew what he needed to do next, so he went to borrow Contrin's tablet to verify. And after a thorough check, he had to report to his boss that what Contrin had just said wasn't even a single word wrong. As his gaze left the tablet, Contrin unconsciously noticed Li Shadong's white cat. As for him, he couldn't help but break into a wide smile at this moment. This kid is getting more and more interesting. Come on, it's time to eat. The three of them left first. Lin Xiaoxiao still looked back at Contrin several times as he left, seemingly still unable to believe his terrifying memory. In fact, what just happened was intentional on Contrin's part. Although revealing one's talent is very risky, this was the best path. Because if you want to survive in this steel beast-like prison, the best way is to prove that you are useful to the strongest person here. And based on the recent situation, it seemed he had successfully made Li Shadong truly notice him. During that meal, when Li Shadong had only eaten half of his rice, Lin Xiaoxiao returned. He took off his shoes, sat cross-legged on the chair opposite him, a look of extreme self-satisfaction on his face. Seeing this expression on the other person's face, Li Shadong immediately guessed that he had gathered some information about Contrin. More than just some information, this chess-playing guy is completely clean on the outside, not a single unusual clue could be found. But that only makes me more interested. Lin Xiaoxiao laughed loudly, then began to rattle off everything he had just found. According to his findings, Contrin in this world is a high school student in City No. 18, and both his parents died in a traffic accident. He inherited a significant amount of property, had no previous criminal record, and no remaining relatives. His file showed that he was given a sufficiently heavy sentence for stealing a liquid crystal phone and was sent here. But here, Li Shadong and everyone else knew that this prison No. 18 was for prisoners serving heavy sentences. They usually had extensive criminal records or were caught by the tax machine to be thrown in here. A thief like Contrin who stole a phone should fundamentally not be in this place. Moreover, his prison sentence was only 6 months. This was probably the shortest prison sentence in the history of prison No. 18. Because he felt this was very unusual, Lin Xiaoxiao found someone outside to inquire further. Contrin's case was still being hotly debated outside. It said that he claimed to have bought the liquid crystal phone normally, and he had already paid, but somehow the money didn't go into the seller's account. The surveillance cameras also suddenly broke down, making it impossible to prove Contrin's innocence. So if the phone salesperson recants their testimony and testifies for him, or if a video of him paying appears, Contrin can immediately get out of here. Boss, look, so many familiar tactics. Most people who intentionally enter prison to deal with business matters use these tricks. What's important is that he also has the surname Can. At this point, Lin Xiaoxiao's tone seemed very serious. On that note, in this era and time, Ken is a very special surname. There are 5 large companies here that seem to monopolize all economic lifelines. Among them, one family bears the surname Can. Moreover, it is a very rare surname. If you meet someone with the surname Can on the street, you would secretly wonder if this person is from the Can conglomerate. Furthermore, Li Shadong's group all knew that this conglomerate had previously arranged for another person named Lo Kwang In Gear to enter the prison. And this kind of thing was not difficult to investigate. At that time, Lin Xiaoxiao still didn't understand why the other party had to arrange for a small fry to enter prison, what they were really trying to do. However, afterwards, Lo Kwang In Gear in prison began to recruit people. He relied on his sophisticated mechanical limbs to defeat the veteran forces in the prison. From then on, in just one short month, he gathered many subordinates, forming a tripartite standoff with two other factions in prison. At that time, Lin Xiaoxiao found it extremely puzzling. Could it be that the conglomerate sent Lo Kwang In Gear to prison simply for him to unite prison? No. 18? The conglomerate clearly knows the boss is here. If they really intended to put Lo Kwang In Gear in charge of the prison, then they're seriously overthinking things. Yi Wan added, right, so I always thought, were they crazy? To send a mere minion to prison? No. 18 to work. It wasn't until today that I understood Lo Kwang In Gear was just scouting ahead for that kid Confronting. No matter what he wants to do, he's the ace in the hole, while Lo Kwang In Gear is just an errand runner. Lin Xiaoxiao concluded. However, no matter how she thought about it, she still couldn't guess Confronting's true purpose for appearing in prison. No. 18. Nor was it clear if he was a direct descendant of the conglomerate. Lai Thuc Dong had been listening in silence until now. At this point, he put down the bowl of soup in his hand on the table, then leisurely said, "The conglomerate, it's possible they're about to choose the next generation's shadow." His words were extremely calm, but they made both Yi Wan and Lin Xiaoxiao's expressions change simultaneously. The next generation's shadow? Yes, such a large financial conglomerate needs both an outer layer and an inner layer. Lai Thuc Dong explained, the head of the conglomerate is the outer facade, and the shadow he just mentioned is the inner layer. The shadow specializes in doing dirty work, holds immense power, and is the overlord of the conglomerate in the underworld. No one can control them except the family head. However, the selection process for each generation's shadow in the conglomerate is extremely brutal, no different from raising goo worms. It seems the conglomerate wants to stir things up again and not let anyone live in peace. Lai Thuc Dong sighed, but Lin Xiaoxiao still had something she didn't understand. Boss, even if this Confronting is truly a candidate for the shadow, why would his background need to be so thoroughly erased? It looks as if he has no connection to the conglomerate whatsoever. Unless there's an even bigger secret in this Confronting's world. Hearing you say that, I suddenly feel like he resembles someone. I'm even more interested in this kid now. Go and try to probe his character. You're interested in him, boss? But he's from the conglomerate. Lin Xiaoxiao blurted out. I only told you to probe him. I didn't say I'd do anything. Besides, wouldn't it be even more interesting if we could win someone over from the conglomerate? But I feel like he and we aren't on the same side. Lin Xiaoxiao still grumbled. In an organization, all types of people are necessary. Lai Thuc Dong replied calmly. Fierce tigers of the mountains, far-sighted eagles, battle-hardened wolves, agile leopards, or loyal dogs, they all have their own duties. As Lai Thuc Dong spoke, a blood-curdling scream echoed from the dining hall in the distance. A prisoner, seemingly a newcomer, had just been zapped by a robot for not standing in the correct position according to his cell floor. I only stood there once in the morning. How am I supposed to remember? This person shouted, but the other party was just a robot. How could it argue with him? Next to them were the old prisoners who were already too used to this. Of course, they weren't going to help. On the contrary, they even felt excited every time they saw a newcomer get zapped for not remembering their position. After that, they looked towards Confronting again and marveled. After the chaotic situation this morning, he still managed to keep his position. Huh? Is this really even a human anymore? Confronting knew those whispers were probably about him, but he didn't bother to care and just focused on lining up. However, before it was his turn to get food, Lam Tiu Tiu suddenly rushed over, put an arm around Confronting's shoulder, and then dragged him away. You don't need to queue with them anymore after this. You get to play chess with the boss. Do you still need to queue? He acted like that, yet the robot warden didn't react at all. Though Contran seemed calm on the outside, he was actually secretly amazed inside. Just how special are the identities of these three people that they can essentially rule over this prison? Lam Tiu Tiu dragged Contran straight to the front of the line, then tapped the shoulder of the person standing at the head waiting for food. The man turned back with a fierce expression, but when he saw it was Lam Tiu Tiu, he quickly tucked his tail, then obediently yielded his spot to him. The old prisoners who had tried to bully Contran this morning were once again gaping in astonishment at this sight. Playing chess with Lai Thuc Dong is one thing, but now you can even eat with him? Don't be surprised. Someone who can play chess with the boss, of course, will receive special treatment. Lam Tiu Tiu explained, then urged Contran to eat quickly, even though the food in prison No. 18 wasn't particularly good. Lai Thuc Dong sat across from him, remaining silent the entire time. Therefore, Contran also ate his meal in silence. At 8:40 p.m., he returned to his cell to shower. Actually, he was a bit confused. This morning, Lai Thuc Dong simply played a game of chess with him, but why did his attitude change so much just now? Even if it was because of his performance in the library, the privilege of eating together was too great. Contran suspected that this was also related to his identity in this world. But what that identity was, he didn't know. After showering, Contran got into bed, and the steady dripping sound of water in the sink quickly lulled him to sleep. But it seemed that sleep wasn't very deep, because Contran quickly opened his eyes wide in the middle of the night. At that moment, he found himself in an unfamiliar room. Everything around him was extremely eerie. The flickering firelight from the fireplace in front of him revealed a part of the room. The floor was in utter disarray, tattered books and clothes, broken picture frames, all scattered chaotically on the dirty floor. Not far away, a teddy bear was pinned to the floor by a blood-stained knife. Just one look gave Contran goosebumps all over. There was also a message written in blood on the wall. He knew his body should be in his cell right now. So what was this room? A nightmare? Contran stood up, slowly observed the room carefully, then suddenly heard a knock at the door. "Who is it?" he asked doubtfully. The person outside the door introduced himself as police officer number 27,149. "You're the one who called the police, right? Please open the door." Contran found the voice very familiar, but couldn't remember who it belonged to. This was really strange because with his exceptional memory, he had never forgotten anything. After a moment of hesitation, Contran still decided to open the door. The man's face was obscured by the wide-brimmed police hat, preventing Contran from seeing him clearly, but those features were clearly still very familiar. The lightning outside made the room even more terrifyingly dim. The police officer patted his shoulder a few times and said, "Caller, stay in your original position. Lock the door." Then he walked up the blood-soaked stairs to the upper floor. Contran obediently locked the door as instructed. However, a knock on the door sounded once again from outside. "Who is it?" he asked again, his voice sounding more strained than before. "Police officer number 27,149. You're the one who called the police, right? Please open the door." Contran was astonished, cold sweat starting to bead on his forehead. Wasn't police officer number 27,149 the one who just went upstairs? Then who was the person outside the door? Who was the real police officer? As if understanding Contran's thoughts, the voice outside spoke again, this time sounding extremely eerie and more urgent than before, making him even more tense. "Take a guess. Guess whether the one inside is real or the one outside is real? Or are none of them real? Which one will you choose?" Contran was silent, his mind as taut as a bowstring. Then he made a bold decision, which was to lunge towards the teddy bear, wanting to pull out the knife stuck in its chest to defend himself. However, just as his hand was about to touch the knife, it was as if something pushed him back. Some force didn't want Contran to touch the knife, it wanted to trap him here forever. As soon as he thought that, the eerie voice outside continued to ring in his ears. "What are you doing with a knife? Aren't you going to open the door for the police first?" Contran looked at his arm again, The countdown timer on it was still running, his heart and blood were still flowing. Someone who had been alone their entire life, like him, had no way out. So Contrain yelled, "Open the door? Wait until I've dealt with all this. Then I'll open." After he pulled out the knife, all obstacles were removed, and that's when he remembered everything. The owner of that voice was Lin Xiaoxiao, and you must be in the dreamscape he created right now. Lin Xiaoxiao was also very surprised at that time. He followed Li Shudong's request to investigate Contran, which is why he deliberately created a dual ghost dilemma dreamscape to test Contran's resistance and courage. Unexpectedly, Contran was much calmer than Lin Xiaoxiao had imagined. Not only was he not afraid, but he could also strike viciously while facing danger. This made Lin Xiaoxiao not believe that the opponent was really just a 17-year-old kid. He found it even more confusing that Contran was able to pull the knife out of the bear, even though he had clearly tried to stop him. This was a dreamscape he created. Obviously, the rules of the game should belong to him. Yet Contran was still able to escape this control. "Lin Xiaoxiao, come down here," Contran said with a cold expression. At this moment, Lin Xiaoxiao finally came down the stairs, scratching his head and sighing. "That's really strange. You can maintain such clarity even inside a dreamscape. The boss truly has a sharp eye for people. You really are extraordinary. Why did you do that? I don't think I've ever offended you," Contran asked coldly. Lin Xiaoxiao sighed, explaining that he was just following Li Shudong's instructions to figure out what kind of person Contran really was, and this showed that he valued Contran greatly. "It's just that now, the dreamscape has no effect on you anymore." "Is this your special ability?" Contran asked again. "That's right, just like your photographic memory. I also have my own abilities. There's nothing to hide about that." Contran frowned. In this world, both mechanics and mysticism exist side by side. Li Shudong and his group have a special status in this prison, probably due to these special abilities. Seeing Contran in deep thought, Lin Xiaoxiao asked directly, "Are you a member of the conglomerate? Is it because you suspect my identity that you're giving me this special treatment?" Contran didn't rush to answer. Instead, he posed another question to the other party, because in reality, he didn't know Lin Xiaoxiao's answer either. "So why don't those robot guards manage you guys?" "Of course, it's because our boss is very special. You don't need to change the subject. Tell me your identity clearly." Lin Xiaoxiao also said that he had found the camera footage of Contran and Luang Guanyi talking earlier that night. Luang Guanyi's identity was crystal clear, yet he was eager to befriend Contran. Therefore, Lin Xiaoxiao was very certain that you were from the conglomerate. After hearing this, Contran felt that what the other party said was reasonable. It was probably true. He sat down on the torn leather chair, then asked the other party back, "If you're already certain I'm from the conglomerate, then why do you still want to help me?" At this moment, Contran basically had the other party figured out. If Li Shudong already knew his identity and still wanted to interact, it meant he needed something from him, so there was no need to be too stressed. Sure enough, after his question, Lin Xiaoxiao revealed part of the truth. "Our organization doesn't care about background. As long as you share our ideals, you can join. Of course, you also need to be qualified," he said. "Are you trying to recruit me? So what's your role in your organization?" "I never said you were qualified yet. To be honest, I don't think you and us are on the same path. But the boss already said that an organization needs all kinds of people, and everyone has their own strengths." Lin Xiaoxiao stood up, speaking as he approached Contran, his tone full of danger. Then he suddenly leaned in close to him, wanting to use his overwhelming presence to make Contran reveal the secret. "The Can family arranged for Lu Kuang and Gia to come here so ostentatiously and then let you in. What exactly are you trying to do, or rather, what are you looking for?" "For that, you'll have to ask Lu Kuang and Gia." Contran replied calmly, but in reality, he didn't know a thing. Today, seeing Lin Xiaoxiao's reaction, Contran genuinely wondered if he should go find Lu Kuang and Gia to ask for the full story. His calm demeanor, not even bothering to blink, greatly annoyed Lin Xiaoxiao. Knowing he couldn't extract any more information today, he reached out and touched Contran's nape. It was very light, but enough to make him collapse. Before losing consciousness, he only heard him say, "It's fine if you don't want to talk. I'll know eventually. Now, get some rest. Tomorrow morning, you still have to play chess with the boss." Contran woke up again, the gurgling sound of water reminding him that he had returned to his cell. The countdown timer on his hand showed 20 hours, 59 minutes, and 20 seconds. The countdown would end in less than a day. The next morning, even before breakfast, Lin Xiaoxiao reported yesterday's events to Li Shudong with a very lively expression. "Boss, last night I tried using the twin demon's predicament to test him. Guess what? He directly attacked someone with a knife. That killing intent is too strong. I told you not to overdo it. Ordinary people can easily collapse when they fall into the twin demon's predicament." Yi Wan grumbled, "Don't worry, I didn't overdo it. And besides, you don't know this, but that kid actually managed to escape the nightmare's control." As Lin Xiaoxiao said this, Li Shudong's expression grew more pensive. Because he knew that ordinary people cannot escape the nightmare's control, someone who can escape is truly special, perhaps due to his strong will. As for Lin Xiaoxiao, who failed against Contran last night, he was extremely vexed. He kept advising his boss to think carefully because Contran's killing intent was too strong, making him unsuitable to walk their path. Li Shudong listened, then placed a chess piece in his hand, his face ashen. "For this cause, we've lost so many comrades, and even the three of us are locked up here. So, Xiaoxiao, you need to understand that we cannot be gentle with the darkness. We must use fire." A moment later, it was Contran's turn to wake up from a not-so-restful sleep. But surprisingly, this morning he heard a very familiar song called Farewell Song echoing in the prison. Contran was extremely surprised. Why was this song here? Could this place be the future of Earth? After changing his clothes, Contran went downstairs for breakfast. This morning was different from yesterday morning. All the old prisoners actively avoided him out of fear. And of course, no crazy person planned to bully Contran anymore. As he walked closer to Lam Tiu, he saw Contran's dark eye circles, but still deliberately teased him. "Good morning. Couldn't sleep last night?" Contran was fuming. Wasn't he the one who knew best whether he could sleep or not? That nightmare trapped him for 2 hours, and after waking up, he couldn't get a good night's sleep anymore. Seeing Contran so angry, Lam Tiu was extremely pleased, constantly chuckling. Normal people would suffer a loss of vitality and be in low spirits after escaping a nightmare, but you're very special. Not only did you escape Tiu's nightmare, but you're also standing here today. Well done. As soon as Lai Thuk Dong spoke, Lam Tiu automatically made room for Contran. He sat down facing him, then frankly asked what he needed to do to become as capable as Lam Tiu. Lai Thuk Dong chuckled. It was the first time Contran had seen him laugh like that. "You're very direct, but you can't follow his path. But you're very suitable to follow mine." As soon as these words were spoken, Lam Tiu and Deepvin's expressions changed. Even Contran showed a look of surprise. He knew Lai Thuk Dong was certainly no ordinary person, but he didn't know how much influence he truly had on this world. And if he were to ask directly, his identity as a transmigrator would be revealed. Therefore, Contran decided to choose a safer question. "How can I follow your path?" "Don't misunderstand," Lai Thuk Dong immediately replied. "Deep Ven and Lam Tiu couldn't follow my path because it was already too late when they met me. As for you, even though I admire you greatly now, it's still not enough." Contran nodded, indicating he understood, then looked down at the chessboard and asked if Lai Thuk Dong wanted to play today. He shook his head again, because for Lai Thuk Dong, the most important thing in playing chess was to play against a worthy opponent. If he won while his opponent's spirits were low, there would be no more fun in it. Meanwhile, Contran's dark eye circles proved that his spirit was not stable at all. "I think you should go rest for a day," Lai Thuk Dong said. Seeing this, the old prisoners immediately thought Contran had fallen out of favor and perked up their ears to eavesdrop on the good news. But Contran had no intention of staying in his room doing nothing all day. He wanted to solve this endgame, so he immediately made some incredibly bold moves. His final checkmate move made Lythuk Dong ponder for a long time. He realized that Contran used his red chariot to lure his black general into the battle, corresponding to the soldier advancing for steps, creating a checkmate position. This was a clever strategy that ordinary people would find difficult to conceive. I thought your spirits were low, and that if I won, it would be taking advantage. I didn't realize I was overthinking it. Lythuk Dong laughed heartily, then accepted that he had lost this game again. The prisoners gathered around them to watch the show were once again amazed to see Contran defeat Lythuk Dong 2 days in a row. Lo Kwang in gear was even more exaggeratedly excited. It doesn't matter what you win, but just winning against Lythuk Dong once means this life has been worthwhile. So he suddenly had an idea. He wanted to learn Chinese chess too. And of course, Lo Kwang in Gia's subordinates just thought he was talking nonsense. Contran was about to leave. Then he remembered what happened this morning and stopped. Can I ask you something? Consider it a prize for the recent win, sure. Was that you playing the flute just now? Contran immediately asked. His question made Deep Ven and Lam Tiu taken aback. They thought Contran would take this opportunity to ask something profound, but he only asked about that piece of music. Yes, I played it. Why, is it your first time hearing it? That's a song written by our organization's founder, and the lyrics were also written by him. Contran just gave an awkward laugh after hearing it. He guessed that Lythuk Dong's organization's founder was an earthling, and a shameless one at that. Otherwise, he wouldn't steal other people's songs and claim them as his own. And Lythuk Dong's organization must have been established a long time ago. He also didn't know when that senior traveled through time. It's very good. Can you give me a complete version? Contran continued to suggest. I can, but the lyrics of this song aren't entirely complete. After all, it's been a long time. Some things will be lost to obscurity. Afterward, Lythuk Dong played a complete version of Tong Bayat for Contran. However, the last line Lai Bayat Hu Thoi Da was not like the original version on Earth. Lythuk Dong also said that line was added by later generations, and he heard it wasn't like that before. So overall, something was still missing, Contran then said. Then how about changing that line to Kai Jiao Ban Lin Lak? This was, after all, the original lyric on Earth. Contran just recited it. Perhaps when that senior brought it to this world, it got lost over many years. Yet upon hearing it, Lythuk Dong immediately showed an expression like he had been enlightened. Then he chuckled. Thank you, that line is very good. It's as if that's how the original should have been. It is said that the founder of the organization was very skilled in poetry, and every one of his poems became a classic passed down through generations. It's just that he passed away in the previous era, and now only 2 poems remain. So what's the other poem called? Contran asked again. Canon, Lythuk Dong replied. It's just that this poem only has its name left. The seniors have searched through his belongings repeatedly, but still couldn't find the lyrics. Contran was once again speechless. It seems it's not a coincidence. The founder of that organization really did travel through time. Then the canon that Lythuk Dong just mentioned must be Zhou Han's canon. So if he gave the lyrics to Lythuk Dong with his adoration for that senior, could it earn him the path to transcending the ordinary? Contran pondered, then decided to consider this matter more carefully. After the meal, he went to the reading area. Lo Kwang in Gia also came here but sat quite far from him, pretending not to know him. Contran couldn't stand it anymore and just said, You don't need to be so cautious. Lythuk Dong already knows about our relationship, and he doesn't care anymore. And now I need to rest. Go do your work. Don't disturb me. As soon as Contran finished speaking, Lo Kwang in Gia was already approaching, his mouth starting to work at full capacity. Oh dear, I'll just say a few words. I won't disturb you, boss. I've been thinking for a long time about what to call you, so I'll just call you boss. It's easier. I guess you've already heard about me from Kinangon. I've suffered since I was little. My dad took my kidney and sold it to someone else for money. Then it was replaced with another organ. After that, Lo Kuang and Gia began to complain about his hardships with a speech about 2,000 words long. He spoke without even pausing to breathe, yet he said he'd only say a few words. Kinchun felt dizzy and lightheaded listening to him. Alright, what do you ultimately want to say? Kinchun interrupted Lu Guangyi. Then he saw him pleading earnestly, asking him to teach him Chinese chess. Kinchun wondered, asking why he wanted to learn Chinese chess. Unexpectedly, this superficial guy immediately replied, "Because it's cool, boss. Even someone like Li Shudong is a defeated opponent under you. Isn't that cool enough?" Kinchun sighed, then took this opportunity to start probing. Is winning 1 or 2 games of chess that big of a deal? Of course, we can't beat him, so if you beat him in chess, it's a huge face saver. I didn't expect that after you came here, boss, you could befriend Li Shudong and even live so harmoniously with him. With his status in prison, no, 18, he probably knows where what we need is. Moreover, if you gain his inheritance, then you're sure to win the competition for the shadow position. Lu Guangyi was truly easy to extract information from, just a casual question and he'd already revealed so many details. Kinchun immediately confirmed a few things. First, Li Shudong's combat power is very high. He couldn't beat him. Second, his purpose for coming here was to find something. Third, he was competing for a position called the Shadow in his family. To potentially extract more information in the future, Kinchun decided he would teach Lu Guangyi how to play chess. But by the time Kinchun had gained some understanding of this world, the countdown clock was about to reach 0. That night, Kinchun used the pointed tip of a toothbrush to carve a few words into the prison cell floor, then used his right hand to pinch his left, creating a large wound. Next, he gripped the toothbrush tightly, sat on the bed, and silently waited for that moment. These past 2 days felt like a dream. He'd met a few people and understood a little about this different world. Kinchun didn't know if he could return here. He decided to just let fate decide everything. When the countdown clock hit 0, just like last time, space seemed to freeze, then shattered once again. Kinchun returned to his cramped room, still in the exact same posture he'd left in, the dagger still in his hand. A new countdown now appeared on his hand, still 48 hours. And on his left arm, the wound he had just inflicted was still there. All of this proved that what had happened over the past 2 days was not a dream. The first thing Kinchun did was grab his phone. Surprisingly, it still displayed the date he had transmigrated. He had spent a full days in that different world, yet only 1 second had passed on Earth. Perhaps when he returns again, only 1 more second will have passed there. This must be the rule for transmigrators, right? Kinchun secretly thought this was good. He wouldn't have to explain his frequent disappearances to everyone. Just then, Kinchun received a phone call from the Wangcheng police station, informing him that his father had been detained for organizing illegal gambling and inviting him to come there. According to the administrative punishment law, he had to be detained and fined, and Kinchun, as his guardian, needed to complete the procedures. "Sorry, I won't be coming. You can punish him severely." According to the administrative punishment law, if serious, one could be detained for 10 to 15 days and fined 500 to 3,000 RMB. "Please apply the maximum penalty to him. Thank you." Kinchun replied indifferently, then added, "I am not his son, but the one who reported it. I'm just a kind-hearted citizen." After speaking, he hung up without any hesitation. Kinchun put down the phone and the knife, then flopped onto the bed and sighed deeply. His phone had no message notifications from his mother. This made Kinchun feel empty, and he wanted to quickly return to that other world. The next morning, the first thing he did was transcribe the lyrics of canon. But if he gave this to El Thuc-Ming, he would have to explain their origin, and doing so would be a bit too risky. So Kinchun decided that before giving it to him, he first had to determine if he had any value. After that, Kinchun went to class as usual. As soon as he arrived, he met Namkinton and immediately asked, "Did Teacher D say anything about me skipping class yesterday?" It was just a simple question, but for some reason, Namkinton suddenly flinched, appearing very flustered. "Huh, say what?" he mumbled in reply. "Nothing. Why do you seem so nervous?" Nervous? No way, right? Namkanthan replied, but his expression betrayed him. Seeing that the other person didn't want to talk, Confronting didn't press him, simply sitting down and focusing on flipping through his books. Namkanthan sat down next to him, and they both sat in silence for a long time until he couldn't hold it in any more and turned to ask, Confronting, if you encountered something very strange, what would you do? Strange specifically, what? Confronting calmly asked back, though inwardly he was a little stirred. Could Namkanthan have also transmigrated? I'm not sure either, it's just very strange. He replied vaguely, then reported to the police. As soon as Confronting offered a solution, Namkanthan's face brightened. Oh, right, reported to the police. Why didn't I think of that? Confronting, does someone in your family work at the police station? Yes, just last night my dad was arrested for organizing gambling. He replied with a poker face, leaving Namkanthan speechless. He didn't say anything more, and Confronting also fell into contemplation. He kept thinking, wondering if the strange thing Namkanthan mentioned was about transmigration. While still pondering this, Confronting heard some classmate in the classroom exclaim that American basketball superstar Teller had just opened an interview, saying he had transmigrated to a world of robot civilization. Upon hearing this information, Confronting could no longer maintain his indifferent demeanor. Unexpectedly, even abroad, there were people who transmigrated and possessed a countdown timer. Namkanthan immediately opened his phone to watch the live press conference. In the video, Teller had a robotic arm that helped him accurately shoot 10 basketballs from a great distance. In the video, Teller said that last night he suddenly discovered a countdown timer on his hand. When the countdown ended, he transmigrated to a strange world of robot civilization. That place was also Earth, with a sun and a moon, but it seemed to be a parallel universe to Earth because the level of civilization there was completely different from Earth's current one. When Teller transmigrated there, he already possessed that mechanical arm, as if he had replaced the identity of someone else in that world, becoming a completely new person. He didn't know the reason, but the power of this mechanical arm far exceeded his imagination. Moreover, it was very flexible and precise, allowing him to shoot 10 consecutive baskets, or even 100. And when he returned to reality, Teller also brought this arm with him. He also said that he held the press conference not to show off. The other world was not good at all, but extremely dangerous. Teller's purpose in holding the press conference was to preempt the possibility of being secretly taken away for experimentation. I want to say that I refuse to become a research subject. If one day I go missing, please understand that I've been kidnapped. Confronting felt his ears ringing. Teller was a public figure, so the fact that he suddenly gained a mechanical part couldn't be hidden, even if he retired. He knew very well that the technology in the other world far surpassed current Earth's, which is why he was afraid of being taken away as a test subject. That's why he ultimately came up with this urgent solution. But Confronting didn't consider it a good solution, only guessing that Teller was too scared, which led to this hasty decision. He also didn't know where Teller had transmigrated to, only knowing for sure that he had brought the robot arm from that world back to Earth. Meanwhile, when he went, he held a dagger tightly in his hand, and when he came back, he held a toothbrush tightly, but he couldn't take them with him or bring them back. It seems the way to bring objects back from there is to modify one's body, or hide them on oneself. That day, not only Teller's press conference appeared on Hot Search, but also many articles about people claiming to have transmigrated to another world, where there was not only robot civilization, but also superhumans beyond ordinary people, even awakening supernatural abilities. Namkanthan then read until he was dumbfounded. His hands kept scrolling through the online news and his mouth mumbled, "Superhumans, robot civilization, if you transmigrate there, will you have a chance to become a superhuman?" Meanwhile, his classmates in the class were also bustling with discussion. They saw that the number of transmigrators was not small, so they were wondering if there were any transmigrators in their school. Confronting took this opportunity to ask Namkanthan, "So the strange thing you mentioned earlier was this?" Namkanthan then shook his head, then replied, "I can't tell you yet, but don't worry, if I get an opportunity, I definitely won't forget you, my brother. Yeah, don't forget each other when you get rich. Contran almost had the answer. This fool, just now he was scared out of his wits, and now he thinks he's the king of this world. Well, as long as he's happy. Sometimes ignorant people are happier thinking a little less. After Namkin then finished speaking, he buried his head in reading the trending article again. After a while, he turned to Contran, beginning to wonder. Let's say, hypothetically, if I could transmigrate there, could I bring back some high-tech stuff and sell it here? I don't know, maybe not. I saw them bringing back an armored arm. Don't worry, when I'm super rich, I'll definitely treat you to a meal. Seeing Namkanthan's cluelessness, Contran, out of respect for him being his deskmate, warned him. There are already quite a few transmigrators online, and all of them are facing danger. That's why Contran advised Namkin then to be careful and not just focus on getting rich. He pondered for a few seconds. Contran thought that Namkin then had come to his senses. Little did he know that pondering was because he was thinking about where he should treat Contran to a meal once he got rich. It was like water off a duck's back. Seeing that his words had no effect, he didn't bother to say anything more. In class, some students were anxious to know the rules of transmigration. They had never tried it, so of course, they didn't know how terrifying that world was. So everyone wanted to try transmigrating once. As for Contran, after browsing a series of posts and videos from transmigrators, he could summarize to points. First, the previous countdown was 6 hours, and the countdown to return to Earth was 48 hours. This means that the time everyone transmigrated to the robot world and the time they returned to Earth were the same. That was the first group of transmigrators. After that, someone who learned about this spoke up, saying they had never transmigrated, but precisely at midnight today, a countdown appeared. This must be the second group of transmigrators. The next thing was that all transmigrators were young, currently between 10 and 35 years old. Not long after this news broke, some people online were already impersonating transmigrators to gain some fame. Namkin then randomly scrolled through a few videos and saw a fat young man with a very fake robot arm. Contran guessed that Namkin then was not from the first group of transmigrators, but rather the group whose countdown clock appeared at midnight. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so terrified when he saw TL's press conference. So the strange thing Namkin then mentioned earlier was the appearance of a countdown clock on his hand. After serious thought, Contran came up with two possibilities. One is that the number of transmigrators remains unchanged. If someone dies in the other world, a new transmigrator will fill in. Another possibility is that the number of transmigrators is constantly increasing and will continue to increase in the future. It'd be great if our school had a transmigrator. That way, we could ask about the other world. After watching a series of videos, Namkin then began to exclaim. This made Contran remember something. That was Hong Tien, the son of the chairman of Vinloy Corporation. He was a 10th grade student at this school and had also transmigrated. Thinking of this, Contran immediately stood up to look for Hong Tien. In the corridor, students were all discussing the same topic. He felt that life was truly wondrous. Not long ago, Contran was like them, an ordinary student, always striving to study hard, trying to get into a top university. But after such an incident, the path he was now on was no longer so ordinary. Contran went to class 7 of 10th grade and casually asked a student if Hong Tien was in school today. He even made up an excuse that he came to return something. But the other person shook his head, which was completely within his expectations. After all, on the very first day of transmigration, Hong Tien was beaten to a pulp. Such great mental damage, he might even have gone crazy. After that, Contran asked for his home address, but the student only knew he lived in Hoa Vien Trong Yuang in Gan Huan. The specific address was unknown. Contran thanked him, then returned to his class. Throughout that class, he couldn't focus on the lesson, and the other students were exactly the same. Math teacher Dean Hailong knew very well what else these students were focusing on, so he was helpless, and that math class ended earlier than usual. As Dean Hailong left the classroom, Namkin then again brought his phone to Kintran and said, "Ha-tu-tu just posted this new skill. Ha-tu-tu, who's that?" Kintran asked back. Namkin then put on an air of disdain, implying he was ignorant. Then he explained that Ha-tu-tu was a master in the gaming world. A few hours earlier, he had just posted a new game strategy video, but no one had ever heard of the game he mentioned. Yet Ha-tu-tu was still seriously delving into the strategy. Later, when news about transmigration broke out, Jiang Kumen realized that the game strategy guide Ha-tu-tu had posted earlier seemed to be related to that other world. Hearing that, Kintran also picked up his phone to watch. At the beginning of the guide video was Ha-tu-tu's note, stating that because this game was quite special, he couldn't record actual gameplay video. Then, Ha-tu-tu designated the world they were living in as the outer world, and the world within the game as the inner world. He himself had just entered the inner world, so his information was still limited. But Kintran guessed that he was also a transmigrator, and that game strategy guide was just a metaphor for the robotic world after transmigration. Nevertheless, he continued to watch the video seriously. In the video, Ha-tu-tu provided information about 3 career paths. The first was to use high technology to modify oneself by going to armored hospitals to buy expensive mechanical parts. Because he hadn't found a way to earn money, he had never tried this method. And in that world, the fastest way to earn money was to sell organs, but he didn't encourage anyone to try this method. The second path was to join the Taboo Referee Guild, where one could undergo genetic modification, thereby becoming a new type of human. However, Ha-tu-tu still hadn't found the NPC of the related organization, as it was quite mysterious. And the last way was the career path in Prison No. 18, where there was a person named Lai Thuk Dong, who held the key to entering the most high potential career path. Kintran was completely speechless. Did this Ha-tu-tu really portray transmigration as a virtual reality game? Lai Thuk Dong was also turned into an NPC in his game. So next time he transmigrates there, will some foolish people follow this guide and run to Prison No. 18 to find him? However, through Ha-tu-tu's video, Kintran confirmed that Lai Thuk Dong was very famous in the other world, so much so that Ha-tu-tu, after only 48 hours there, already knew about him. It's like saying nothing at all. Buying armored parts requires money. There's no information about the Taboo Referee Guild, and it's not even certain they can find Prison No. 18. So how can they get in? Namkin then sighed heavily beside him. The transmigration incident caused quite a stir at school for a long time, until a new piece of news emerged in the afternoon, feeling like dark clouds overshadowing everyone's enthusiasm. It was about a young male student, confirmed to be a transmigrator, who was murdered at home. The perpetrator even recorded the crime, showing him cutting off the student's armored legs. Immediately after, many people who had revealed their transmigrator identity fell into fear, especially those who brought mechanical parts back from the other world, fearing they would become targets of the killer. After the media received the news, someone made a prediction that by taking the life of a transmigrator, one could replace that person and transmigrate next time. These pieces of news made the students realize that transmigration was not a gift from heaven, but a tragedy. The more Namkin then watched, the darker his expression became. So Kintran reminded him once again, "You finished watching the news too, right?" I said, "Hypothetically, if you also transmigrate there, remember to keep it a secret. Don't talk nonsense." It was so hard to find a way to change one's fate. Why did it suddenly turn into such a horror game? Namkin then said dejectedly, "Tell me, why are we so poor?" "Because while other people's fathers were desperately earning money, your father was just casually earning money." Kintran replied in his bland, humorous tone. "What about your dad then?" Namkin then asked again. "My dad's desperately gambling." Kintran's nonchalant answer left Namkin then petrified. He even told him that he was the one who reported the crime and sent his dad to the detention center so he could reflect on himself. After Namkin then heard that, at first he broke out in a sweat, then suddenly burst out laughing. "Hey, how about you report my dad too?" This time, Contran was speechless. The few of them sat in class, but no one cared about what the teacher was saying, turning to the second page of the chart. Meanwhile, Contran's mind was immersed in countless pieces of knowledge. Because he was a bit overwhelmed, his face wrinkled, he had too many things to analyze and couldn't quite bear it anymore. From the sky, golden leaves continuously fell, carrying profound knowledge. Holding them in his hand, Contran couldn't help but ponder. The transmigrators discovered today were as if pre-divided, all gathered in over 10 cities. So that means, after a while, he clutched all the leaves with a determined expression. Those transmigrators were all gathered densely in one place. As soon as the clock turned to break time, Contran shot out of the classroom like a whirlwind. 5:50 p.m., break time. This made Ken then couldn't help but judge. This kid skipping class again. Contran seemed unwilling to waste a single second, so he vaulted over the wall with a nonchalant expression. Immediately after arriving home, he changed into a new set of clothes. As Contran walked, he intently stared at the phone in his hand, as if wanting to grasp every piece of information. He looked at the GPS on the screen and found it even more interesting, wanting to go see what happened after Hong Titian returned, what he encountered in that inner world. Even though he didn't know the specific building or row, soon he ran to the bridge, but his heart was filled with exhaustion. Without training, it was impossible. He absolutely needed a strong body and mind to face this dangerous world. Though Contran ran, his mind was filled with scattered thoughts, just following along, perhaps because their states of mind were different. The fragmented memories in his head were gradually unlocking and connecting. The shackles that his family and living circumstances had once imposed on Contran were slowly being released. Soon, the entire city was enveloped in darkness. Contran looked at the door in front of him and couldn't help but exclaim, as expected of a high-class neighborhood, "You need a swipe card to enter and exit. I wonder if the back door also requires one." Inside a house, a group of people were partying. He saw the scene and subconsciously blurted out, "House, from, machinery." But then, before Contran's eyes was the image of Titian being dragged away by two men as he yelled, "Monsters, monsters." Contran saw it and instinctively thought of a name. This is Hong Titian. Despite being a little scared, he could only follow their figures. However, Contran was unaware that a dark shadow in the car was watching him. That person didn't act hastily, but remained silent. And so they just left without saying a word to each other. But Contran, standing on the side, was extremely anxious. Who are they? Why do they want to take Hong Titian? Could it be because of his transmigrator identity? This definitely isn't a coincidence. Since he didn't get what he needed, he quickly left the place. But after only a few steps, Contran felt a pair of sharp eyes watching him. "No, someone's following me." He remembered the situation just now and gradually realized, from the moment I turned around, he's been following me for 5 streets, so that person has always been so vigilant. Yet Contran calmly continued walking. As he walked, he called his family. "Hello, I'll be home a bit late tonight." Just then, Contran stopped abruptly as if to verify something when the man behind him passed by. Only when that person had disappeared into the crowd did his suspended heart gradually calm down. When the red light had only 20 seconds left, Contran was still standing in a daze. But then he felt the murderous intent from the person next to him. Contran subtly glanced to the side, his mind secretly calculating. He'd met this person outside the gate of the apartment complex. This wasn't a coincidence. This was surveillance. Unable to do anything, he could only stare into the indefinite void before his eyes. Is this some mysterious organization, so highly trained and so interested in transmigrators? Contran ambled across the road, lost in thought. Maybe I'm not the first group of transmigrators. Maybe the second or even the third group. Otherwise, even if someone knew about transmigrators today, they wouldn't react so quickly. These people must have been prepared beforehand. But the person from earlier was still following him, not leaving his side. The sound of candied hawthorn cellar. I absolutely cannot make a mistake. Crackling, "Hello, Shaoli?" A moment later, the green light finally appeared. Contran immediately seized the opportunity and stopped. Now's the time. After all, he chose to go back to the previous area. Seeing this, the man quickly reported through his earpiece, "The target hasn't crossed the road yet. He's turned back. How long until you get here?" But unfortunately, a voice echoed from the earpiece, "No, I won't reach the surveillance position for another 2 minutes." Just then, he seemed to notice something unusual. "Wait a minute." He looked around the silent night and could only exclaim, "Lost him." However, with professional expertise, he quickly ran after him, not forgetting to sneer, "How embarrassing, to people tracking one person and you still lost him." Guess whether he knows we're tracking him or not. From the earpiece, a voice echoed once again, "I'm sure he knows. He's an expert." Luo Yuan on the other end was running with all his might as he said, "That young man looks only 17, 18 years old. He might still be in high school. If he really discovered we were following him, then he's too cunning." As their words echoed in his ears, Contran calmly walked away. "Also, did you notice? He handled it very naturally when he stopped to make a call. Even I didn't know he had already discovered us. He spoke into his earpiece to the other person, otherwise I would have already apprehended him." However, the other person suddenly felt a bit confused. "I'm very curious. Why did you suddenly want to follow him? We still have many tasks today. There's no need to waste time on a passerby." Lo Vin, despite being in pursuit, didn't forget to report, "It's not that I suddenly changed my mind. It's just that when the captain was escorting target 009, I noticed he avoided the captain's gaze." Meanwhile, Contran was already somewhere else. After a tiring escape, he could only temporarily sit here. He'd sit here for half an hour to see if he had completely shaken them off, and then he'd go home. As Contran picked up his phone to check the situation, he couldn't help but think, the streamer is on their way. Could this streamer also have been taken by that mysterious organization? How many such mysterious organizations are there nationwide? Just then, a police car sped past him. Meanwhile, on the other side, a man shouted, "What's that? What happened?" The woman sitting nearby heard this and quickly replied, "Isn't that the building where that man often beats his wife? Before, his wife was even beaten so badly she had to be hospitalized. And what happened? That husband still hasn't changed his ways. Then the wife wanted a divorce, but he beat her again. He even said that if she dared to divorce him, he would kill her whole family." The old man heard that and asked, "So what about today? Did he beat his wife again? But why do I feel like something happened to the husband this time?" The old woman heard and said, "You're right." In front of Contran now was the ambulance taking someone away, with the sound of chatter still around. "Earlier, I was going to stop him, but then I found out that this time, the wife was the one who beat the husband. Tonight, the husband came home late after drinking, and then he still wanted to beat his wife. The result is what everyone sees. Today, everyone must have heard the news about many people transmigrating, right? It seems his wife is also a transmigrator." However, when they saw the person on the stretcher, the murmurs grew louder. At first, he just took the beating. He didn't dare to fight back. "It hurts so much," he said, but maybe he was beaten to the point of exploding, so she broke the husband's arm. When he looked inside the house, Contran only saw a trembling little girl sitting in a corner, along with the buzzing of people. It's just pitiful for that little girl. How old is she to have to suffer like this? When he walked over, the little girl only slightly raised her head to look. Dongvin's entire face was filled with tears as she choked out, "Big brother." Contran thought, "It's been 2 years. I don't know how many times I've witnessed the mother and daughter sitting and crying together downstairs." He recalled, this little girl, Lai Dongvan, would always run to his house whenever her parents fought. Contran continued his story. He remembered the first time he even made fried rice for her to eat. Contran noticed that that man would beat his wife whenever he saw her talking to another man. Now his arm is broken. He totally deserves it. Lai Dongvan explained, sobbing, "Big brother, just now my mom told me to wait at your house for a bit, but I kept knocking and you weren't home so." Contran bent down and patted her head. He soothed, There, have you eaten yet? If not, then I'll make you some fried rice. I haven't eaten yet either. Suddenly, he sensed something. Kintran quickly locked his front door. Lai Dongvin saw him act that way. She asked, "Big brother, what's wrong?" He turned to the little girl and said, "Nothing's wrong, just don't say anything for now. Police cars are outside." Kintran slightly pulled back the window curtain, carefully observing outside. There were footsteps. Two men appeared. Kintran quickly recognized them. They were the group with the SUV he met at the Central Park. They got here fast. Lu Yuan suddenly sensed something. He looked towards the window where Kintran and Lai Dongvan were. Zheng Yuandong asked, "What is it?" Lu Yuan replied, "Nothing, just looking around. It just feels like someone's watching me. But maybe I'm overthinking it. Let's go. Let's go upstairs and do what we came for." Kintran was still observing the two of them. He thought, if Lai Dongvan's mother gets caught, then it's trouble. Her father was beaten to the point of hospitalization, and her mother was taken by people from a mysterious organization. What will happen to the little girl later? No, this won't do. I'll just have to adapt. Lai Dongvan had been watching him all this time, still not understanding what was happening. She remained silent, watching Kintran from behind. He worriedly thought, there's no commotion. If she was really taken, there should at least be a struggle or resistance. Kintran saw the two men get back into the car. He wondered, what's going on? Are they just going back empty-handed? Could it be that they don't want to catch the transmigrators? There was a sound from the door. Kintran and Lai Dongvan stood at the door. Jiang Tiyet shyly said, "I'm so sorry to bother you again." Her mechanical fingers shyly played with her hair. Kintran said, "It's alright, I was just about to make dinner for Lai Dongvan. I really like her too." Hearing that, Jiang Tiyet said, "Thank you." She turned to Lai Dongvan and said, "Let's go, Tiu Van. Time to go home with mommy. Be good now. Don't bother them anymore." The little girl refused. She said, "I'm still hungry. Everything at home was knocked over by those two, so there's nothing to eat at home." Her mother heard that and sadly said, "Tiu Van." Kintran politely suggested, "I just heard Tiu Van say you to haven't eaten anything. How about you join me for dinner?" Jiang Tiyet was surprised by the invitation. She thought, before, even though this child helped me, he never actively invited anyone, always seemed annoyed. Why today? Kintran explained, "I also want to know a few things about transmigration, so I want to ask you a bit." What should I call you?" Lai Dongvan's mother introduced herself. "My name is Jiang Tiyet." Kintran said, "Oh, I just want to ask Ms. Jiang Tiyet a few things related to that inner world. Can you tell me?" Lai Dongvan took her mother's hand and pulled her in. Jiang Tiyet smiled and said, "Well, then I'll trouble you. There's nothing I can't talk about. You can ask anytime." Kintran looked at her, wondering, how could someone with such a weak personality survive in that brutal world? The dining table was set with delicious dishes, and Lai Dongvan's eyes lit up. The little girl picked up a piece and put it in her mother's bowl, saying, "Mom, eat up." Kintran observed the mother and daughter caring for and loving each other. He spoke up and asked, "Auntie, I saw the police came to handle the case. What did they say?" Zhangzhu recounted. The neighbors also helped explain everything for her. They were originally going to take her to the station, but the chief saw she still had a daughter, and it was legitimate self-defense. So they didn't take her away. "If anything happens, just call me over." He continued asking, "I saw there were two more people after that. What did they come here for?" Zhangzhu said truthfully. She wasn't sure what they intended to do. They just had her fill out a form, then took a picture of her ID card and left right away. Kintran asked, "Is that all there is to it?" She continued, "They also said that they might come looking for me again later, telling me not to leave Lakthan too soon. But they didn't say why they would be looking for me. Oh, and I also saw them give some documents to the police, and then the police explained the situation to the two of them." Kintran analyzed while eating. It seems they don't just arrest anyone they find transmigrating. Moreover, they had legitimate documents and weren't as crazy as I imagined. He continued asking, Alright, Annie Zhongzhu, what was your identity in that world, and these two arms of yours? Zhongzhu explained clearly. I opened a machinery repair shop on Street 18 in the city, but it was actually to help people install armored limbs for others. But after I transmigrated there, I didn't understand anything, and when people came to install armored limbs, I could only say I didn't have any in stock. These armored arms, I already had them when I got there, and they came back with me too. Confronting continued to delve into the story. I once saw Prison No. 18 mentioned in the introduction of a transmigrator. Where is this place? She said, it's adjacent to Street 18 in the city. That prison is quite famous. It seems to be a place specifically for detaining serious criminals, and it's the highest security prison in the Federation. Confronting was surprised. He asked, a federal system? How did Annie Zhongzhu know about this? She said, oh, that. When I first transmigrated 2 days ago, I didn't know anything. Lai Dongvan was curious. Mom, what's the name of your repair shop? She answered her daughter. It's called Zhongzhu Armored Limb Repair Shop. Why do you ask? The little girl just put a piece of rice into her mouth. She replied, I was just asking. Zhongzhu wondered, Confronting, why are you so curious about that world? He replied, I also want to transmigrate there and see what it's like. I really admire these transmigration people. Zhongzhu's face hardened. She said seriously, that world is very dangerous except for the people from the Li, Chen, King, Shenai, and Lu Dao corporations. Everyone else lives in deep water and burning fires. It's not even as good as living in this outside world. Confronting said nothing. He continued eating. After finishing her meal, Zhongzhu suggested, let me clean up. Both of them cleaned together. Confronting asked, do you have any plans for the future? Zhongzhu's robotic hand was wiping the table. She answered Confronting's question. I want to take Xiaoyan to her great-grandparents' house in Zhengchang for a few days, and we'll leave tomorrow. Zhongzhu continued. Then I'll go back and divorce her father. Confronting heard that. He said, then buy tickets in advance. Many people go to Zhengchang every day, so buying tickets isn't easy. She agreed. That's true. Zhongzhu was holding her phone. She asked worriedly, why can't I buy tickets? Confronting saw that. He realized, sure enough, a verbal warning is just a verbal warning. In reality, actions have already been restricted. Confronting glanced at the silent Zhongzhu in the distance and thought to himself. After failing to buy train tickets, Zhongzhu tried several more times, but the result was the same. She still couldn't buy any tickets. His eyes briefly showed a hint of thought. That mysterious organization has eyes and ears everywhere. I don't want to be confined to this city, so no matter what their purpose is, I can't reveal my identity yet. The sound of the TV echoed in the living room. Go, go team, the brave boy who fears no difficulties. Li Tanyan turned her head, looked at him, and said in a natural tone, Big brother, you never looked directly at my mother before. The little girl blinked and whispered softly, don't tell me you saw my mom looking beautiful today, and that's why you actively invited her into the room, right? Confronting felt a bit helpless. What are you talking about? Don't let your imagination run wild. The little girl immediately made a comment. But my mom really is beautiful, you know. She's also the art teacher at Birchma Primary School. Just then, Jiang Tuyet came out from inside with a gentle smile. Confronting, I saw you still have clothes to wash at your place. How about I take them home and wash them for you? She paused for a moment, then continued in a sympathetic voice. After your parents divorced, living here alone must be tough for you, right? From now on, if you have any dirty clothes, just bring them over to my place and I'll wash them for you. However, he quickly protested. Wait, I can wash them myself. But she paid no mind, calmly taking Mingven's hand. Let's go, Tiu Van. Time to go home. Your big brother Confronting still has to study. He was left completely bewildered, pausing for a moment. The scene quickly transitions to the phone lying still in his hand. Lying on the bed, thoughts kept constantly appearing in Confronting's mind. His classmates were still discussing the transmigrators. Even Jiang Tait's situation tonight was already a topic of discussion among the people of LCC Than. Ha Tiu Tiu still hadn't announced the new ability related to the inner world. Glancing at the phone screen, he thought to himself, still no news about mom. The screen was showing an incoming call from his mother. Confronting sat up on the bed and answered softly, "Hello." His mother's voice came through the phone. "Tiu Churn, I've already sent your father the living expenses." He spoke gently to his mother. "Mom, this week we have to submit workbook 10. However, she kept talking. Suddenly, Ho Ho has a fever. I won't be able to visit you this weekend. Alright, go to bed early. Don't neglect your studies." A moment of silence passed, then he softly replied, "Yeah, okay." Confronting reached out and ended the current call. His face briefly saddened as he thought to himself, "She finally called me, but it seems she didn't remember I skipped class." Confronting threw the phone onto the bed with a thud. He lay on his back on the bed, his hand across his forehead, full of worries. It's already nothing. The scene shifts to numbers displaying 2040, 7:20 a.m., a countdown. Confronting was jogging unconsciously and looked up to see that all his dirty clothes had already been washed. Miss Jiang Tiet is so diligent. Jiang Tiet leaned her head out from the window and called with a smile, "Confronting, I've cooked porridge. Come up here and eat it." He raised his hand and waved it lightly twice. "No need, miss." He thought to himself, it's been so long since anyone was this kind to him, so he couldn't get used to it right away. Then Confronting took a bite of the cake in his hand. His clothes also changed. He calmly walked into the school amidst the noisy chatter of students. Suddenly, his hand reached out and grabbed someone's arm. Namkin then frowned, looked at him, and asked curiously, "What's wrong? Are you going to compete for that nanotech stock that the scam group is pushing? Or do you want to test out that wealthy woman who spent a lot of money praying for a son? Haven't you checked the announcement in the class group? Someone from the class next to ours is a transmigrator, and that person is still in the classroom." Confronting didn't understand what was happening. "Wait, how do you know that person is a transmigrator? Yesterday, no one in that class had armored equipment on them." Confronting's clear voice rang out. He bragged about it himself. He held it in for a whole day, but finally, last night, when talking to a classmate, he couldn't keep it in anymore and blurted it out. His eyebrows furrowed tightly, feeling uneasy. "What's going on? Then foreign language school has so many transmigrators? A school with over 2,000 students, and among the transmigrators discovered so far, this school alone already has 4. So how many will there be nationwide? Even if only a dozen cities nationwide have transmigrators, the number of transmigrators is still considerable." A small map was sketched in Confronting's head. "I'm afraid that the rule of transmigrators being limited to a few cities will quickly be discovered by others too. Will it be possible that by then, people from all over the country will flock to these dozen or so cities and all pretend to be the 3rd, 4th, or 5th group of transmigrators? For now, probably not. But if a 3rd group of transmigrators appears to prove this hypothesis, then this hypothesis will become reality." He strode down the hallway amidst the chatter of the female students around him. "I'm just afraid that in the future, the dozen or so cities, including Lac Than, will become more and more crowded." Duck Chu timidly followed the teacher, accompanied by another male student. Confronting lightly patted his shoulder and whispered, "The person being taken away by the disciplinary teacher and other teachers must be the transmigrator. We're too late. Let's head to class." He then sat in class, chin in hand, deep in thought. People from that secret organization will be here soon. Tonight is the time for transmigration. We can't let any more trouble arise. They can restrict Jiangzu's movements. I'm afraid they'll also find the CCTV, right? Although I've lived here for a long time, there are very few cameras now, but nothing is absolute. Confronting's eyes gently closed, finally having chosen his countermeasure. "Aside from going to the restroom, I can't leave here." Just then, a loud voice called out to him, Confronting, look!" Confronting, next to him, held up his phone and shouted, "Xiao Xiao's new strategy guide has been released. He casually picked up his phone to look. Hello everyone, I'm Xiao Xiao. Due to some special reasons, I couldn't update the new strategy guide yesterday. The image on the phone screen changed into a golden chair. Today, I will present the new strategy guide, which is a documentary version describing the power struggle of the Kin Clan's shadows in the Inner World game. A tall building with a special symbol appeared. The Kin Clan Corporation is one of the 5 major companies in the Inner World. Shadows are those who hold power over the underworld within the Kin Clan Corporation. Hands reached out towards the corporation's symbol if wanting to grasp it. It's said this tradition has lasted for over 1,000 years. Every once in a while, a new shadow will be chosen. This selection process is like the drama of 9 dragons fighting for the air. The entire world revolves around the corporation's symbol. The moment a new shadow is chosen is also when the entire inner world is stirred up. 8 mysterious people appeared as fragments of glass. Currently, there are 8 candidates for the position of shadow. Each one of them possesses extraordinary talent. These 8 candidates are named Kinhui, Kinvan, Kinthi, and there's also an extremely mysterious person whose identity I still haven't been able to investigate. He lowered his head, carefully pondering the situation. Perhaps this is why I transmigrated and appeared in prison. No, 18. A documentary. Haha, is that what they call the Dragon's Revenge? The clock appeared once again. Countdown 6 hours, 19 minutes, 29 seconds. Kintran stood up and glanced at Kinvan with tense written all over his face. He remained silent, his expression appearing somewhat indistinct. If this guy also transmigrates to prison, no, 18, then I'll risk exposing my identity to help him. And then he calmly spoke. If you transmigrate tonight, you must be careful. You've also heard what people are saying online. The inner world is not safe. He was startled for a moment and stammered a reply. I'm not a transmigrator. Kintran calmly pushed open the classroom door, turned his head, and left a remark. It's enough that you know it in your heart. He secretly thought to himself. To have resisted till now and kept the secret, this kid knows a thing or two. Night quickly fell. A person's hand gently turned the doorknob. Jiang Tiet entered with a familiar smile on her lips. Kintran stood at the door, gently asking, Miss Jiang Tiet, is something wrong? She spoke in a soft voice. Oh, it's like this. You also know I'm a transmigrator. The countdown will be over in just a moment. A drop of sweat rolled down her forehead, her tone also very worried. The inner world is very dangerous. I'm not even sure if I can come back. Jiang Tiet's next words made Kintran's eyes widen slightly. If I can't come back tomorrow, can you help me look after Tu Van for a day? He boldly asserted with a completely opposite attitude. Why say such things? You can definitely come back. You don't know how dangerous that world is. That's why you're comforting me like that, but I know very well. Jiang Tiet's youthful face suddenly turned pale. In that world, if you don't have the backing of the 5 major corporations, human lives aren't worth much. Her speaking voice was steady. I'm not asking you to take care of Tu Van for too long either. Tomorrow, her great-grandmother will come here from Zhengshang. The corner of his lips curved slightly, cheerfully agreeing. Okay, I agree, but I still hope nothing happens to you. Jiang Tiet let out a slight sigh, as if a weight had been lifted from her heart. Thank you. She took out a key and held it out. I'm leaving my house key at your place. It'll be convenient for you to open the door if anything happens. Kintran took the key, silently observing it for a long time. Thoughts gradually appeared in his head. Is this also considered trusting me? Kintran opened his mouth and put something that looked like a USB into it. Countdown 9 minutes, 59 seconds. The countdown clock chimed, and he was pinching his own arm. Finally, Kintran sat still on the bed, not bothering to move. The surroundings quickly transformed into an encrypted region. No, the cracking space finally moved to a white cotton pillow. Kintran lay on the bed, silently raising a hand to his forehead. However, the smile on his lips showed no concealment at all. Fortunately, I transmigrated to this place. Otherwise, all my previous efforts would have been wasted. It was so hard to gain good favor from Li Shedong, and it almost went to waste. Then Contran slowly sat up and carefully pondered everything. No matter what Li Shedong's identity is, but Little Xiao's strategy guide has confirmed one thing. This is a highly influential character in this inner world. Now, I can confirm that each time I transmigrate, I will stop at the time I returned last time. Images of Shedong were now appearing in Contran's memory. The canon piece I memorized still works. Perhaps most transmigrationists will feel confused, not knowing what to do to get what they want. But I've already transmigrated to Li Shedong's place. Perhaps other transmigrationists have witnessed the splendor of this strange world out there, but that's not important. Looking at the USB still wet in his hand, Contran muttered to himself, "As long as I have this inside my body, I can pass through that wall." He reached out and rubbed his chin, glancing at the wound he had just made earlier. From the outside world, I transmigrated in here. The wound will follow. From this point, it can be seen that this transmigration body is still the body from the outside world. The scene of a spacious prison full of mechanical machinery appeared. I rely on my own methods to gradually supplement my knowledge about this world, knowledge about this transmigration mechanism. He walked up to a large door, silently observing. I don't know why, compared to the outside world, that silent starry sky, I now feel a little familiarity with the bustling sounds I haven't heard for 2 days. On Contran's arm, the remaining time in this world was displayed, still a short 2 days. Will the countdown change? Will it be longer than 2 days later? As soon as he stepped out, he ran into 2 prisoners. Shedong seemed to notice the presence of others too. Little Xiao raised a hand in a stylish greeting gesture. Despite his calm, the other prisoners were constantly surprised. He immediately turned his head, and the group fell silent. Contran strode away, leaving them to whisper among themselves. "Hey, he's greeting us. Did you see that? He's smiling at us again." Contran's brown pupils glanced downwards. Last night at 12 o'clock, a new group of people must have been brought in here. Looking at the crowded people below made Contran even more troubled. And the second group of transmigrationists from the outside world must have arrived in this inner world as well. What should I do to discover transmigrationists? If there really are transmigrationists, what should I do to conceal my identity? Suddenly, he saw an unexpected sight. Wait, this is Liu Desu from the next class. I can't go down now. He'll definitely recognize me. Suddenly, a loud voice from above made Desu's face turn pale. There's a newcomer. We'll have to entertain ourselves a bit later. Guang Yi revealed a triumphant expression and said, "Welcome to prison No. 18. This quickly came into Contran's sight. Originally, I was annoyed with this kid Lu Guang Yi, but this time, I suddenly feel a bit closer to him. Desu's eyes couldn't hide his fear. Prison No. 18. Finally, he leaned forward and inquired, "Excuse me, who is Li Shutong?" The prisoner who was asked gritted his teeth slightly. Is this guy trying to use his connections? He raised his hand and pointed in a certain direction. Over there, the one below. His golden pupils couldn't hide his intentions. As expected, Xiao Xiao wasn't lying. Seeing his serious demeanor made Desu secretly happy for a moment. From that middle-aged man's composure, you can tell he's the hidden boss. Shutong and his group leisurely enjoyed their time. Suddenly, Xiao Xiao's eyebrow twitched lazily. Desu screamed and ran away from the people behind him. This is bad. I need to find Li Shutong. Suddenly, a hand reached out and accurately flicked his forehead. Xiao Xiao looked down at him from above, a bit curious. It's been strange these 2 days. A newcomer dares to come looking for our boss? Frantically looking at the aggressive group behind him, Desu stammered, I'm here to accept a mission. I'm one of us. His expression gradually turned to contempt and disbelief. What does that mean? How come I've never seen these guys in the organization? And what the hell, why did you get caught playing spy? Seeing this, he became even more panicked. I really came to accept a mission, a promotion mission. However, he decisively pushed Desu's hand away. Get him out of here. Why are you just standing there? Drag him away from me." The men behind him broke into a cold sweat and quickly replied, "Oh my, we'll do it right away." Nevertheless, he stubbornly knelt down and cried loudly, "Li Shutong, I came to accept the promotion mission." Shutong pondered for a long time without saying anything, and this silence also made the crowd of prisoners curious. Their expressions quickly turned into evil smiles. "What's that kid saying? He must have been scared senseless, right? This is killing me with laughter." Xiao Xiao waved his hand, feeling utterly annoyed. "Another crazy one, huh?" Desu struggled against the prisoners dragging him away. "So what exactly went wrong?" "I've transmigrated to prison No. 18. Didn't they say this place was the start of the selection?" According to the abilities Xiao Xiao mentioned, there are 3 career paths. The first 2 were only mentioned briefly. Only this path to prison No. 18 is the most likely. He reached out towards his gradually fading figure. "It's just that this place doesn't seem suitable for the job transfer mission. Did I misunderstand?" His painful screams made Xiao Xiao turn back. "Ah, let me go." One of them immediately yelled, "Damn it, this bastard even dared to bite me. Chase him quickly." Desu's small hand clenched into a fist in front of exit number 4. He furiously pounded on the door and shouted, "Let me go. They want to torture me. Let me go." Suddenly, a shiver ran down his body. A robot appeared out of nowhere, making his whole body tremble. Its terrifyingly huge body was enough to threaten Desu. His screams echoed throughout the prison. Confronting, walking in the hallway, couldn't help but mutter to himself, "Is this kid crazy? Just arriving in a new world. Doesn't he know he should observe the situation first?" Xiao Xiao then sat down by the table and spoke in a low voice. "Boss, have you noticed anything strange lately? The other day, a child arrived and immediately went crazy. He kept saying Lac Than, as if he were the legitimate son of some wealthy Vietnamese corporation. Today, another idiot arrived, immediately asking you to assign him a mission." "Assign what mission?" Thuk Dong gently closed his eyes and replied calmly, "There truly is something strange." Suddenly, the cat on the table opened, its jade green eyes wide. He nervously pulled his hand back, scratching his head to change the subject. "Hey, where's that kid Confronting? He was so enthusiastic when we went for a meal yesterday. Why is he nowhere to be seen today?" Meanwhile, the Guang and Gia group here was happily watching the show. "Haha, what an idiot! Look at him being dragged away by the prison guards." Confronting walked past him and quietly instructed, "After dinner, have your people control all the new rivals and ask about their identities in the outside world. I know the greeting is their custom, but don't be too rough. Everyone's life isn't easy." He quickly replied, "All right." Confronting's eyebrows furrowed tightly. He wondered if there were still transmigrationists hiding their identities. If there really were, then they definitely couldn't fake their identities outside. Those who can clearly state their origins must be locals. Those who can't are transmigrationists. Several prisoners following Kwang and Gia glanced at Confronting and whispered, "Hey, look over there, isn't that? How did he get to the 6th floor already?" Yet he calmly gave orders, "Don't look anymore, let's go." A thought popped into his head. Namkan then didn't transmigrate to prison No. 18. Confronting was slowly carrying his own food tray. Seeing Kwang and Gia walk past, Confronting immediately spoke up, "You can go ahead." "I know," he secretly thought to himself. There probably aren't any new transmigrationists coming anymore. Thuk Dong sat calmly in his chair as if waiting for someone. Confronting walked over and asked in a faint voice, "Are we still playing chess today?" He gently replied, "Not anymore. I'm not playing these days. I have things to think about, and a guest is about to arrive." Flickering light glinted in his eyes. "An uninvited guest?" Confronting asked Lai Thuk Dong, who was sitting opposite him. "Just now, I saw a riot downstairs. What was that about?" He ate while secretly observing him. For Lai Thuk Dong to call someone an uninvited guest, that person must be no ordinary individual. "I still don't want to get involved in uncontrollable matters right now, so there's no need to ask too many questions." His eyes were closed, showing no emotion. "I don't know either." Contran didn't question further but thought to himself, even Lai Thuk Dong doesn't know? It must be the first time he's encountered something like this. That foolish Uncle Lu Duck, seeing Little Tu's power, must really think this is a game. A countdown of 37 hours was displayed on his arm. Suddenly, a series of commotions came from behind, drawing their attention. A tall figure stood before the main gate. It seemed to be a new prisoner. Everyone in the dining hall was stunned when they saw him. Gur Huoshan stomped in, escorted by a whole squad of guards. Surveillance equipment revolved around him, observing his every move. Finally, it formed a circle above Gur Huoshan's head. Contran glanced at him, secretly scrutinizing him. It's the first time I've seen someone escorted separately during the day, and also the first time prison No. 18's guard force is so numerous. At first glance, it was clear Huoshan was a big shot. Before, I thought Yuan was already very strong, but compared to this prisoner, he's still far inferior. He stepped inside, and the guards gradually left. Gur Huoshan fiercely grabbed a nearby prisoner's mouth. One of his hands could already crush another person's head. He hissed each word through gritted teeth. "Where is Lai Thuk Dong?" The unfortunate prisoner, his face turning purple, weakly pointed behind him, mumbling, pinpointed the location of Contran's group. Gur Huoshan threw that guy away like a sandbag, then strode forward. Lai Thuk Dong stood up directly and said to Contran, "I didn't expect this guest to be so straightforward. His name is Gur Huoshan. You've probably heard of him, right?" He left his seat and stood in front of them. "Wait a moment. You and Yuan should step back. Don't get hurt." Yuan couldn't help but look at Contran to make the boss remind him specifically about this small matter. It seems Xiao Xiao and I have underestimated the boss's affection for him. Lu Guangyi, sitting aside, observed his hurried footsteps. "Gur Huoshan, he's here too." No wonder the boss said a monk from the south was coming here. He curled his lips, unable to hide his excitement. Ever since the boss came here, he hasn't looked for any clues. Every day he plays chess with Lai Thuk Dong and reads books. It's as if he has nothing to do, feeling like he's waiting for Gur Huoshan to come and stir up trouble. At that time, we'll just reap the rewards. Excellent. Gur Huoshan straightforwardly extended his hand to Lai Thuk Dong. "We don't need to beat around the bush anymore. My purpose this time is the forbidden item S005. Quickly tell me where it's hidden. I'll take it and leave immediately." He calmly patted the cat's back twice, motioning to put it down. Thuk Dong smiled, assessing his tone. "You should be a bit more polite to an elder, that way you won't suffer a loss." Huoshan didn't want to waste words. He just wanted to find the item. "Just give me the forbidden item S005. Then I'll be polite to you." He wondered why the Black Spade wanted the forbidden item. Why is the Black Spade organization suddenly interested in forbidden items? Hearing your tone, I'd almost think you've already entered the forbidden court. He always spoke his mind. Our Black Spade fights against supernatural beings, so of course we won't miss any help. Although your knight organization has a different path, we share the same goal. You should understand this, right? Thuk Dong then wanted to know how they found him. "So why did you come to prison No. 18 first?" As an agent of the Black Spade organization, he naturally knew. "The rumors outside say that the Chen Financial Group has signed an agreement with you. As long as you can control it, they will grant you absolute freedom in this prison No. 18. And that forbidden item, personally controlled by you, must possess immense power." He immediately denied it, pouring cold water on him. "You've misunderstood. I haven't made any deals with the Chen Group. Don't listen to rumors and make arbitrary decisions." Contran vaguely understood the situation after hearing their conversation. Xiao Xiao's cultivation also mentioned the Forbidden Court, seemingly because of that forbidden item. The forbidden item Gur Huoshan spoke of must be what I'm looking for. Perhaps this is also the trial mission in my struggle for the Shadow title. Gur Huoshan aggressively demanded in a threatening tone, "Where is S005? Lai Thuk Dong lowered his head, as if taunting him. "I know where it is, but I won't tell you." He angrily stomped his foot, causing the entire room to vibrate slightly. The overhead control device immediately blared, "Warning, warning." He glared at Lai Thuk Dong, questioning why. The alarm continued to blare, warning, warning. He seriously replied to Huoshin, "No why about it. It's just that I quite like S005. Several laser projectors shone on him, making everyone around look confused. Why is the metal storm activated already? Previously, there would always be a 30-minute riot, and only when the machinery couldn't control the situation would the metal storm be activated." Contran looked around the room, counting under his breath. 36 out of 71 metal storm machines have already been activated. Gore Huoshin didn't seem too concerned. He stomped his foot and shot forward, wanting to challenge Lai Thuk Dong. His fist was just inches away from him. The metal storm was still activating. It continuously fired bullets, causing prisoners to scatter in panic. At this moment, the 36 metal storm machines were like cannons firing, with immense suppressive force, but the other 36 machines were the real death machines. Yet in this rain of bombs and bullets, there was one exception. Gore Huoshin attacked Thuk Dong. Nearby, Deep Van had secretly activated protection mode. He delivered another blow to Thuk Dong. He blocked him with just 2 fingers. Lai Thuk Dong looked at him with sharp eyes. They were both enclosed in a protective shield. Lai Thuk Dong gently turned his head back and deactivated the protection mode. He suddenly saw something that made his jaw drop. Contran remained calmly seated at the dining table. He could sit in that blind spot amidst such a rain of bombs and bullets. His position must be the only blind spot in prison. No. 18. Lai Thuk Dong unconsciously smiled and sighed. Contran's ability and personality are not something someone his age could possess. Is this the shadow that Kanthi is about to choose? He waved his hand, sending Huoshin flying far away. He only had one thought in his mind. When will I find a successor like this? He slid a long distance, the force so strong that smoke rose. Gore Huoshin struggled to support himself on the ground. He calmly thought about Lai Thuk Dong. From beginning to end, I only managed to make his training robe flutter a little. There's a rumor that Lai Thuk Dong deserves the title of demigod in this world. Lai Thuk Dong suddenly seemed to radiate an aura before him. It seems there's a huge disparity between him and me. It seems Thuk Dong is in a good mood. Do you want to fight more? Huoshin was furious but couldn't do anything. No more fighting, no more fighting. What's the point of fighting if I can't win? Don't worry, even if you don't tell me, I'll still find that thing. He wasn't in a hurry at all. No problem, take your time looking. Contran was also at his wit's end with this situation. No wonder this bald guy is still single. Just now, he was acting like it was a life or death situation, but now he's cowering in fear. He changed his tune so quickly. He carefully thought of a plan to get something without working for it. If Lai Thuk Dong knows where that thing is, then I'll just follow him. What if he accidentally spills the beans one day? Thuk Dong felt incredibly confused. You could even calculate this position? Contran didn't dare to confirm when the situation was still complicated, even though my calculation ability is much stronger than ordinary people. I still can't calculate trajectories with such a large quantity. I can only narrow down the area. He kindly reminded Contran to avoid wasting time, saying that narrowing it down wouldn't help him find such an exact position. Contran presented the results of his investigation, saying he had only quickly calculated for positions, and the spot where you sit every day coincidentally is one of those for positions. So the remaining positions don't need to be considered anymore. Thuk Dong laughed heartily. Haha, you dared to wait and see. Hu Thin was meditating peacefully, but couldn't find peace with the surrounding prisoners. Tu just arrived and added fuel to the fire. When immortals fight, mortals suffer. When bulls fight, flies die. The people fighting are fine, but the prisoners who aren't fighting are unlucky in every way. He was quite bold to speak so directly. Hey Gur Hu Thin, isn't it rumored outside that you were merciful and benevolent, doing many good deeds? So what about the people who were implicated by you? Hu Thin opened his mouth to utter philosophical words. Are you talking about the injured and the innocent with me in prison? In here, if there's one, count one, but there are no innocent people. Tu felt sick just hearing it. Fake. He looked at him with disdain. Also, I am not a monk. Don't use words like merciful or benevolent to describe me. Though uncomfortable, Huthin still endured the pain. His internal organs felt a bit uneasy, as if they were burning. He left immediately when his initial goal wasn't achieved. Contran remembered the function of the protective shield. It had just stopped a bullet. Tiu suddenly winked at Contran. Don't worry, speak freely. The sound won't carry outside. Thutdong just received the information. This morning, I saw Lu Kuang and Gia interrogating those new recruits during the new rivals welcoming ceremony. You ordered him to do this, didn't you? Contran had nothing to hide. That's right. He looked at Contran with suspicion. Why interrogate them? He chose his words carefully to avoid bringing trouble upon himself. I wanted to find out if there were any other forces vying for that forbidden item with us. I need to find a reasonable explanation for my recent actions. Thutdong was indeed eloquent. I like your straightforwardness. However, I noticed that Lu Kuang and Gia didn't seem to mistreat them. Did you instruct him on that? But I remember the first time you came here. You didn't go out of your way to help others. Contran replied, I don't bother with things that don't concern me. I only do what I can. His thoughts in his head aligned with the current reality. If I can't even ensure my own safety, then I can only watch others die without helping them. This was his principle. Contran's life had never been smooth sailing, so he learned to be selfish from a young age. The chess piece on the board, illuminated by light, symbolized Contran's future. This was given to him by life, not chosen by him. Something outside caught Tiu's attention. He was startled to see Huthin balancing his entire body on the ground with just a few fingers. Tiu immediately guessed the intention behind his suspicious action. This guy can't hear us talking from where he's sitting, so he wants to come closer to eavesdrop. Huh? Doesn't he realize how big he is? This unusual behavior of his is drawing a bit too much attention. Huthin felt the sharp gazes staring at him. I've been discovered. The space instantly fell silent. Thutdong, fearing that information might leak, dismissed everyone. All right, meeting adjourned. It's a bit of a shame we can't play chess today. I'm going to read. The other prisoners sighed. Damn, how long do I have to clean? Please spare me. I'm still wiping. He spoke, almost slapping Huthin in the face. If you lose, just sit here obediently. We don't want to make enemies with the Black Camel. We know it's not easy for you living in this wild place, but don't cause us any more trouble. Do you think I have no way to deal with you? He immediately challenged others as soon as he opened his mouth. Try touching a single hair on my head. Tiu looked at his bald head, baffled. Each prisoner's food tray had an egg. Contran didn't ask for much and ate it heartily. Although the prison food in this inner world was all ground meat, it still had the taste of fresh meat. Much tastier than the dry bread he usually ate in the outer world. He noticed something unusual. Wait a minute. Contran couldn't swallow the mouthful of rice, as the questions in his mind remained unanswered. Why were 1 out of 4 cameras pointed at him? Was it because he found the blind spot just now and got noticed by others? He couldn't help but wonder who exactly was behind this prison? Tiu came to announce something. The boss just told me to talk to the food delivery person. From now on, you'll get real meat in your rice. Eat as much as you want. Contran was confused. Why? Tiu's words were filled with malicious innuendo. You'll know soon enough, but this isn't necessarily a good thing. After eating, Contran went to the restroom to get water. He took care of his personal hygiene while feeling exhausted. Contran quickly lay down on the bed, this feeling again. He closed his eyes, wanting to have a good sleep. Contran slowly opened his eyes and a man appeared before him. Contran was blinded by the scorching desert sun. The heat made him sweat profusely, and Contran immediately took out a bottle of water. A haggard-looking prisoner came to beg him. Contran, give me a sip of water. Without water, both of us will really die. We won't drink your water for free either. Name your price. Contran froze when he heard the familiar voice, facing his dying companion. What price are you going to name? Joking in this situation made him uncomfortable. I'll let the person next to you watch you die of thirst first. Then I'll let him name the price, okay? Tiu had to give in. Are you even human anymore? It turned out Contran had a reason for doing that. I know this is your nightmare, so of course I won't have any sympathy for you. Tiu wasn't very surprised, exactly. Now, you can maintain consciousness and sobriety after entering the dream realm, so you must also be able to resist the nightmare summoning you, right? Contran boldly affirmed, I can. Tiu looked at him with a puzzled expression. If you can resist the dream realm, then why did you enter it? If you don't fall asleep for 5 minutes, you can escape being summoned by the nightmare. Contran entered the dream realm out of concern for him. I thought you had something to say. That's why I came here. So, Tiu smirked when Contran asked, what are you trying to test this time? Amidst the dreamy space, Tiu revealed the whole truth. Originally, the boss only wanted me to send you off, and then let the nightmare change your humanity, to make you suffer a bit. He hadn't expected Contran to be different from ordinary people. It's just that now you can resist the nightmare so easily. It seems the nightmare is useless now. The boss will have to guide you himself. Similar events made him think, this time the dessert scene is not like last time, but rather like a teacher giving homework to students. Tiu immediately stopped him. Don't think anymore. He kindly reminded Contran not to be arrogant. Right now, the boss is just appreciating you. Whether you can become his disciple later is uncertain. Tiu didn't expect him to be so straightforward. Are you admiring me? He felt disappointed in himself. Yes, I admire you. Not everyone has enough ability to become the boss's disciple. At least, I and Yuan cannot. Contran questioned life. Why? Tiu was frustrated for being eliminated before even starting, because the two of us couldn't pass the first test. He believed in Contran's ability, but the boss felt that you could pass. You still have many doubts. Can I pass? Tiu made it easier to understand. It's a path of finding life in death. Every time you want to level up, you have to go to desperate situations. You have to endure suffering. Contran turned to doubt him. So why me? Tiu brought up a reason that even he couldn't deny, because the boss said that you were brave enough to keep living even when cornered. Contran was a bit curious. If it's so painful, why do you still admire me? He sighed about his fate. It's because that cultivation path, those who walk on it must have unlimited potential. But Yuan and I have long run out. Even though that path is very painful, you have to understand that only by going through a life of suffering can you stand above others. He suddenly found the answer to his own question. Oh, alright. And how old is Lai Thuk Dong? If he exists in two worlds simultaneously, would he age faster? So, can someone with extraordinary spatial traversal abilities like Lai Thuk Dong have their lifespan extend? Tiu knew him better than anyone, 52 years old. Contran couldn't believe his ears. Lai Thuk Dong looks only 35, 36 years old. He laughed heartily for having tricked Contran. Look at your naive expression. If someone like the boss could live to 100, I wouldn't be surprised. We've been following the boss since we were very young. Many years have passed, but the boss hasn't changed at all. He was curious about Tiu's decision. Why did you follow him? Tiu admitted a harsh truth. For no reason at all, Yuan and many others were all orphans. The shooting stars in the vast sky seemed to symbolize the parents he mentioned. You were born in Kun City, so you don't understand how miserable life outside is. You also won't understand how many other difficult things there are in the world. Perhaps your parents were walking on the street and encountered an older gang member taking his juniors to vent. Then they got into a fight. It could also be that your parents were exposed to radiation while working in a chemical plant, or perhaps they were attacked by hackers while using neural connections to access the virtual network. So many past difficulties were vividly depicted by Tiu in just a few short seconds. Then he didn't pay off his rent, and the insurance company refused to pay. Then the bank foreclosed on his house, kicking him out onto the street. No one cared about his life or death. At that time, his life became a dark void. Social organizations wanted to force him into drug trafficking, and even more maliciously, they made videos of his subsequent life to create virtual reality and sell it for money. That very day changed his entire life, but at that exact moment, someone appeared before him and said, Thup Dong was like a savior sent by heaven. Follow me, I will give you a new life. And Tiu Tiu decided to trust him. No matter who that person was, he would follow them. Contran suddenly thought about himself. Compared to them, what were the sufferings in his own life? He wanted to know the reason for Thup Dong's actions. Why did he take you guys in? Tiu Tiu only replied generally, because we are useful, and what he wants to do cannot be done alone. Contran didn't fully trust him. Even now, I don't know. What is the purpose of the so-called Night Organization and that Black Camel Organization? What does Black Camel want to control? Is it the 5 major corporations or something else? He became even more suspicious after interacting with Tiu Tiu, but Lithup Dong adopted Lam Tiu Tiu and Yuan. It's clear he wants to use them, but Lam Tiu Tiu and the others are completely unaware of this. Tiu Tiu reminded, alright, get some rest early. Contran tossed and turned, unable to sleep even after escaping the dream realm. I once saw Lithup Dong's mysterious basement. Can my cannon be exchanged for a chance to open the door to a new world? I'm not even sure if this cannon is enough. Moreover, I can't clearly explain the origin of the cannon, so I'll just wait. The knocking on the door got louder and louder. Let me go. The time suddenly appearing on his arm made Qixian lose his composure. Is anyone there? Let me out. Why am I locked in here? He shouted until his throat was hoarse. Let me go. Let me go. Qixian cried and wailed miserably. Then he compared himself to you. Others here are like fish in water, with armored bodies or as gang members. How come only I ended up like this? After 24 hours, I can go back to the outside world. What should I tell my classmates? Should I say I successfully changed my profession or that I was imprisoned? He sat huddled in a corner, full of regret. If I had known this, I wouldn't have boasted to everyone. The trans-dimensional system updated the situation. Countdown, 16 hours, 20 minutes, 00 seconds. Thup Dong continued his move on the chessboard. He observed everything meticulously. Ever since you told Lu Guangyi to be careful when acting, there have been fewer people crying in this prison. But have you noticed that the other factions in this prison are already very dissatisfied with Lu Guangyi? Contran had also realized their ill intentions. I know normally these 3 gangs would take turns greeting the newcomers, which is considered entertainment for everyone. Now Lu Guangyi is monopolizing this, which will naturally make many people uncomfortable. But I believe Lu Guangyi can handle this situation. Thup Dong looked towards the other prisoners. Have you ever thought that these newcomers might not necessarily be grateful to you? He immediately gave a typical example. He met a beggar on the street. Then he threw some loose change. Actually, that loose change was insignificant compared to their hardship, but he bought himself a little joy and peace of mind. He couldn't deny it because he had once helped Tiu Tiu in a time of need. Ho Thin suddenly pushed his chair back, his action attracting Contran's attention. He secretly thought, can't beat them, so you want to join them? Ho Thin was already ungrateful and still wanted more. For better or worse, I'm considered someone with influence in the underworld. You guys eat meat, but you let me eat meat scraps. Is this how you treat guests? Tiu Tiu openly disdained him. Are you like us? If not, why don't you fight our boss one more time? If you win, we'll let you eat, okay? Afraid of losing, he quickly changed the subject. Don't always be fighting and killing like that. It's not good. Besides, it's fine if the 3 of you eat. But why does this kid playing chess also get to eat meat? He's just a normal person. Ho Thin suddenly plunged his chopsticks directly into the piece of meat in Contran's meal. He leaned close to Contran's ear and whispered, "Hey, kid, go get another portion. This one's for me." He just glanced at him, not bothering to pay attention. Contran remained silent to see what would happen. Is he trying to see how I'll react? Ho Thin, instead of being ashamed, put on airs. You all saw it. He gave it up himself, right? He intended to scoop all the meat into his mouth at once. Well then, I won't be polite. Drops of sauce were slowly dripping down. Contran replayed his past analyses. No, this isn't what I'm looking for. He tried to reorder the images in his mind. The rays of light converged to a single point. Contran called his man over. Lu Guangyi. In a flash, Guangyi was there. I'm here, boss. What's up? You found the answer. I'll name 8 people. You bring them here. Everyone froze. No one knew why Hothin was so angry. Contran was a straightforward person. Are these 8 people yours? But at that moment, a soft voice replied, not entirely. When he didn't get the answer he wanted, he openly recounted everything he had witnessed when the man was escorted in. You looked for these 5 people, and all 5 of them simultaneously raised their index fingers. Although I don't know what that gesture means, I'm sure they did it for you to see. As for the other 3, they simultaneously glanced at each other, exchanging looks. Contran still clearly remembered the image of those 3 people earlier. Lam Tiu Tiu was completely surprised to hear that, thinking in that situation, he could calmly observe everything. At that time, we only focused on the boss amidst the hail of bullets and bombs, not paying any attention to observing everyone's reactions. Lai Thuc Dong nodded slightly, as if confirming the information. Prison no. 18 has all kinds of people. It's normal for people from other forces to pay attention to me. Just then, he suddenly looked over and asked, boss, do we need to move these people to another prison? At this point, he mused, moving them without reason would only make outsiders gossip about me. Deep Van, take those 8 people to the special cell and interrogate them a bit. See who sent those 3. Deep Van received the order and simply replied, yes. Before he could finish, Lu Guangyi pointed towards the other prisoners with a helpless yet playful expression. Tiu Tiu, witnessing this, worried, boss, this kid found out about our people. Contran, sitting opposite, was speechless. Who told you all to just sit and watch the show earlier? However, Thuc Dong didn't care and turned to him. Although you're not a superhuman, your analytical ability and memory are something superhumans can't compare to. Hothin, scooping up food next to them, gaped. So, he's not one of the knights, but outwardly, he asked, brother, what should I call you? He coldly replied to the question, Contran. However, Hothin was confused. Concorporation, since when did the knights ally with the Concorporation Financial Group? Thuc Dong explained directly, just because someone's surname is Can, does it mean they must be from the Concorporation? Even if they were from Concorporation, they might not stay there their whole lives. Isn't there also a very famous person named Can in the wilderness? Hearing those words, he quickly turned to look at Contran with a judgmental gaze. But with his sky-high IQ, Hothin quickly changed the subject while handing him a food tray. Brother Contran, what do you think of the Black Spade organization? However, Contran's face darkened as he said, not good at all, although he said that outwardly, he thought to himself, given his identity, he came to steal the forbidden item from me, so I don't need to save face for him. Those words made him freeze. Meanwhile, countless cameras were still watching from above. While below, bodies lay scattered. Deep Van quickly used a cloth to open the mouth of a corpse. He thought for a moment, then analyzed, boss, the poison was hidden in the teeth. Opening the mouth gives off a ginkgo smell. It's. Hothin glanced back and quietly asked, these 3 aren't from Black Spade. Thuc Dong, receiving the question, said, assassins, it's quite a surprise. Meanwhile, Contran sat in a corner, intently observing the bodies. His whole body trembled continuously as if he'd forgotten to turn off a vibrator. No matter if it's the inner or outer world, it's my first time facing death. Contran pressed his trembling lips together, reassuring himself, here, it's just a world of beasts anyway. Meanwhile, the cameras above were still tracking their every move, displaying a line of numbers, 15 hours 21 minutes and 59 seconds. Across from them, Contran and Thuc Dong were gazing intently at each other. Suddenly, he asked, is this your first time seeing someone die? He didn't know why, but after a moment of thought, he confessed, HMM. Hearing that, Thuc Dong's eyes lit up as he interrogated, are you scared? Even though he was cornered, Contran remained defiant, just a little scared. At that moment, the teachings of his predecessors kept replaying in his mind. My teacher once taught me what a function is, what subject-predicate structure is. My parents also taught me how to hold chopsticks, how to wash clothes, how to take care of myself, but no one ever taught me. After all that, only one question remained in Contran's mind. What exactly is death? Though a little fearful, he still tried to reassure himself. Only by seeing it with my own eyes can I understand how terrifying it is for a life to disappear right before me. Just then, Thuk Dong picked up a wooden chess piece and held it up in front of Contran, saying, "You know, everyone here has 2 lives. The second life begins when." As he placed the chess piece down, cold words came out. "When you realize that you only have 1 life." Contran's eyes widened in surprise at those words, as Thuk Dong's voice still echoed in his ears. From that moment on, you will start telling yourself that time is very important, and at the same time, you'll clearly realize how much time you've wasted. But then, as if he had just comprehended a profound truth, a hint of sadness appeared in his eyes. The more afraid you are, the calmer you must be. Contran made his next move while lost in thought. I must re-examine my past, and I must think about my future. He also quickly made another move while continuously stating, "It's highly likely those 3 death soldiers are targeting me, so you help me find them, and I'll owe you 1. Saying that, Thuk Dong suddenly offered a big opportunity. "You can exchange for something here. What do you want to exchange for?" Contran, at this point, didn't bother with pleasantries and went straight to the point. "I want a member list of the Lee conglomerate." He was somewhat curious to hear this answer. "Strange. Why aren't you exchanging for the method for me to become a transcendent? There aren't many people in this world who can make me owe them, but only you don't know how to value an opportunity." However, being a wise man, he had everything under control. Becoming a transcendent cannot compare to your secret. I don't see that as a good deal. Moreover, when the time comes, you'll naturally give it to me. There's no need to exchange. Thuk Dong, sitting on the side, quietly picked up a new chess piece. A moment later, he finally spoke, praising, "You're smarter than I thought, and patient too. You can endure. However, what you said is not wrong. Some things aren't exchanged for. When the time comes, you'll get them, although the fact that you've never seen bloodshed disappointed me, if I think about it carefully." But then an old fox like Thuk Dong made a surprising declaration. "If you're indifferent to life, I'd find it even more boring." After saying that, he turned to order Xiao Xiao, "Go get the list." The latter quickly replied, "Yes." However, he wasn't one to easily give it away, so he had to probe thoroughly. "I'm very curious. Why do you want this thing?" But Contran was quite indifferent. "I don't need to explain much more, do I?" Seeing him so difficult, Thuk Dong found it even more amusing. "Alright, I won't ask any more. This is me repaying you. Do whatever you want." The scene shifted to another room, filled with a cold emptiness. Contran walked in from outside, his mind full of scattered thoughts. "I originally thought that Lin Xiao Xiao would come to check the nightmare today. But the result was, he didn't come. Orly Thuk Dong felt there was no need to check anymore. I can feel that." His whole body couldn't stop thinking about the future. He was getting closer and closer to the path of a transcendent. Contran's eyes were closed in satisfaction. This time, returning won't be as anxious as last time, because he lay tired on the soft bed to rest, oblivious as his mind slowly dissolved. "I have seen with my own eyes what death is." Early the next morning, as the birds chirped on the branches, Contran gently raised an arm to check and saw the numbers 40 to 2027. He was so engrossed that his mind was filled with thoughts. "Every time I cross over, there's no sound. It can't even wake up a sleeping person." After a while, Contran quickly put on his jacket before leaving after 2 stressful days. Returning to the outside world was a great relief, but he was still very much looking forward to the next crossover 2 days later. His hand was on the doorknob, preparing to leave, lost in thought, because there were still many opportunities waiting for him there. Just then, familiar figures caught Contran's eye. Out of politeness, Contran turned to greet them. Good morning, Miss Jiang Tiyet. Was everything alright with this crossover? No, I'm fine. I'm about to take Tu Van to school. Oh, right. Come home tonight after school. I bought some fish and some pork ribs. Let's have dinner to celebrate. However, he seemed to not understand what was happening. Celebrate what? But only received the reply, we'll talk about it tonight. No matter how much Contran asked, she only said, you'll know when the time comes. Those words kept him thinking throughout the way to school. Before entering the school gate, Contran suddenly froze. The information on his phone crushed him. Just a few words meant a life was about to disappear. Someone who bought news on the dark web reported that killing a crossover would mean they would no longer have the chance to cross over again. The image of countless corpses once again appeared in Contran's mind. Reality is always much more brutal than written descriptions. However, the scene in the school remained very peaceful, as if nothing had happened. As soon as Contran sat down at his desk, he was surrounded by classmates, which made him a little tired. Lu Dukchu from the next class is at school. He originally thought that he, like that guy Hong Tian, would be psychologically traumatized and then applied to drop out. He didn't expect him to act as if nothing happened. He glanced subtly at the next class and looked at him with judging eyes. Not only did he brag about becoming a crossover, but he also crossed over into prison No. 18, even met Lai Thuk Dong and talked to him. While everyone was enthusiastically praising Lu Dukchu, Contran sighed softly. Even though everyone was looking for him, he went against the crowd to leave this place. In this situation, revealing that he was a crossover was an extremely foolish thing to do, especially saying that he knew one of the biggest figures in the inner world. As Contran walked, he was lost in thought. Just then, Contran's eyes caught sight of a familiar back. He quickly ran up and called out, Nam Can Then. Contran approached him to ask, Nam Can Then, what's wrong? Did someone beat you up? However, he only received an indifferent reply. It's nothing, nothing. It's just that I didn't sleep well last night. But deep down, he thought, without the armored body and without superpowers, my mental state won't be good. Soon, they arrived at the classroom. In front of them, several excited female students rushed past. I heard that Lu Dukchu from the next class has crossed over and returned. Let's go see. Seeing this, Contran asked, was he tortured when he crossed over there? Contran was startled by those words. Cross over what? The two of them immediately followed the girls with their eyes, but their minds were filled with thoughts. I'm sure Nam Contran has crossed over. But what exactly did he go through in that inner world to make him so terrified? After a moment of thought, Contran quietly asked, what did you do when you crossed over there? Frightened by these words, his face turned pale. I didn't cross over. Anyone who says I crossed over, I'll fight them. He didn't want to pressure his friend, so he simply said, alright then. He thought to himself, I guess I have no choice. Unable to get any answers, he didn't know the time, place, or identity of the crossover, so he couldn't help even if he wanted to. While the two of them were seated, the girls were still chattering outside the door. Is it true? He said he met Lai Thuk Dong. That kid got lucky. At the same time, Contran sat in a corner, constantly trembling in fear. A moment later, he dared to speak up and ask, didn't I tell you before that there's already a group for crossovers? You did say that. Those words made Contran a little amused. As expected, he still couldn't hold it in. Having found someone to vent his feelings to, he kept talking. Didn't I tell you there's someone selling socks in the inner world? But you only replied, Hearing that, Contran continued, that's fake. Don't worry about how I know. After all, you're not a crossover person. You can't bring socks from over there back here. A cold rang out again. Didn't I tell you that? He continued, a crossover person once said that when we get there, we can contact a rich lady for us, right? But you still replied, By then, Contran finally felt a bit relieved. This one's real. He frantically yelled into Contran's ear. This is also something I heard from others. I'm not a crossover person. You were too tired, so you could only give a vague answer to get it over with. I understand, but then thought, so this time, for the crossover, the rich lady. Meanwhile, the girls standing outside continued their excited chatter. Hey, don't push, let me listen. Suddenly, Kintran turned to probe. Do they give a lot of money? Those words startled Kintran. I told you, I'm not a crossover person. While they were eavesdropping, the school's PA system suddenly made a noise. All of them standing outside were immediately drawn to the sound. The crowd outside buzzed with excitement upon seeing these important figures. Wow, who are they? Even the director of the Department of Education is here to greet them. It seems they're headed to the class next door. Kintran, sitting in class, saw this and told himself, as expected, they've arrived. He kept his eyes glued outside, observing them, the people in black. That made him constantly ponder. The appearance of the people in black quickly attracted a lot of student attention. Yet they strode forward brazenly, for their unique demeanor and sharp presence were too prominent in this school setting. Even now, I still clearly remember the first time I encountered them, and also their oppressive aura. And just as Kintran had predicted, Liu Dukchu was indeed taken away afterward. However, for the director of the Department of Education to personally greet them, it seems this organization has government backing. Under everyone's gaze, they showed no fear, which also reassured me a little. But life isn't a dream when, what I didn't expect was. He brazenly stood outside chatting. Near the end of the first period, Liu Dukchu returned. According to him, he was taken to the office. Then the people in black told him to leave his address and contact number, and then said he was not allowed to leave Lac Fan. Those words made Kintran even more bewildered. The people in black told him that there are many crossover people in Lac Fan. They are gathering them to prepare a training plan for crossover people. Afterward, they even showed him some photos for him to identify the people in them. They suspected that the people in the photos were crossover people because that person had appeared at another crossover person's house. According to the data obtained during surveillance, this person's activity area is within a 3 kilometers radius. But because it's near an old residential area, many places don't have surveillance cameras or they are broken, so their data is interrupted, which is why they inquired with Liu Dukchu. He glanced over when he suddenly realized everything, and the person they were looking for was me. Kintran sighed softly, thinking that day he had deliberately changed into an outfit he hadn't worn in 2 years. Avoiding all camera angles before leaving, it seems his constant preparation wasn't in vain. But just then, he heard Kintran shouting. When others crossed over, they landed right next to the big boss, and even talked to that person. Who knows, maybe one day they'll even become a superhero. Why is there such a huge difference between people? Those words made him freeze, stiff as a board. Are you jealous? Hearing that, he cried loudly and asked, aren't you jealous? I used to say that if I made a lot of money, I'd treat you to a meal, but now I can't even invite you to watch. But Kintran only gently comforted him. Then behave and go to school. Aren't there still many ordinary people living? It's not necessary to become a crossover person. Kintran heard that and fell silent, not saying a word. A moment later, he suddenly spoke, saying, we still haven't paid for our textbooks yet. You know, I still have to wait 2 more days. What about you? My mom got mad at my dad and went back to grandma's, so I can only ask my dad. Your dad didn't give it to you. What did he say? Kintran replied with a gloomy face. He told me to return the books. He thought tiredly. He didn't expect that just textbook money could be so difficult for 2 crossover people. At this point, Kintran could only think, it's time to figure out how to make money. He stared blankly at the empty space in front of him. Now those old men are smarter. They won't play chess with me anymore, so I have to find a way to make money in the inner world. Suddenly, his eyes became pensive. How could one enter a golden mountain and leave empty-handed? Kintran walked past the food street, filled with fragrant aromas and vendors' cries. Fragrant roasted sweet potatoes here, discounted eggs here, but he didn't pay them any mind. It seems I've developed a habit of skipping class lately. A feeling of loss suddenly welled up in his heart. When he was little, when he went back to his maternal grandparents' house with his mother, his father would take him to the street to eat a 1.5 yuan bowl of noodles in his free time. Back then, he wasn't involved in gambling, his parents hadn't divorced, and his maternal grandparents didn't dislike him. Confronting silently stood and looked at a noodle shop by the road. That 1.5 yuan from back then was now 15 yuan. Everything seemed like it could never go back. Finally, he left towards the school gate. Confronting cast a wary glance at the hooligans in the corner. Suddenly, a call pulled his consciousness back to reality. The little girl happily ran over and told her brother, "Let's go home, Mom's almost done cooking." He gently stroked his sister's head. "What if I still have evening classes? You and Mom go ahead and eat. You don't have to wait for me." But that didn't stop Ming Van, because she knew Confronting's schedule perfectly. He hasn't had evening classes these past few days. With that, the little sister pulled his hand and led him home. What met his eyes was the newly renovated room and a hot table of food. The old tools were no longer in the house. It seemed they had all been replaced with new ones. Jiang Tuyet, who was cooking in the kitchen, also heard the sound from the door. "Confronting is back. Come sit down. Only this pot of soup left." Confronting didn't answer, but just bowed his head and looked at the dining table. It looked delicious. Compared to the bland food in prison, no. 18. This was a real meal. He turned to Jiang Tuyet and asked, "Ms. Jiang Tuyet, what exactly are we celebrating today?" It just so happened that she was carrying the pot of soup out of the kitchen. "Did I ever tell you that I opened a machinery repair shop in the inner world?" Jiang Tuyet placed the last dish on the table and talked about the situation at the shop. But this shop made her words sick. Because when you cross over there, you don't inherit memories. So when people came to her door for repairs, she didn't know what to do. The people who came to repair equipment were all very fierce. Moreover, the night security in City No. 18 was extremely poor. The streets after 8 p.m. were all unsafe, so she was always very worried. However, she felt that this business was a blessing in disguise, but she also didn't know why she transmigrated there this time. People from the Li family financial conglomerate suddenly came to her small shop and said they wanted to invest in it. This eliminated many risks for Jiang Tuyet's repair shop. In that world, financial conglomerates are everything. As long as it was an enterprise invested in by the conglomerate, those criminal elements would avoid it, not touching it. They didn't just give her a sum of money. They also changed her signboard to one with the Li family's emblem. After that, she was much safer in that world. Confronting fell into deep thought after hearing a series of information. The Li family. He seemed to have thought of something about the Li family, but outwardly, he only offered congratulations. It was indeed worth celebrating. Ms. Jiang Tuyet smiled brightly like a flower. "This time, I won't need to trouble you anymore. Little Vin's maternal grandparents also won't have to leave their hometown. Now I can repay Confronting. Didn't you admire transmigrators before? If one day you transmigrate to City No. 18, just come find me. Ms. Jiang Tuyet can't do other things, but I can still protect you." He didn't reply, but thought to himself that he was indeed in City No. 18, but unfortunately, his situation was not something an ordinary person could help with. The battle between the shadow clones from the Kin family and the successor of the Night organization, just these two things alone exceeded the understanding of ordinary transmigrators. Confronting changed the subject while eating. "Oh, that's right, Ms. Jiang Tuyet. Did the men in black come looking for you before?" She calmly replied to him, "They didn't come looking for me, but I went to find them." Jiang Tuyet wanted to seek help from their organization. After entrusting Little Van to you, he wanted to contact them and ask if they could help her in that world. It's just that they said their organization had just been established and didn't have a foothold in that world, so they couldn't help even if they wanted to. After finishing the meal, she went into the kitchen to clean up. Confronting went to the living room and sat next to Ming Van. "You're also a transmigrator, right?" Ming Van, who was halfway through eating a bag of pastries, stopped because of his question. "What are you talking about, Brother Confronting?" He directly stated his suspicion. Last time, you deliberately asked for your mom's repair shop's name, and as a result, the Lee family conglomerate came to invest this time. Moreover, they're very protective of her. You don't have to admit it, but I can tell your mom about this clue. The little girl panicked and stopped concern. Absolutely don't tell my mom. The little girl shrank her neck under his piercing gaze. I guessed correctly. Which is why yesterday I used that what I'm exchange opportunity to get the list of members of the Lee family financial conglomerate from Lee Thuk Ming. Sure enough, this name, Lee Ming Van, was on it. Kintrim was utterly confused. Why not tell your mom? Ming Van lowered her face and softly said, in that world, not many people dare to discipline me, but if my mom finds out, she'll definitely discipline me in both worlds. She quickly turned around, wanting to bribe him. Don't tell my mom. I can give you money. I have a lot of money in that world. He immediately shrugged and denied it. I'm not a transmigrator, so what would I need money from over there for? Ming Van looked at him suspiciously. You're not a transmigrator? Kintrim replied with a nonchalant attitude. Of course not. In his heart, he wasn't as calm as he appeared. Sure enough, this kid suspects me of being a transmigrator because I'm always asking questions. Luckily, I quickly refused to take the money just now. The atmosphere suddenly became silent. Kintrim thought for a moment, then decided to change the subject. How much money do you have in this outside world? Dong Yun turned pale after hearing that. You dare to swindle money from a child? He indifferently explained, I just asked casually. But the little girl seriously suggested, I don't have much in this outside world anyway. How about you? Kintran changed the condition. He looked at the little girl and blurted out, change to what condition? Dong Yun helplessly rubbed her head against the teddy bear. How would I know? Anyway, don't tell my mom. Kintran stood up and reminded the little girl again. Alright, just remember this for now. Remember to take care of your mother in that inner world. I heard people say it's very chaotic in there. Dong Yun happily giggled. Don't worry, when you get the chance to transmigrate to the inner world, I'll protect both of you. He felt somewhat relieved seeing her like this. After that, Kintran left Dong Yun's place. A while later, he sat on the bed and mumbled, all in all, there was some gain tonight. At least I confirmed that Dong Yun is a transmigrator. Now, I'm still in the competition for the shadow position. Having an extra friend is better than having no one. His eyebrows furrowed as he read the new information on his phone. A mysterious organization abroad is offering a high price to buy body armor, prosthetic parts, and future technology items from the inner world. Effective anti-aging items, gene solution E002. Note, the above medications have not been researched and tested in the outside world. At the same time, all of them have the effects of saving lives, prolonging lifespan, maintaining youth, and enhancing physical function. Our organization has tested the efficacy of these medications and found that they are effective for people in the outside world. How to use: place the film-coated pill under your tongue or swallow it directly. Kintran silently scoffed at these people's methods to bring items from the inner world. This organization is using such extreme tactics. He knew all these tactics were for money. If a dying wealthy man with cancer had his only hope in life-saving medicine from the inner world, then he would be willing to pay any price. And what price is worthy of a life? This is their goal. He put down his phone and sat deep in thought. While he was still researching how to become a superhuman, someone had already started a business. To genuinely deliver goods, one's identity would definitely be exposed, but he couldn't use this method now. Of course, he could also use a USB to copy the technology. But can ordinary transmigrators come into contact with the nuclear technology of the inner world in the future? Maybe, but not yet. Reconsidering for now, it's still best to approach Lee Thuk Dong, currently in prison. No, 18. Even outside news is hard to come by, so the important thing now is still to build a good relationship with Lee Thuk Dong. Suddenly, Kintran saw something. Wait. The more he read, the more his face contorted. This mysterious organization is also buying prosthetic body parts. A few days ago, someone lost their legs. Now, this group of people is offering a high price to buy them, which will likely further encourage criminals to attack transmigrators. He also thought of the thugs by the wall near the school. He couldn't help but pull back the curtain to check that area, but they were long gone. Those two people had left. Confronting had an ominous feeling and called the police. "Hello, my address is Building 12, Area 4, Test Road. Tonight, I noticed a suspicious man near my residence. I have a feeling they don't have good intentions." A shriek echoed from upstairs. "Ah!" His scalp tightened as he recognized it was Lai Dongvan's voice. His voice urgently pressed the police on the other end. "Send officers here immediately. Please. Thank you." His eyes were fixed on the ceiling. They were targeting Jiang Tayet. Confronting stood up to find a weapon. He grabbed a medium-sized shovel from the shelf. His heart was filled with endless fear, making him pale. They were two adults, even more formidable than him. Confronting tremblingly pushed open the room door. Could he deal with them? The shovel in his hand trembled just as much. But Confronting couldn't ignore them. He wasn't a good person, and he was also very selfish. He'd even indifferently overlooked friends being scared half to death in prison. No, 18. He resolutely rushed out the door to find Jiang Tayet. But he couldn't just sit and watch a child like Lai Dongvan fall into the wrong hands. Confronting quickly arrived and swung, knocking the man down. The large body collapsed on the stairs. Miss Jiang Tayet stood trembling at the door, watching. He looked up, wanting to check on their situation. She spoke softly, "Thank you, young man." Across a flight of stairs, Confronting asked, "Only one person?" Jiang Tayet stepped down to steps and replied, "There was another one, but he ran away." He didn't forget to ask about the little girl. "Is Xiaovan okay? She must be scared." At this, he ran off in a single breath to find the other man. "I've called the police. You go check on Xiaovan." She called after him, but it was too late. "Hey!" Reaching the ground floor, Confronting saw him running to the left. Familiar with the terrain, he immediately turned right. If his prediction was correct, this path could cut him off. Confronting quickly jumped over the partition wall. His steps slowly approached the edge of the wall. Now Confronting just had to wait for him. His eyes were focused on the street. The shovel was in position, ready. Confronting held his breath and counted down in his head. Ah! He gripped his weapon tightly too. He had the man in his sights. One. Confronting swung the shovel with all his might, hitting him squarely in the leg. He lost his balance and fell with agonizing pain. He took this opportunity to run home. Jiang Tayet and Dongvan were waiting at the door. The little girl tearfully told him, "Brother, another one got away." He smiled gently at Dongvan. "Don't worry, I caught him." Jiang Tayet worriedly looked at Confronting's hand. "Your hand is cut. Wait a moment. Let me get some bandages and rubbing alcohol for you." She also told herself in her heart, "Still lucky. It's just a scratch. He's not injured." His attitude towards himself was disgust. After all, he was still just an ordinary person. Now, except for having a superhuman brain, he didn't have a body to match it. He silently declined her kind offer. "I won't trouble you. I have those things at home too. The police will be here soon. I'm going home now." Confronting forced a smile. "Please remember, I didn't do anything tonight." Jiang Tayet didn't quite understand, but she respected him, okay? He turned and went back to his room. "It seems I need to speed up my improvement in the inner world." The next morning, as dawn broke, a loud call echoed from outside the door. "Brother Confronting." Dongvan, tears streaming down her face, pushed open the door. "Brother Confronting, quickly, help my mom." Upon arriving, he only heard Miss Jiang Tayet explain. The prosthetic limb ran out of energy. Confronting calmly pushed open the door and sighed. "Their durability is really poor. How intensely do people in that inner world fight?" She summarized their energy usage needs. The inner world has completed its wireless charging energy upgrade. Devices at home are always charging. This paid energy system is strictly managed. Everyone has a payment code, just like a national ID number. Just pay monthly and you can enjoy a convenient life. And the financial conglomerate will charge based on each person's electricity usage. Confronting used his intelligent brain to think. Jiang Tiet told him that in the inner world, there are land and towers everywhere to produce energy and Van Liu towers to transport energy. Even in desolate areas, there are some Van Liu towers, but transport there often uses oil-fueled engines. Especially for the military, oil-fueled engines consume a lot of energy, have fast rotational speed, and are suitable for specialized military vehicles and long-distance vehicles. Thinking about it, there are some difficulties, but in fact, it's because smuggling is too rampant. Leaving the city is very troublesome. One must pass through customs built by the tax authority and have documents verified. The financial authority in the inner world plays an extremely large role, not only having an executive body, but also its own intelligence agency. He pondered for a moment, considering all factors in the inner world, but among all the information today, the most valuable thing was that the strong currency in the inner world is gold. A strong currency. A strong currency is a currency that lenders are willing to accept for payment other than their own country's currency. 5 financial conglomerates issue cash based on their gold reserves. At this, the corner of his mouth unconsciously curled up. Finally, he knew how to earn money in the inner world. Getting back to the main point, Confronting asked directly, "So, Little Van, why did you call me to help?" Jiang Tiet replied, relaxing her arm because it had run out of energy. "Mainly, my arm is like this, so I can't cook for Little Van today." She quietly asked for his help, "So, please take care of her for me." The little girl rubbed her stomach and meowed at him. "Brother Confronting, can you cook us some food? I'm hungry." He thought it was something major. This is no problem. Suddenly there was a knock on the door accompanied by a man's voice. "Hello, is anyone home?" Confronting noticed a strange SUV parked next to the building's window. It's the mysterious organization's off-road vehicle. He put on an apron and went straight into the kitchen. "Little Van, go open the door for the guests. I'll cook for you and Mom." The little girl happily ran to open the door. "Okay, thank you, Brother Confronting." There were several figures outside. Lu Yuan smiled and extended his hand to Jiang Tiet. "Hello, I am Lu Yuan. We've met before, from Kunlun." Confronting opened the refrigerator to get food, but didn't miss a single word. Kunlun, so their organization is called Kunlun. Jiang Tiet warmly welcomed them. "Please have a seat, Little Van. Quickly pour some water for our guests." As soon as he sat down, Lu Yuan asked, "What happened to your hand?" The answer was the same as before. The prosthetic limb has run out of energy. He ordered his accompanying secretary in a deep voice, "Note this down." He heard one sentence and understood many things. It seemed they also didn't know about the prosthetic limb running out of energy. Maybe they were just as Zhongzhu said, that this organization had only been recently established, so they didn't know much about the inner world. While her mother was chatting, Dong Yun brought over 2 glasses of water. "Did you 2 gentlemen come for something specific?" Lu Yuan didn't want to beat around the bush. "We want to ask about something." He brought up yesterday's incident as if interrogating her. "Last night, there were 2 bad guys. One of them, after escaping your place, was ambushed by someone else and had his leg broken." The probing words ringing in his ears made King Chen feel uneasy. "Do you know who did it?" Lu Yuan gave a reassuring chuckle to Zhongzhu first. "No need to worry. We're not here to pursue legal responsibility. We just want to find out a bit." Lu Yuan and his teammate sat opposite Zhongzhu and Dong Yun. The teammate next to Lu Yuan continuously scribbled on paper, the rustling sound never ceasing. Zhongzhu said with a slightly troubled expression, "I don't know who did it either. Maybe it was someone doing a good deed." "What's wrong? Why do you want to investigate this matter?" That's what she said out loud, but inwardly she had made up her mind. No matter what, she couldn't let anyone investigate King Chen because he was avenging her daughter. Lu Yuan realized she was overthinking things, so he spoke up to reassure her. "Don't misunderstand. We are not law enforcement. Therefore, we have no intention of doing anything to this kind person." The stern-faced teammate wearing glasses next to him continued, "That's right. It's just that according to what that guy said, we find this person's methods to be very skilled, and the timing of their ambush is not something an ordinary person could achieve. That's why we want to find them, to see if they are a time traveler. We just want to learn more about these strange recent occurrences. Just then, Dong Yun's eyes widened and she spoke in the clear, distinct voice of a child, lying without blinking an eye. After yesterday's incident, my mom and I stayed home and didn't go out, so we don't know who did it. King Chen, wearing an apron and hiding behind the door, heard everything. He pondered. At this moment, Li Dongyun explaining would make people believe it even more. Because in everyone's subconscious, they believe children don't lie. Then he remembered the similarities between himself and the little girl. Li Dongyun's upbringing was similar to his, parents arguing, domestic violence. His intuition told him that she and he were the same kind of people, the type with a fierce and intense inner self beneath a calm exterior. Dong Yun's eyes drooped, and from deep within them emerged a look of profound sorrow and disappointment. Uncle, did that kind person help my mom and me? Why do you uncles want to find them? Is it to arrest them? Are you bad people? Seeing the little girl starting to doubt him, Lu Yuan quickly put his hands on the table, chuckled softly, and explained to Dong Yun, "No, little one, don't misunderstand." He slowly explained his purpose for being there. We uncles have no ill intentions. The Kunlun organization has just been established. So we need to seek out and gather talented individuals with common aspiration. He added more information for Zhongzhu, while also warning her, also, there really is another organization in the inner world, along with several financial conglomerates who have discovered the existence of the outer world. According to our statistics, currently 21 time travelers have died strangely, having endured interrogation and torture before their deaths. There are also more than 10 time travelers who said they were imprisoned by organizations in the inner world. We hope you, Zhongzhu, can heighten your vigilance and avoid being discovered by them. She listened intently to his words. Dong Yun beside her just stared blankly at her mother. Lu Yuan reached his hand out to her. Although these are all secret actions, it's enough to tell us that revealing one's identity will be very dangerous. After Zhongzhu heard this, her eyebrows furrowed with worry. All right, I understand, she silently sighed to herself. So, revealing one's identity in the inner world is that dangerous. Suddenly, the assistant next to him held out his phone and informed him, "Xiao Xiao has appeared again." Lu Yuan was a bit surprised by this. Suddenly, Dong Yun spoke up and asked him, "Uncle, who is that brother Xiao Xiao? I think he knows a lot of things." Lu Yuan, still holding his phone, asked the little girl, "Little one, you also know Xiao Xiao? We're also looking for this person now, but he's very good at hiding. Even now, we haven't been able to find out who he is. Logically, he should have left some traces. But now all traces related to him have been erased." Halfway through his sentence, Lu Yuan and his colleague stood up abruptly and said goodbye. "You've said too much. Then we won't bother you to any longer. I'll head out now." Jiang Tuyet sat on the chair and softly saw them off. "It's not convenient for me to move around, so I won't see you off." He waved his hand generously. "No need to see us off." Reaching the door, Lu Yuan's eyes suddenly widened. Looking at the simple black sneakers by the doorway, he asked, "Hey, whose sneakers are these outside the door?" Jiang Tuyet and Dong Van answered alternately, "They're my husband's." "Her dad's." Lu Yuan left with an "Oh, my apologies," then gently closed the door and left. Seeing the two disappear, both mother and daughter plopped down on the sofa, sighing in relief as if they had just avoided a major disaster. Contran slowly walked out. "Sorry, I caused trouble for you two." Seeing him, Dongvan gave a high thumbs up, indicating everything was fine. Jiang Tuyet, sitting next to him, replied with a smile, "Don't say that. It's my daughter and I who caused trouble for you. If my daughter and I hadn't had any problems, we wouldn't have had to drag you into this." Looking at the potatoes he had finished preparing, resting by the sink, she asked, "Is there no food left in the fridge? Then go buy some more. Buy some pork ribs. You and Dong Van are growing. You need to eat a lot of meat. Wait a moment, I'll have Dong Van get you some money." A moment later, Contran went to the doorway. He bent down to change his shoes. After leaving the apartment, he looked around but didn't find Lu Yuan's car still parked nearby. Through dozens of people, Contran's face caught his eye. Both intently observed his movements. The car stopped there for a long time, but he showed no intention of striding off to buy groceries. Lu Yuan lit a cigarette. He took a puff, white smoke swirling round the tip of the cigarette. "It's not him." His colleague sitting next to him asked, puzzled. "You know there's someone in the room, seemingly hiding from us, so why didn't you just go in and check? We wasted so much effort on this task." He replied, his eyes not leaving Contran's figure for a second. Boss Day also said, "Kunlin was just established. We need to build relationships with cross-dimensional travelers. Not by using coercive methods. It's just that not every cross-dimensional traveler is accepted. Kunlun isn't a place that accepts just anyone." He remained calm. Anyone unaware would think he was making a mistake. But that's a good long-term move. Later, when we want to do something, those who don't share our ideals won't be allowed. We have to wait here. If it doesn't work out, then so be it. The new era has begun. Some people are destined to be extraordinary. Perhaps we don't need to look for them. They will appear on their own. Contran was at the supermarket to buy groceries. He carried groceries in one hand, scrolled on his phone with the other, walking and thinking. During his conversation with Jiang Tuyet, Alvin had revealed quite a bit of information. Even Ms. Luan didn't know the identity of Xiao Xiao, and he wasn't fooled by Ms. Luan either. He scrolled back and forth on the webpage. In this society with advanced internet, wanting to erase all traces of oneself is fundamentally very difficult. So Xiao Xiao must possess technology, or perhaps abilities beyond this era, making it incomprehensible to people from the outside world. Xiao Xiao calls cross-dimensional travelers time travelers because when they enter the inner world, time in the outside world stops. When they return, time in the inner world will stop. Currently, time travelers are concentrated in 19 cities: Bu Than, Kin Than, Nam Than, LCC Than, Zuyan Than, Trung Than, Tim Than, CNN Than, Hai Than, D Than, Mang Than, Han Than, Fuck Than, Quang Than, Lan Than, Ham Than, HH Than, Tan Than, Tai Than. Other areas might have a few time travelers appearing, but the possibility is very low. According to Xiao Xiao, if you want to become a time traveler, you should quickly go to these 19 cities because the third group of time travelers will appear tonight. Because the inner world game is extremely difficult, he feels that time travelers operating in teams will have a higher chance of survival. Finally, Xiao Xiao also issued a warning: absolutely do not reveal your identity. He speculated that he suspected that. He must have known that some time travelers had been exposed and suffered tragic fates, which is why he reminded everyone. He stopped in front of the meat counter, pointed at the meat he wanted to buy, his thoughts never stopping for a second. But not all time travelers are so smart. In prison, no. 18. There's a threat like Uncle Liu GC, who couldn't withstand interrogation. The butcher cut the slab of meat into pieces and put it in a plastic bag for him. He just didn't expect that Xiao Xiao would consider the inner world a game. But it can be predicted that he is the most famous time traveler. Then this technique will surely cause a great stir. He might even, with his own power, quickly gather those who desire to cross dimensions in the 19 cities mentioned in that technique. However, there was one thing that worried him. The matter of the inner world has indeed given rise to many fraudsters. Contran picked up his phone again. Nam can then send him a series of messages. In the cross-dimensional traveler group, someone is selling the elixir of immortality that Zhu Fu researched. The price isn't even expensive. They're even selling it wholesale. Back then, Qin Shi Huang sent Zhu Fu with 3,000 children, but he couldn't achieve it. Now, you can buy it for a small sum. Contran messaged back, "How do you know if this is real? Moreover, Zhu Fu is from this world. What does he have to do with the inner world?" Namkin then replied very innocently. He said he was Zhu Fu. He said that back then, he didn't go to the island nation, but instead traveled across dimensions with those 3,000 children. He replied, speechless, as long as you're happy. Contran put his phone into his pocket, carrying the bag of meat, and ambled away, thinking to himself, sometimes I can't tell if Namkan is truly foolish or just pretending to be. Currently, the countdown is only 13 hours 8 minutes 19 seconds. When he returned to the building, he didn't see Lu Vin's car anymore. Finally, Ms. Luan's people had left. Through Contran's skillful hands, the dishes became incredibly dazzling and appetizing. Just looking at them made him hungry. Dongvan picked up a piece of meat and fed it to Jiang Tiet. She also smiled and opened her mouth to eat. Looking at the harmonious scene before him, he thought, someone as inherently weak as Jiang Tiet could become strong to protect her child. And Dongvan believed that in this transmigration, she would arrange the best armor parts for her mother, right? Thinking of this, he felt a bit dejected, while he himself could only rely on himself. Suddenly, Jiang Tiet asked him something. Little Tran, I rarely see your parents normally. Are they very busy? He replied concisely, they must be very busy. Knowing his situation, she suggested, I saw the washing machine at your place is broken, and we're so close. From now on, just bring your clothes over for me to wash. Don't be formal with me. After school, don't cook anymore. Just come to my place to eat. Jiang Tiet offered a gentle smile, characteristic of a kind mother. Even if you don't come, I'd still cook for Dongvan anyway. It's just adding an extra pair of chopsticks. Contran looked down, feeling a bit emotional. Okay, thank you, Ms. Jiang Tiet. The clock struck 23:59, and the full moon shone brightly into Contran's room. He lay quietly on the bed, thinking, I'm getting more and more used to this transmigration. He closed his eyes, and the space gradually shattered. If he had a choice to only choose one world to survive in, perhaps he would choose the inner world. A strange sequence of numbers appeared. 101. The desperate screams of prisoners echoed. Is anyone there? Let me out. Contran lay still in his room, hands behind his head, the shouts reverberating continuously. Where is this place? Let me out. By what right do you arrest me? Do you know who my father is? Hearing the sound, he sneered. Contran thought sarcastically. Newcomers? Welcome to prison No. 18. It was 12 p.m. in the inner world. Contran sat silently, pondering. He stared at his arm. The sequence of numbers on his arm kept moving. This countdown was 7 days. He frowned in thought. Why is that? Is there a pattern? It seems I have to keep learning about the rules of transmigration. Contran calmly walked outside. Everyone subtly avoided his gaze. He looked towards Lu Guangyi. He smiled and made a sign to him. There was a commotion in the distance. Welcome, newcomers! Contran thought to himself. Although Lu Guangyi's actions would anger the people of the other two factions, it might spark a conflict someday. He pondered, but he entered prison No. 18 to pave the way for me. A sacrificial pawn must be aware of its role. Once you step forward, you cannot turn back. Succeed and live. Fail and die. Glory must be bought with one's life. Moreover, Xu Dong implicitly accepted Lu Guangyi's actions as if he wanted to know my intentions. Contran looked around. Today, 7 new prisoners arrived. While Lu Guangyi was apprehending prisoners, 6 of them seemed to be arrested for the second time. Choosing to accept their fate, experienced prisoners understood that it was best to endure. If they resisted, it would only be more unpleasant. He watched Lu Guangyi apprehending the prisoners. But while Lu Guangyi was apprehending the last prisoner, that prisoner kept running away. But this prisoner had no armor on his body. With a normal human physique, how could he escape that iron and steel beast? The prisoner yelled, "Don't hit me! Why are you catching me? Let me go!" Another one also threatened, "Don't mess with me. One slap from me will send you straight to a ghost house." The others murmured, "What is this guy saying? You guys understand, kind of, but not entirely." Contran silently looked down. This is a local dialect from Chuanshou. This guy is a transmigrator. He was confused. But why did this guy transmigrate to prison No. 18? According to the rules that I and Little Xiao summarized, there are only 19 cities nationwide where transmigrators gather. Moreover, it seems that a transmigrator can only transmigrate to one location, which is why the people from Lua King transmigrated here. He thought it over again. Could my summary be flawed? Can the transmigration location change? That's not right. There must be a special case. Xu Tong ordered, "Go catch him. Interrogate him thoroughly, including Liu Dizhu and Huang Qizhuan." He muttered, "I have a feeling they came to the same place." Ken Tran worried. As long as the other party isn't foolish, they can deduce something from these successive incidents. It's only a matter of time before people from the inner world learn about the outer world, because there are too many transmigrators. He judged that the appearance of this dialect-speaking transmigrator had already made Xu Tong reconsider all the strange occurrences recently. Lam Tiu suddenly paused. Ken Tran looked at Deep Van with increased vigilance. This time, he wasn't sitting idly, but let Lam Tiu take action. Lam Tiu pushed Lu Kuang and Gia aside. "Get out of the way. Leave him to me." He refused. "Our boss has to agree." Everyone around kept discussing. Isn't Lu Kuang and Gia the boss? Why is there another boss? So Ken Tran wasn't just a lucky kid who happened to know Xu Tong. He was a true god, surname Ken, and the boss of Lu Kuang and Gia, the Ken Corporation. Lam Tiu praised. "You know my boss's identity and still dare to stand in the way. You're stubborn." "Very good." Ken Tran silently watched the prisoner get knocked out. Lam Tiu casually carried the prisoner away. Ken Tran was startled. Xu Tong's people can actually allow someone to move freely in prison. No. 18? He pondered, but if he could move freely, then why didn't he leave this place? The lazy cat stretched out on the Xiang keyboard. Ken Tran asked, "Where did Lam Tiu go?" Xu Tong replied, "Something surprising happened, although even now I don't know what kind of surprise it is," he shared. "But it will definitely be something beyond my imagination. Previously, if someone with an unknown background appeared next to me, I would feel like someone was planning to take something from me, but this time it's not like that. The other party has no plan at all, as if they have no brain." Ken Tran thought, there isn't much time left. Not to mention that Chuanshou compatriot Liu Dizhu alone couldn't withstand Lam Tiu's interrogation. Lam Tiu also possessed a mysterious hypnotic ability. This ability would make people unintentionally reveal the truth. The exposure of the outer world is inevitable, and it will happen very quickly. Guer Huqin frantically chewed food. Yi Wan quickly advised, "Don't just eat like that. Wasn't that person just now one of your men? I heard that in that desolate place, there are even some areas where they speak strange languages." Guer Huqin wiped his mouth with his hand. "He's not my man. That kid doesn't look like someone from the desolate place. Have you ever seen a wild person with such fair skin?" He replied, "That's true." Guer Huqin laughed heartily. "All our people have been found by this brother, King Chen. Don't worry, right now I'm practically alone." He spoke up, "By the way, can my 3 brothers get some meat to eat?" Yi Wan replied, "Does the desolate place lack meat?" Guer Huqin complained, "We're attacked by consortium members every 2 or 3 days. How can we have time to raise livestock? Moreover, there are 2 more forbidden lands there now. We almost lost lives. The living space isn't as vast as you think." He quickly flattered, "Of course, if brother King Chen leaves, all food and drink will be according to you." King Chen glanced at Guer Huqin. Forbidden land. Another new term, it seems related to that forbidden object. He intimately slung his arm over King Chen's shoulder. "Brother King Chen, how about you come with me to that desolate place? Other things I wouldn't dare say, but a talent like you can have whatever you want there. Eat whatever you want." Xu Tong smiled while stroking the kitten. "You want to recruit him that badly? Don't you see? He's from the King family, being a shadow of the King family. Isn't that better than your desolate place?" Guer Huqin retorted, "How can they be the same? It's not even certain he'll become a shadow. The shadow selection has so many dangers. Why take such a risk? What's wrong with coming with me to the desolate place? It's not that dangerous there." Xu Tong sneered, "What does your desolate place have to offer? What makes you think people would follow you? King Chen spoke up. He's just drawing a cake. He looked at the time. Lin Xiaoxiao would be back soon. King Chen thought to himself, I'm about to face the most dangerous trial of my life, and I have no cards in my hand. He mused, I know what I have to face, but I can't escape. King Chen was gloomy. There was also nowhere to hide. The clock struck 3:30 p.m. In interrogation room, the new prisoner still hadn't woken up. Lin Xiaoxiao was helpless. This kid blatantly cursed him both in dreams and in reality, and he cursed continuously for half an hour without repeating himself. In interrogation room B, he looked at the interrogation results. Xiaoxiao was pleased. This harvest isn't bad, huh? This Liu Di said he was a high school student who transmigrated from a parallel world. Moreover, his home, Luokang, has many transmigrators, but they all transmigrate randomly. Before transmigrating, no one knew where they would end up. Xiaoxiao pondered. It's just that there's one more thing to pay attention to. Liu Di said he approached the boss because someone told him that finding Xu Tong in prison No. 18 could lead to a career path. We need to find out who spread this news. Lin Xiaoxiao recalled, although this transmigration matter was unbelievable, but according to Liu Di's confession, the logic truly merits consideration. Suddenly, he slammed the table, startling Liu Di awake. One last question. He smiled slyly. Have you ever heard a song called Farewell? At dinner time, everyone still ate quietly. King Chen ate and thought. Lin Xiaoxiao was sharp and intelligent, but not cunning or malicious. He pondered. He came back to the dining table without mentioning the interrogation results, so the outcome is clear. Within it, there's a secret related to someone sitting here. King Chen deduced, and that person must be me. He looked at Xu Tong. How will Xu Tong view this matter? A person with such strong control and power like him wouldn't let things develop uncontrollably. No matter how much goodwill there was before, it's irrelevant in front of someone in a high position. Xu Tong put down his chopsticks. He ordered Xiaoxiao, take Black Peach's brothers somewhere else. Lin Xiaoxiao replied, yes. He gestured to Gur Hushan. Please, he stubbornly refused to get up. I'm not going anywhere. Suddenly, a sound caught Hushan's attention. He was attacked fiercely. He rubbed his wound and heard Lin Xiaoxiao say, if you still want to stay here and look for forbidden item S005, don't take another step. Gur Hushan was annoyed. HMPH, if you won't listen, you won't listen. Xu Tong questioned, so, these past few days, you've been having Lu Guanyi interrogate the new rivals because you wanted to find them? King Chen replied, that's right. He praised, you're calmer than I thought. I wasn't like you when I was your age. King Chen calmly replied, it's not calmness, it's that being nervous is useless. Although Xiaoxiao didn't tell me the result, but I know there's definitely some big secret. In the past, facing uncontrollable problems meant there was no mercy. Xu Tong asked again, have you ever thought that? He gloomily said, maybe you won't survive past tomorrow? King Chen glanced at him. Look at the prisoners around you. The surrounding machinery is still operating. A huge, terrifying system of machinery. King Chen confessed, I have. He smiled. Living together these past few days has been quite pleasant. If possible, I still hope we can get to know each other again. Xu Tong spoke up. The first time we played chess, you won, so I still owe you a request. Tell me what you want right now. King Chen spoke, making him ponder. Can you play the farewell song again? He wondered, not asking to save your life? He pondered, my life, there's no need to exchange it, and it can't be exchanged. Xu Tong accepted. All right, I still really like your spirit. Consider this song my gift to you. As for that request, you can tell me anytime. He gently picked up the instrument. Melodious music echoed throughout the prison. King Chen enjoyed listening to the music. Thank you. In the dead of night, the prison was silent. Footsteps stopped in front of King Chen's cell. Someone covered him with a black bag. Two others were responsible for escorting him away. He was dumped in a place no one knew. The door to that room slowly closed. King Chen slowly regained consciousness. He sighed in the night in the dark space. He didn't know where he was, couldn't talk to anyone. He didn't even know the time anymore. The loneliness and fear seemed to want to swallow him whole. He thought to himself, but in fact, he wasn't afraid of loneliness. Ever since he learned his parents divorced, he had started to befriend loneliness. Kinchun subtly licked his lips. Now, dehydration was his biggest enemy. He looked at the time on his arm, even though the countdown had no practical use. But at least it could help him keep track of time. Kinchun sighed. He had no choice but to enter his own movie theater. Kinchun looked at the big screen, since there was nothing else he could do anyway. Might as well watch a movie then. A prison break theme suited the current atmosphere, so he'd watch The Shawshank Redemption. He watched the time continue to count down. He lay down calmly, having already watched 8 movies in his head. He even dozed off for a bit, but he still couldn't stop the hunger and thirst. But it hadn't reached the limit yet. The countdown displayed 98 hours, 9 minutes, and 1 second. Kinchun thought to himself, Carousel Lantern. The scenes in my head were starting to become chaotic. His body was hot, then cold, his skin dry and cracked. It must be due to severe dehydration. He was dejected, can't sleep, so hungry, it feels like his spirit is slowly being eaten away. The time was still counting down. 74 hours, 9 minutes, and 1 second. In the silent dead of night, Kwang Ngia frantically screamed, Althuk Ming, let me out of this sealed room immediately. Where did you hide my boss? I, Kwang Ngia, won't forgive you, and Kintha won't forgive you either. Lam Tiu turned back to look at the screen displaying 0 o'clock. He spoke up. Boss, it's been for days. He whispered, Boss, Kinchun has been in there for 4 days, never saying a word, nor showing any signs of collapse. Althuk Ming replied, He's extremely intelligent. From the very first day, he started adjusting his breathing to avoid losing too much water. It's not strange that he lasted for days. Lin Xiaoxiao explained, but even so, to go for days without saying a word, that's still quite rare. He doesn't look like he's enduring torture. It's more like he's waiting. But he hasn't drunk water for 4 days now. If he doesn't drink anymore, he'll die. Boss, you're someone who values talent. Let him go. Yiwan also quickly interceded. Boss, perhaps the darkroom can't do anything to him. Please release him. Li Shadong spoke up, switched to water torture. Lin Xiaoxiao was startled. Boss, he's dehydrated right now. He'll drink as soon as he sees water. If that happens, Xiaoxiao warned, Kintran will die. Li Shadong said grimly, life or death is his choice. How can he follow my path if he's never truly faced death? Kintran was tied tightly to the chair, his entire face covered by a white cloth. Lin Xiaoxiao stood aside, deep in thought, watching Yuan pour water over Kintran's face. He trembled, clenching his hands tightly, determined not to utter a single word. The water kept pouring over Kintran, but he still endured it strongly, silently. Xiaoxiao watched from the side, secretly admiring him. He couldn't believe that Kintran could still maintain his lucidity even at this point. Does he know what he's facing? Does he know he's using his last will to buy a chance to survive? The water suddenly surged again. Kintran felt his whole body was sinking into a vast ocean. Suddenly, Kintran heard a call. Little Tran! He woke up with a start and opened his eyes. Images from the past immediately flooded Kintran's mind. It was a scene of his mother holding his hand. She tenderly said to him, Little Tran, your father is different now. He doesn't need us anymore. At that time, when Kintran saw a vendor selling candied hawthorn by the road, he immediately called out, Mom, I want candied hawthorn. Wanfang gritted her teeth, looking at the small boy with teary eyes, and replied, Okay, Mom will go buy you candied hawthorn now. Little Kintran happily took the candied hawthorn stick from his mother's hand, but he didn't realize that hand was trembling. Then Wanfang blended into the crowd, leaving Kintran a message, Little Tran, you eat here, okay? Mom's going to the restroom for a bit, okay? Kintran still didn't realize anything. Still stood eating the candied hawthorn and waited for his mom to return. However, time just passed. From when the sun was blazing until dusk gradually fell, his mom still didn't return. Heavy raindrops began to fall, The candy hawthorn had already fallen to the ground at some point. Contran stood still there, his body trembling from the cold. Contran covered his face, sobbing, his tears mixing with the rain. Seeing this, the security guard took an umbrella and pulled him in, but Contran still shook his head, refusing to leave. Suddenly a woman ran over. It was Wan Fang. She ran and hugged him. Mother and son cried together in the rain. Contran seemed to understand everything, so it turns out he'd been abandoned. Back in reality, his heart ached as if thousands of thorns were piercing it, and his whole body trembled uncontrollably. In Contran's subconscious, Wan Fang turned her back to him, gently saying, "Come with me, son." But Contran, at this moment, firmly said, "No need anymore, Mom." Wan Fang's eyes held an unspeakable sadness. She gently pleaded, "Come with me, son." Contran still replied steadfastly, "No need anymore. I said no need anymore." Returning to reality, he opened his eyes to see Lam Tiu Tiu looking at him with worried eyes. He tried to pat Contran's back hard to fully wake him up. Thup Dong approached, coldly asking, "Why didn't you ask? I still owe you one request." Contran gasped, trying to inhale deeply, then replied, "Because you don't need a weak person." Thup Dong silently looked at him with complex eyes. Contran's entire body now contained the strength of a mighty wolf. Thup Dong continued to ask, "Can you forget what I did to you today?" Contran, soaking wet, replied, "I can't forget, but I don't mind." Thup Dong smiled in satisfaction. He turned and left, not forgetting to add, "Very honest, well done. From now on, I will personally teach you. I will lead you down the longest path of all the paths in this world." With that, Thup Dong calmly walked away. Tiu Tiu looked at his figure and murmured, "The boss must be in a very good mood right now, huh?" By the boss's generation, the knight already has an heir, even though the boss has never mentioned it. But seeing the boss choose one person after another and then fail repeatedly, the boss must be very anxious. That path is too difficult to walk, so difficult that even Deep Van and I don't want to go anymore. Thinking this, he pulled up a chair next to Contran and happily said, "I really admire you. I don't know how you managed to endure for days in that dark room. After all, we couldn't endure more than 36 hours at first. Annie Deep was a bit stronger, enduring 47 hours. Deep Van glared back, asking, "A bit?" Tiu Tiu's face darkened from being teased. He replied, "A whole generation stronger, okay?" Contran, still breathing heavily, asked, "Were you guys also locked in there?" Lam Tiu Tiu happily replied, "For normal people, it's torture, but for us, it's just a mandatory test. When the boss told us to throw you into the dark room, I knew the boss wanted to choose you. It's just that if you couldn't pass, he wouldn't care about your life or death. The boss has witnessed too much life and death. His heart has grown cold, but he can't not be cold-hearted. That's the way the world is. You can't blame him." Deep Van handed Contran a towel and said, "Wipe your face. There aren't many people like you who can endure water torture and still be so strong. It's normal for ordinary people to lose control." Afterward, Lam Tiu Tiu and Deep Tiu then even bet on what I would eat tonight. It seems my ability to pass the water torture not only made Thup Dong happy, but also the two of them. Deep Van brought a tray of food and said, "Look, someone who passed the dark room and water torture isn't so unlucky as to eat pork ribs first. No matter how much suffering I had to endure in the outside world, it was nothing compared to what I'd gone through these past few days. People my age were still going to school, falling in love, playing games while I had already started an unknown chapter of my life. I didn't even know where I would eventually go." While the three of them were eating, Lam Tiu Tiu asked, "So, after coming here, you didn't know you were from the Kin clan? Is that why you played chess with the boss to get yourself out of trouble, and in reality, you have no connection to the Kin clan, nor do you feel like you're returning home?" Contran casually replied, "Pretty much." Lam Tiu Tiu happily replied, "Well, that's pretty good. The boss must have considered this, which is why he decided to take you in." Deep Van, who was beside him, also reassured Contran, "You can rest assured. Here, Only I, tu, and the boss know your identity as someone from the outside world. Even Lai Dong Trach doesn't know. We'll keep it a secret for you. Contran sighed and replied, thanks. Who is this Lai Dong Trach? Lam tu, still with a radiant smile, happily answered his question. Lai Dong Trach of Hang Society. Hang Society is an organization under our knights. The knights' power is much greater than you imagine. It seems you don't know much about the outside world, so we'll have to educate you these next 2 days. Deep then added, oh, by the way, that Lu Kuang in Gia is quite loyal to you, isn't he? He suffered a lot these past few days, almost attacking the boss. Hearing that, Contran merely replied, thanks for the reminder. Do you know Lu Dukhoa and Hong Tisin, and that Jian Sheng who likes to curse people? I know those two, Lu Dukchu and Hong Tisin, but not really. They are my high school classmates. Hearing this, Lam Tu excitedly interrupted, wait, in the outside world, you're just a normal high school student. I thought you were some formidable person in the outside world. Your abilities and willpower aren't what an ordinary student possesses. Contran immediately replied, the outside world is a rather peaceful place. There are no superhumans, no armored bodies, and no organizations or factions. It's very safe in such a world. Even being an ordinary person is pretty good because there's no threat to your life. Hearing this, Lam Tu secretly admired. How nice. Contran suddenly remembered something, looked up and asked, where is that person who speaks the local dialect being held? Can I go ask him a few questions? Lam Tu winked playfully and replied, we're all family, why not? From now on, in prison, no, 18. You don't need to worry about anything. That person is being held a few cells away from the interrogation room. In the interrogation room, the man held by Deep Van kept yelling, this old man. Contran covered his face and showed him a few lines of text. Seeing the text, the man asked, are you from Earth? Contran didn't answer, quickly writing a few words. Ask you a few questions. Are you a transverser? Why did you transmigrate here? Are you in Lac Than? The man replied irritably, before, this old man came to Lac Than for business. I don't know why I transmigrated to this wretched place. Contran wrote a few more words. Your occupation? The man answered, then asked curiously, bullfighting, are you from Lac Than? Hearing this, Contran didn't answer him, turned around and left, ignoring the man's curses in the room. Seeing Contran come out, Lam Tu thought in surprise, he just passed the dark room, then the water torture, and yet he can maintain such cautious habits. The three of them, including Contran, finished eating and went outside. As Contran walked, he pondered his and Tu's deductions were not wrong. Because Jian Sheng appeared in Lac Than, he transmigrated here. Wherever one transmigrates, that's where the traveler's subsequent life will be. Deep Van spoke up at this moment. You don't have to worry about your identity being exposed. Tu has spread the rumor that you were snooping on the boss's S005. That's why you only received a light punishment. Contran nodded slightly and replied, you guys are more thoughtful than I am. As soon as he finished speaking, a desperate scream echoed again. Contran recognized whose voice it was. He frowned and asked, you've kept him locked up for 4 days. Tu calmly replied, don't worry, someone has been bringing him food and drinks for the past 4 days. Contran then asked suspiciously, have you investigated everything he did before? Tu calmly replied, we investigated. Before, he ran errands at the nursing home for the Joint Society. Contran asked suspiciously, nursing home, running errands? According to Xiao, the residents of the inner world don't have the custom of caring for the elderly. People aged 60 and above are sent to nursing homes, and their children spend their parents' retirement money. And what's called running errands for the nursing home means collecting protection fees from the elderly, pretending to be their children or grandchildren, to threaten others so that they don't get bullied by other elderly people. Why did the Can clan only send an errand boy from a nursing home to help Contran? This is too strange. Thinking, he hesitated and asked, can I visit him? Xiao replied without hesitation, Of course you can. Inside the cell, Kwang In-gya lay sprawled on the ground, panting with exhaustion, but his mouth kept mumbling, "Lai Thuk Dong, let my boss go." At the same time, Xiao Xiao walked over and opened the door. Hearing the sound, Kwang In-gya immediately sprang up and saw Contran walking in from outside. He was moved to tears. So Kwang In-gya then ran around Contran, checking if he was hurt, and kept crying incessantly. One might have thought he was mourning. Contran was a little annoyed. He replied coldly, "I heard you went looking for trouble with Lai Thuk Dong." Kwang In-gya nodded and replied, "It was just a reconnaissance of SOO5. Was there a need to torment someone like this?" Contran sighed helplessly. "No need to mention this anymore. In someone else's territory, you have no choice but to bow your head." However, Kwang In-gya stubbornly yelled, "No! Tomorrow, I'll stake my life against Lai Thuk Dong." Seeing his attitude, Contran couldn't help but expose him. "Alright, stop pretending." Kwang In-gya awkwardly scratched his head and cautiously asked, "Pretend? I'm not pretending, am I?" Contran narrowed his eyes at him, his gaze as if he'd seen everything. Seeing his expression, Kwang In-gya slumped to the ground and sighed, "The boss has seen my true colors. Actually, this is just the way people like us, who are low-ranking, survive." Hearing this, Contran understood clearly that Kwang In-gya must have known he would be fine, so he deliberately put on a show of loyalty. Thinking, Contran then quietly said, "You don't need to cling to me. The things you've done for me these past few days. I accept your sincerity. Rest assured, as long as you don't betray me, I won't abandon you either." Of course, Contran told him that if he followed him, he needed to be a bit more humble and not flaunt his power as before. Kwang In-gya happily nodded after hearing this. "Tell me what I need to change, and I'll definitely change it." Contran calmly ordered, "Just take all the gold off your armored arm. Keep it simple. I'll hold onto that gold thread for you. Remember, don't be so arrogant." Kwang In-gya was very obedient, directly removing the gold thread and giving it to Contran. Taking it, he then left. Contran walked and thought, "This gold thread is quite long, calculated by the specific gravity of gold at room temperature, 19.3, it weighs over 30 grams. What's the price of gold in the outer world?" When he went outside, Xiao Xiao saw Contran's expression and suspiciously asked, "Do you still have something to resolve?" Contran nodded slightly and replied, "Yes, I have a plan like this to confirm something." His countdown timer was now about 40 hours left. From that day on, whenever they saw Contran, they always gossiped about him. Also from that day, Contran no longer ate with Thuk Dong but with Kwang In-gya. While Contran was eating, someone placed food next to him and gossiped, "How did you offend Lai Thuk Dong to be tormented like this?" It turned out to be Ho Thin. He quickly sat down next to Contran. He looked at him and suspiciously asked, "Aren't you afraid of offending Lai Thuk Dong?" Ho Thin indifferently replied, "Are we, the Black Spades, afraid of Lai Thuk Dong?" Hearing this, Contran suspiciously asked again, "What are you here to see me about?" Ho Thin calmly replied, "I'm not like others. I truly appreciate your abilities, and I'm seriously inviting someone intelligent like you to join the Black Spades." "No thanks," Contran refused without hesitation, then stood up and left. However, after only a few steps, Contran realized there was a problem. Behind him, two prisoners were secretly following him. They followed him for a distance, but not long after, Contran suddenly turned his head to look back, making them break out in a cold sweat. The two looked at each other, seemingly having made up their minds. Immediately after, a dagger appeared from their steel arms. Without hesitation, the two of them attacked Contran. He glanced at them, completely unfazed. When they got close, he simply made a move and the two men fell to the ground. Xiao Xiao, who saw this from a distance, couldn't help but smile in satisfaction. On this side, after Contran took down the two men, Guang Yi quickly jumped out and, without hesitation, checked their throats. He even broke both of their teeth. Guang Yi hurriedly said, "Boss, it's poison." Contran was not too surprised. These two death soldiers came with Jian Shen 5 days ago, along with the 3 who died previously. The plan was effective. Their target wasn't the antidote but him. Who exactly wants to kill Confronting? Is it someone competing for the shadow position? It seems the shadow competition is much more dangerous than he thought. In the Corporation, those shadows who specialize in sinister deeds will naturally stop at nothing. In this race between 9 people, it's not about who is stronger, but who is more ruthless and decisive. At this moment, Guangyi hesitantly asked, "Boss, what should we do now?" Confronting thought for a moment before answering. Wait for them to open their mouths and confess. After that, he returned to his room to rest, until the door suddenly opened. Confronting stepped out and saw Xiao Xiao waving at him from below. Confronting slowly walked down and Thuc Dong frowned and asked, "Do you have any questions?" Before learning, other matters can be handled. Confronting glanced at Xiao Xiao and said, "Who wants to kill me?" Hearing this, Thuc Dong raised an eyebrow in surprise and asked back, "Wants to kill you?" Xiao Xiao then spoke up, "We haven't been able to interrogate them yet. Those two are very stubborn. Even in dream enchantment, they grit their teeth and refuse to speak. But rest assured, give me 7 days, and I'll give you an answer." Thuc Dong listened and nodded, saying, "After all, they are just some juniors from the Qin family. To get that shadow position, it's inevitable to encounter danger. So you must be mentally prepared." Confronting frowned slightly, thought for a long time, then opened his mouth. Why must they compete for that shadow position, even if it means almost certain death? Aren't they afraid? Thuc Dong couldn't help but chuckle at his words, then began to explain. Because from an unknown generation, the Qin family established a rule: only a shadow can become the family head. Confronting couldn't help but be stunned, suspiciously asking, "Only a shadow can become the family head?" Thuc Dong recounted, since the era of human civilization, the Qin family has had shadows. They were just pawns to be discarded after use. Then a certain powerful shadow, in order to become the family head, established the rule that the shadow must hold the position. On average, a new generation is chosen every 10 years, and one family head can last through more than a dozen generations of shadows. Candidates for the shadow position will be forced to hand over their power in exchange for a death exemption token. It is said that because the person chosen by the family head was useless, in the end, he could only let his subordinates compete among themselves. At first, it just made everyone feel like they were on a mission. Whoever was strong would win. But now, whoever survives is the shadow, and it has continued like that until now. Perhaps the family head of the Qin clan also understood that if the Qin clan wasn't ruthless, how could they have the status they have today? After listening, Confronting fell silent and said, "So now I should be worrying about my own safety because all the candidates want to eliminate others." Thuc Ming nodded slightly and replied, "This time also exceeded my expectations. I didn't expect someone to want to eliminate others right from the start. It wasn't this fast before unless someone sees a threat from you." "Is it because I'm close to you?" Confronting blurted out a reason, but he quickly dismissed it. "No, when I didn't know you yet, the Death Warriors were already here." Thuc Ming declined to comment. "You'll know in time." Confronting looked at his back and asked doubtfully, "Can I withdraw from the shadow selection competition? Is there any conflict between joining the Knights and staying in the Qin clan?" Thuc Ming shook his head slightly and replied, "Try not to let others know you've joined the Knights. From now on, I'll come to teach you every midnight. During the day, it'll be business as usual. Moreover, I don't encourage you to withdraw from the shadow selection competition." After that, the two walked into the training ground, and Thuc Ming sat cross-legged on the ground. He silently asked, "Anything else you want to ask?" Confronting hesitated for a moment before speaking. "I've seen how weapons are made in the inner world. There are even guns. Are there any more powerful weapons?" Thuc Ming answered him indifferently, "Yes, but not many. There are small MP grenades specifically designed to deal with armored parts, and there are also special weapons. It's just that the financial group's army mainly uses guns, and the bullets are mostly made of copper." Confronting listened and then asked doubtfully, "Why are the weapons just like those in the outside world?" Thuc Ming replied casually, "Because to kill someone, one bullet is enough." At this point, he spoke seriously, Alright, enough about objects. Let's talk about the main thing. Kintron knew what he was referring to and silently asked, "Is it the longest path in the world?" Kemek nodded. Thukming replied casually, "That's right, give me your left hand." Kintron was very obedient and quickly held out his left hand. Thukming took his hand without hesitation. In an instant, a faint pain suddenly spread through him, and Kintron bit his lip lightly. It seemed as if an incredibly strong mental will was controlling his breathing, and even the speed of his blood circulation. Thukming opposite him had managed to do this, though he didn't know how. He only saw intense heat suddenly appear around his neck. Kintron gritted his teeth and endured, his pulse held by Thukming as if chained by a lock. At this moment, a fierce flame surged into his body. It flowed from his throat straight into his internal organs. The heat was too intense, making Kintron's face look terrible. Outside, Diepvan saw this and quickly comforted him, urging him to keep going. Tiu also shouted loudly, "Do you remember what I said? Only by experiencing a life of hardship can you stand above others." Kintron was now in so much pain that he bit his lip, tearing the skin. Tiu grew even more anxious, urgently shouting, "Stay conscious." He said that the pains Kintron had forgotten would resurface in his mind, all of them. At that time, he would collapse. If he couldn't overcome this hurdle, no one could help him. Just as Tiu said, childhood memories were now surfacing in Kintron's mind. He clearly remembered the feeling of a knife cutting his hand, and even the sensation when his fingertip was severed at that time. While enduring the water torture, the sensation was like poisonous shoots, each cold, icy branch piercing into his lungs. When in the dark room, the dry, parched feeling from dehydration was in stark contrast to the suffering he'd endured from the water torture earlier. And there was the sunlight on the day his mother left, and her silhouette as she pulled her luggage. Those memories were like a flood sweeping over Kintron, and he felt as if he had returned to that water torture. Inside the memory, Kintron heard his mother's voice. She smiled gently at him. "Come with me, son." Kintron stared wide-eyed at Yuanfeng, not moving for a long time. But very quickly, he reached out his hand, ready to grasp his mother's arm. Just as he was about to touch, scenes of her happy family appeared in his mind, and Kintron immediately gave a faint, cynical smile. Then he let go. No wonder Thukming said that if he couldn't pass these trials, he couldn't follow his path. He had already walked such a long path, so he would walk the rest of it by himself. Kintron no longer needed to complain, nor did he need to look back. The rest of his life was only the road ahead. He had also experienced this suffering. Only those who dared to face each instance of pain could cross the chasm of that path, detach themselves from the past, and move forward. Tiu below suddenly exclaimed, "Perhaps it's because he has the ability to never forget after seeing something once." He never forgot those memories. His extraordinary memory also brought him endless suffering. After an unknown amount of time, Kintron finally exhaled. Thukming squinted at him and remarked, "This trial was easier than I expected." Kintron looked at his palm and asked doubtfully, "What does the breathing technique do?" Thukming slowly explained, "It's just an auxiliary method. The breathing technique refers to an irregular breathing frequency. You still can't use it on your own right now. Wait until I teach you a few more times, and you'll remember the rhythm." But as he said this, he realized he had forgotten that Kintron had a prodigious memory and could remember this rhythm immediately. When he first learned, Thuk Nung's teacher had to teach him this breathing frequency over 40 times, without a single mistake. According to the summarized results, after a person goes through all 8 gates of life and death, their genetic lock will be opened. In the early days, only by completing all 8 gates of life and death could one become an official knight. However, later on, knights became fewer and fewer, because there was a gate of life and death that had to be performed at sea, but that entire sea area had become a forbidden zone. In the inner world, there are 6 levels, B, C, D, E, F. Completing 6 gates already puts one at level A. At this point, Kintron asked again, doubtfully, "So what level are you, teacher?" Before Thukming could answer, Diepvan quickly replied, "The boss is S level. making him exclaim in surprise. But what's so magical about this breathing technique that it can help unlock genes? Thuckming slowly explained, it's similar to dopamine, which is a secreted substance that brings pleasure to humans. However, there are differences. The feeling of comfort and relief after exercise is brought by endorphins. Normally, dopamine can bring pleasure, which is true, but you, Confronting, must understand one thing. What it brings is not pleasure, but a craving that leads to addiction. Confronting listened, then frowned and asked, what about endorphins? Thuckming continued to explain. Endorphins are a substance that is bitter before it is sweet. When combined with morphine, it has pain-relieving effects, but this is only its basic function. A senior named Titinson discovered that after a knight overcomes a gate of life and death, a large amount of endorphins are secreted. He believed that endorphins are the key to the genetic lock, so the knight organization added another rule. At this point, Thuckming paused for a moment before continuing, but this time, Confronting spoke in unison with him. Only by enduring a life of suffering can one stand above others. Confronting listened and then asked in surprise, what does the breathing technique have to do with endorphins? Why does it need to be assisted by the breathing technique to unlock the genetic lock? Thuckming slowly explained, because its essence is a body control technique. By using the breathing technique to train your body, in 3 months you can cover the distance that others would take several years to achieve. Confronting listened intently, asking whatever came to mind. He then asked if it had any other uses. Thuckming merely replied indifferently, when you resolve the first gate of life and death, I will tell you its remaining uses. Confronting listened and fell silent. After a long while, he spoke. Can't endorphins be injected into the body? With the technical level here, surely it's possible to extract or inject endorphins into the body without leaving any side effects, right? Thuckming replied indifferently, this is an era where even love can be created using pi, but you must understand that all actions relying on external help are ineffective for us. They might understand the principle of endorphins, but they cannot decipher the genetic lock. To this day, the secret of the genetic lock remains unattainable for knights. They can only use the most foolish method, adhering to the rules of the old era. That's why Thuckming said this is the longest path of all paths in life, and there is only one way to become a god, through arduous cultivation. Hearing this, Confronting seemed to understand the problem. He nodded slightly and replied, understood, disciple remembers. But what if the disciple uses the breathing technique to resolve the 8th gate of life and death? Thuckming shook his head and sighed. That question is meaningless, but Confronting insisted it has meaning because there are no forbidden lands in the outside world. Hearing these words, Thuckming was stunned. After a long while, he smiled and said, that's right, where you are, there have never been superhumans, so how could there be forbidden lands? Therefore, you can resolve all 8 gates in the other world. For thousands of years, countless knights have been stuck at this level, unable to break through. Now, suddenly, there is a young man like this who can fulfill the regrets of his predecessors. At this moment, Confronting voiced his confusion again. What exactly are forbidden objects and forbidden lands? Diepvin slowly explained that forbidden objects and forbidden lands both originated from superhumans. Tiu, who was nearby, also offered an explanation. Ever since superhumans died, their strange and powerful fresh blood seeped into the earth, nourishing the creatures there. Ants, snakes, centipedes, any living insects there, as well as plants, and even microorganisms, grew. Thus, the creatures in that deadly place evolved, transforming the deadly place into a forbidden land. Legend has it that initially, the LCC Bao Consortium built a submarine with the goal of exploring new continents. They then photographed an incredibly large whale skeleton at the bottom of the sea. They suspected that this evolved whale died of illness, and then its blood, flesh, and corpse nourished the entire sea area, turning it into a forbidden land. And according to Tiwa's explanation, they are all created by superhumans. For example, on the wasteland near City 16, there has always been a train with 12 black windows running across the wild wasteland, occasionally stopping. If you throw a 50 grams gold coin into the last carriage, you'll become a passenger, traveling with it to the ends of the world. The last carriage of the train carries only gold coins. Many large corporations exchange gold coins for supplies. If you try to steal gold, they'll lock you in there until the thief dies. So, the last carriage is filled with skeletons. Of course, there are also some forbidden objects unrelated to superhuman abilities. If you can subdue them, they will serve you. If not, they will be in extreme danger. Facing forbidden objects, humans are no different from hunters holding a sword. We all know there are beasts in the deep forest, and we also know these beasts are not all the same. But now that there are more and more beasts, hunters are needed to deal with them. Thus, forbidden referees appeared. They not only became enemies of the beasts, but also enemies of those who raise the beasts. They not only collect forbidden objects, but also subdue superhumans who can generate forbidden objects, because they don't want the day when the beasts become so numerous they can kill all of humanity. At this moment, Thuc Ming spoke again. From now on, Dipe Van will teach you combat techniques and physical training. Along with the techniques for the 8 challenge objectives, I admired that you were born in the outside world, but this is not important. What's important is that perhaps Confronting can change an error. Having said this, Thuc Ming stood up. He smiled excitedly and said, "Let's begin. I can't wait for that day." Confronting looked up at the ceiling, lost in thought. Even though he was in a prison, he saw hope and freedom. Compared to the world full of light outside, he preferred this place. After that, the training began. During the training, Dipe Van even gave Confronting a lunchbox full of meat and made him eat it. She probably thought he would run out of energy and wouldn't be able to cope. But what Confronting noticed most was that he discovered a strange breath in his body. It seemed to have no effect, yet he could control it. Regarding this, he has to ask Thuc Ming clearly. On the morning of the second day, while eating, Tiu couldn't help but ask, what was the progress last night? Until what time could he last? Dipe Van calmly replied, from 11:30 p.m. to 3 o'clock a.m. Hearing this, Tiu exclaimed in surprise, Dipe Ma, don't work him to death. Dipe Van pursed her lips and said, with the breathing technique, what's there to worry about? The boss already instructed me, I know my limits. Unconsciously letting out a slight huff, Tiu said unconvinced, even with the breathing technique, wouldn't he still get tired? Dipe Van gently shook her head, denying it. I've never met anyone like him. If he were from this world, he'd become a superhuman soon. Tiu frowned in thought upon hearing this, then nodded after a long moment, saying, this is good. If he awakens early, he won't be an ordinary person anymore, nor can he follow the boss's path. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Confronting walk by carrying a meal tray, looking exceptionally energetic. Tiu couldn't help but look at Thuc Ming and ask, boss, how about you try it on me tonight? I think I can try, he said, but was refused by the boss. It's too late, you're too old. He retorted unconvinced, I'm only 27. Thuc Ming spoke indifferently, the longer a person lives, the more their heart suffers. After the age of 20, you accumulate more worldly suffering. You won't pass the inner test. At that time, he thought his youth was already very difficult, but only after growing up did he understand that these two types of suffering are not the same. Speaking of this, Thuc Ming sighed again, although I let you all pretend to be ostracized, if I do that, no one will help me clean up this mess. Just then, the announcement of a visitor sounded. Confronting heard his code and frowned. You've been in this world for so long. It's the first time someone has come to visit. A moment later, Confronting followed the guard to the designated room. Not only him, but many other prisoners also had visitors. Confronting walked into his room, and as soon as he opened the door, he frowned in surprise. The person visiting him was actually a girl. This girl had a delicate face and large, round eyes. One could tell at a glance she was from a prestigious family. As soon as Confronting entered, the girl also observed him. Only her cheeks became redder and redder. Feeling flustered, she quickly lowered her head to hide it. A moment later, the girl dared to glance at Confronting, who was sitting opposite her. Confronting also secretly observed her. This was clearly not Confronting. Could it be that the time traveler matter had been exposed? Thinking this, he spoke in a low voice. Oh, however, before he could finish, the girl spoke first. I am your fiancé. My name is Brandon Sorn Kang M. Having said that, Kang M's eyes sparkled as she looked at him. Kinchun couldn't help but be stunned, speechless. He didn't know why Kang M was here. He and she had probably just met for the first time, right? Just then, the prison announcement sounded again. Visiting time is over. After introducing herself, Kang M said nothing more, just silently observed Kinchun. Finally, she couldn't help but blurt out, "He looks great even sitting silently like this. Your current appearance is very handsome." Kinchun didn't hear what she said clearly and asked back, confused, "What?" Kang M quickly waved her hand and said, "Nothing at all." In that case, Kinchun also stood up and left. As he returned, he thought, where did this engagement suddenly come from? What's this new development? Behind him, Kang M was watching his retreating back, a hint of infatuation showing in her eyes. Kinchun returned directly to his cell. Seeing him, Kwang Ingia hurriedly asked, "Boss, did Kan Angan say anything?" He shook his head slightly and replied, "The person who came wasn't Kan Angan. Just follow my plan." Hearing this, Kwang Ingia leaned close to Kinchun's ear and whispered, "You haven't really cut ties with Al Thuk Ming, have you?" He nodded calmly. Kinchun calmly replied, "I cut them off completely. It's just that when we carry out our mission, we don't plan to borrow external power, do we?" Kwang Ingia also found it reasonable, nodding in agreement. "That's right, boss. You still have me." Kinchun had about more than 5 hours left in this world. At the same time, outside the city, for some unknown reason, brilliant fireworks suddenly appeared in the sky. They lit up the entire city sky. Accompanying that were mechanical sounds, Yuzu phone, bringing you the best three-dimensional communication experience. On the street, a girl carrying a large bag was wandering around. She walked aimlessly on the main road, but she didn't notice that someone had set their eyes on her. The girl then walked into an alley. Suddenly, two people appeared blocking her path. One of them spoke solemnly, "Hello, Ms. Jiang Tuyet." Hearing her name, Jiang Tuyet asked suspiciously, "Hello, is there something I can help you with?" The other person pointed to the box and said solemnly, "Our company is very pleased with the successful stock acquisition. In response, our company has sent us here to present you with the latest version of the armored arm." Hearing this, Jiang Tuyet felt a little emotional. Everyone outside said that people from large corporations were scary, but she found them very friendly. Not only did they give her money for the stock acquisition, but they also gave her this armored part for free. While she was thinking, the other girl continued with a smile, 2 years ago, you accidentally saved a middle-aged lady. She is a member of the L family conglomerate, so these are all gifts of appreciation. The 2 arms that the L family gave Jiang Tuyet were the most advanced products on the market, not only capable of storing high-energy weapons, but also having excellent durability. With a neural synchronization level of 97%. That wasn't all. The other girl continued, "There's one more thing. That lady wanted me to tell you that. You are an incredibly kind person. She is very grateful to you, and you will surely be a good mother in the future." Jiang Tuyet was a bit speechless hearing these words. What kind of nonsense is this? At Prison No. 18, Kinchun continued his persistent training. He only needed to train for another half-month before he could start weighted training, which was the most effective method. But he had to return to the outside world in half an hour, and he didn't know how many more days it would be before he could resume training. While Kinchun was training, Thuk Ming came in from outside and said with a smile, "Are you going back to the outside world in a bit?" Kinchun stopped immediately, turned his head, and asked suspiciously, "What is it, master? Is something wrong?" He calmly replied, "I want to personally observe the transmigration process. Who knows, I might discover some secret." Kinchun agreed without hesitation, "All right." Afterward, Diep Van gave him another portion of meat to eat. It must be said that while the breathing technique is good for aiding training, it consumes too much energy. He was already unbearably hungry in such a short time. While eating, Kinchun noticed Thuk Ming was still watching him. He asked suspiciously, "What is it, master? Is there anything else?" He hesitated for a moment before finally speaking, "Well, it's like this. Could you transcribe a few more volumes of wall chess for me?" Kinchun nodded in agreement without hesitation, "No problem." After that, he started devouring the meat in the box. Kinchun's body was quickly filled with energy. At this moment, he took out the golden thread from his pocket. Seeing it, Yuan immediately spoke up, "No wonder I didn't see the golden thread on Lu Guangji's arm anymore." Just then, Kinchun's countdown also began, with only 10 seconds remaining. Thuk Dong stared intently at this scene. When the countdown reached 1 second, a surge of energy suddenly appeared in Kinchun's body, as if the barrier between two parallel worlds had shattered, and his body also disappeared. In a flash, Kinchun had returned to the outside world. He spat out the object in his mouth. He was still holding the golden thread in his hand. Looking at the watch on his arm, Kinchun couldn't help but frown. It was another 7 days. It seemed that the time traveler's transit duration was getting longer and longer. How long will it be in the future? What if one day I just stay in that world and never come back? However, this time he managed to bring the golden thread from that side to this side, meaning he at least had an advantage over others when returning to that inner world. After returning, Kinchun diligently continued his training. Following Yuan's training, he didn't miss a single day. Only when he was covered in sweat did Kinchun go outside. He rested while thinking about the girl named Kong Am. He took out his phone to translate what she had said earlier. After understanding, Kinchun murmured in confusion, "What does she mean? Besides, the Brandon family also speaks Mandarin. Why did she speak Japanese? Is she a time traveler from the outside world? Or is it because the Brandon family still maintains the tradition of speaking Japanese? If she's a time traveler, then how can Kong Am speak such fluent Mandarin? It's unlikely that many Japanese people can speak Mandarin so fluently." While Kinchun was thinking, a message came to his phone. It was a message from Ken Than. The content generally asked if he knew how formidable Uncle Duck from the next class was. Kinchun asked back, bewildered, "What's wrong?" Kinchun didn't explain. Try vaguely said, "You'd better get to school quickly." So Kinchun quickly put on his uniform and hurried to school. Kinchun saw him in the crowd, quickly waved and shouted loudly, "Over here." Kinchun glanced over and asked suspiciously, "What's going on?" Kinchun excitedly took out his phone and said, "Look at the hot search." Kinchun glanced at the news on the phone, a bit speechless. He had to admit that Uncle GC and Ginsen were really unlucky. Other time travelers have rich and colorful lives, but these two, well, they got displaced and ended up in prison. They might as well have just stayed put and not time traveled. During the previous return, Uncle GC had admitted he time traveled to prison 18 and told everyone he'd spoken with Uncle Ming. Now that Ginsan's story was exposed, anyone who saw the hot search would think of him. Uncle GC stood at the classroom door, sweating profusely out of fear. His classmates kept pestering him with questions as if interrogating him. They didn't notice Uncle HGC's face turning from green to white. Aside from him and Ginsen, there was another time traveler in prison 18, who was the real boss. He was just a scapegoat. Uncle GC even wanted to beg that big boss, asking if they could spare him and Ginsen. Actually, the person Ginsen was talking about wasn't him, but someone else. But what good would saying that do now? Everyone was still incessantly discussing that mysterious time traveler, making Uncle GC want to cry. Kinchun watched this scene from a distance, sighing helplessly. Another school day passed. It was time to go home, but at the school gate, not only were there parents, but also reporters working. At the same time, in the classroom hallway, as soon as Kinchun was dismissed, he pulled Kinchun away. At the back gate of the school, a stranger suddenly climbed over the wall. As soon as he landed, he furiously asked, "Who is Liu Bctitra?" Two female students nearby were frightened by him and trembled as they pointed towards a distant building. The stranger ran all the way into the school building, continuously shouting, "Who is Liu Bctitra?" A student heard him and asked back suspiciously, "Do you mean Uncle Liu GC?" He immediately nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, Uncle Liu GC. Then someone showed the way, and it turned out to be Ginson. He grabbed Uncle HGC's shoulder, his tone almost pleading. I know you're really tough in prison 18. The super individual who interrogated me that day also followed you, so your status must be very high. Uncle GC was suddenly grabbed by him and shook his head in panic. It's not me. You've got the wrong person. Ginson was quickly grabbed by someone. He was dragged out, his mouth still shouting, don't worry, I won't catch you. I'll give you money. Confronting saw this scene and sighed with a touch of regret. If you hadn't pulled me away so fast just now, we might have heard what they were talking about. That's the fastest way to get information about that world. Confronting heard that and pouted dismissively, not interested. Confronting glanced at him and asked doubtfully, time travel is great, isn't it? What if we both time traveled to that world and became super individuals? Then you and I will open a revenge alliance. Just hearing it sounds impressive. Confronting was too lazy to talk nonsense with him, but he glanced over and saw Confronting taking out an IT book. He asked suspiciously, why are you suddenly reading this? He awkwardly changed the subject. What do you say we become friends with Uncle Liu GC? Confronting pouted and shook his head. No need. I'm not a time traveler, am I? Of course, he knew that Uncle HGC's name was fake, but others didn't. He was just afraid that now the number of time travelers across the country had reached tens of thousands. Would anyone be attracted by his identity? Such a big thing happened today. Why haven't the people from the Kunlun organization arrived yet? Could it be that Thug H. Nyung's legacy hasn't attracted their attention? Definitely not. Something is wrong with this. Time passed, and by 9:20 p.m., Confronting had finished his self-study session. He quickly cycled back to his home. On this side, Uncle GC was also on his way home, but it wasn't long before he noticed a car following him. Inside, there were also two unfamiliar guys who didn't look like good people at first glance. So Uncle GC quickly sped up, but they seemed to have discovered this intention and didn't give him the chance. They rammed their car into him. As a result, Uncle GC was hit and fell head over heels onto the ground. The two guys quickly got out of the car, wanting to seize him. They even had mechanical arms. They were time travelers. Seeing these things, Uncle GC was scared to death, crying out, "Help me!" In a dire situation, dazzling headlights suddenly appeared in the alley. Another car was speeding wildly towards them. Without hesitation, it crashed into the other two guys' car. The two guys immediately looked vigilantly at the uninvited car, which was continuously speeding towards them. But at the same time, on the pedestrian bridge, a figure appeared. The two guys hadn't even had time to understand what was happening before they were attacked. They were pinned to the ground, fundamentally unable to escape. Uncle GC huddled in the corner, his face pale with fear. The man quickly dealt with the two guys. Then he turned to look at him and introduced himself solemnly. "Hello, nice to meet you. I am Vin Meng, the person in charge of Kunlun." Uncle GC hadn't recovered yet and just sat there blankly, staring at Vin Meng. He didn't say anything either, silently opening up space. From inside, he pulled out a sword without hesitation. Vin Meng slashed down. The car in front of him was split in half. Just then, someone got out of Vin Gang's car. It was Alvin. He slowly reported, "Boss, it really was the location you predicted earlier." Vin Meng was very astute. As soon as he heard the news that they went missing in VE Fan, he knew they were targeting Uncle GC. It's just that these people were bold enough to do such things in the mainland. Vin Meng frowned and said, "They're just acting recklessly, influenced by the chaos in the inner world. What we need to do is to make them understand that this outer world cannot be thrown into disorder." Alvin nodded slightly and said, "There are more and more such people lately. Perhaps we can recruit more time travelers." Vin Meng replied thoughtfully, "Don't rush. The nature of the organization and the importance of faith are more important than strength. At least blindly improving strength is not the goal the organization pursues." Just as he thought, there were definitely others paying attention to Uncle GC, because behind him was Thuk Ming. As the current leader of the Knights organization, the one El Ming Trach had to call boss. In the inner world, approaching those people was as difficult as ascending to heaven. That's why they arranged for people to monitor the situation around the school, and then sent people to rescue Uncle GC on his way home, finally waiting for these villains. Thinking that, Vin Ming looked at his man again and asked, "Is he injured?" The other person quickly replied, "His arm, left leg, and left cheek have superficial injuries, but they're not serious." Nodding in satisfaction, Vin Ming looked at Uncle GC reassuringly. "There's no need to be afraid. We came tonight to protect you. Besides that, we'll also protect you for the next 24 hours. Uncle GC politely said thank you. He shook his head and said, "No need to be polite." After giving a few more instructions, he indifferently got into the car. At the same time, police cars arrived at the scene. Uncle GC watched the car drive away in a daze, his eyes filled with confusion. They're just leaving. They didn't ask him anything, didn't try to recruit him. Why? On this side, after getting into the car and driving away, Vin Ming spoke silently. "Don't you find it strange?" Alvin asked back, puzzled. "Strange about what, boss?" Vin Ming slowly explained. "This student has no spirit, no basic vigilance. How could such a person be favored by El Thuc Ming?" Alvin thought for a moment before replying. "It's also possible that he's not truly favored by him." Vin Ming shook his head and countered, "No, according to what Ginson said, all superhumans serve that mysterious time traveler. So it's certain that person has earned Thuc H. Nung's trust. He suspects there's a third time traveler in prison. No, 18, but that doesn't align with the information people in this world have. Kinchun is too smart, hiding in the shadows to collect information about this world, while secretly interfering with everything in the inner world. Such a person is truly difficult to deal with." After hearing Vin Ming speak, Alvin asked doubtfully, "Boss, aren't you going to recruit Uncle Liu GC into Kunlun?" Vin Ming indifferently shook his head. "He doesn't qualify." The two continued talking on their way back. Meanwhile, Kinchun, after returning home, began his training. While doing push-ups, Kinchun accidentally saw the golden thread he got from Quinkia's hand. He thought he should probably exchange it for cash, otherwise he wouldn't be able to pay for his food expenses. Just then, there was a sudden knock on the door. It was little Ming Van. She was carrying a plate of fried cakes, happily handing them to Kinchun. "My mom just finished frying these. She told me to bring them to you." Then Ming Van skipped back home. Kinchun watched the girls retreating back, seemingly realizing something. He spoke silently. "Actually, you're very smart, aren't you? You know what I'm talking about." Mingven's footsteps instantly halted. After a long while, she turned to look at Kinchun, blinked, and smiled. "Brother Kinchun, you're also a time traveler, aren't you?" With a light chuckle, Kinchun feigned ignorance and asked, "Where's the proof?" Ming Van thought for a moment, then replied, "Because the day my mom hit Dad, you took me inside and then hid behind the door to secretly observe the Kunlun people. You've met them before, and you're also hiding from them." Kinchun couldn't help but be surprised. Such a small detail allowed her to guess his identity. It wasn't that he was foolish. But before that, Kinchun hadn't realized that Ming Van lived in a similar family to his own. She had an early, mature, and intelligent heart. Who would bother to suspect a little girl? It's just that Kinchun already knew her identity in the inner world, but it was hard for her to find him. The next morning, as Kinchun left his house to go to school, he saw a group of strangers. They were moving things, so he asked curiously, "What are you doing?" One of them immediately replied, "Moving house." Kinchun continued to ask, "So where's the homeowner? We're neighbors after all. Maybe I can say hello." The man shook his head again and replied, "I don't know. We're just hired workers. We don't know where the homeowner is." Kinchun didn't ask any further upon hearing this and fell silent. Apartment 100 to opposite had been empty for a long time. Why are there new neighbors all of a sudden? It's not just apartment 100 to opposite. It seems there are some on the floor above too. What's going on? Are two people moving in at the same time? It's clearly not normal, but there are only movers here. He didn't see the homeowner anywhere. From the items being moved in, It's clear the people moving are either wealthy or have status, but why would rich people move into this old apartment building? Unless they're here for something else, for example, matters of the inner world. So are they here targeting Jeong Tuyit? Thinking of this, Kim Chun walked past Jeong Tuyit and her daughter, kindly reminding her, "Ms. Jeong Tuyit, please be careful." Jeong Tuyit didn't ask much either, just nodded slightly, indicating she understood. After reminding her, Kim Chun went to school. When he walked past GC Chu's classroom, he noticed GC Chu looked unwell. He took out his phone to check and only then learned that the news of GC Chu's injury had climbed to the top 13 hot searches. It seemed the photo was taken from across the school by a paparazzi. But Kim Chun found it quite normal. What's hotter than time travelers these days? Not even celebrities or internet personalities can compare. However, while observing that photo, he seemed to see something else. It was a video. He quickly tapped to watch it, and an excited voice rang out. "Today, I bring you an introduction to the Forbidden Zones." Kim Chun intently watched the video playing on his phone. According to HATUTU, there are 139 forbidden zones in the inner world. These zones are extremely dangerous. Some even have bosses. So it's recommended that everyone form teams before tackling them. While Kim Chun was watching intently, Kim suddenly called out, "Kim Chun, look." Kim Chun glanced over and saw two female students standing outside the classroom door. At this moment, the teacher walked in and announced, "I have something to say. Two new students have transferred to our class. I hope everyone will be united and help each other. Now, please come up and introduce yourselves." The two female students quickly entered. The girl in the baseball jacket stepped onto the podium and smiled, saying, "Hello everyone, my name is Van, and I'm from Haithan." The other girl also introduced herself. "Hello everyone, my name is Ni, and I'm also from Haithan. We hope for your kind help." Warm applause immediately erupted from the boys in the class, especially Kenthan. After a while, Hai Long pointed towards Kim Chun and said, "Later, the two of you will sit there. Kim Chun is one of our class's best students. If you two don't understand anything, just ask him." Then he said he needed a few boys to move to sets of desks and chairs. As soon as he finished speaking, several boys stood up to volunteer. One boy directly cleared his own desk, then placed it next to Kim Chun's two desks, and told Van, "You sit at this desk first." Van hesitated and asked, "What about you?" The boy smiled and said, "It's fine. I'll just go to the storage room and bring another one back." Van politely said thank you. After that, the two of them quickly took their seats at the desks. Van looked towards Kenthan and asked, "Hey, are you familiar with Liu GC Chu from the next class?" These words, in 0.001 seconds, pierced Kenthan's heart as he was captivated by the two girls. He was silent for a long time, then suddenly spoke, "No, but I can go get acquainted with him." After a period of commotion from the boys, the class began. During class, Kim Chun constantly observed these two new students. He was certain that Van and Ni were also time travelers, and they transferred schools to target GC Chu. Within 45 minutes, Van had looked at her arm 6 times, and Ni had looked 5 times. These were all the countdown timer positions. It's worth noting that Kenthan also looked 21 times. A moment later, break time arrived, and Van and Ni quickly left the classroom. Then they went down to the schoolyard to gather with 2 other boys. The 4 of them gathered there, discussing their matters very seriously. Kim Chun observed the 2 boys, frowned and muttered, "They all know each other." Kenthan then spoke up, "These 4 students transferred schools together. I just heard it from the class next door. Those 2 male students transferred to their 11th grade class 4. Kim Chun frowned and asked, "Anything else?" Kenthan nodded slightly and replied, "The one with the gold-rimmed glasses is named Tiu. Someone said he drove the other 3 to school this morning, a G63. The other male student is named Trinang Thian Chan." Kim Chun was startled after hearing that and exclaimed, "Drove a car?" The entire day, Van and Ni didn't speak to the class at all. Every time a class ended, those 2 went out of the classroom to talk with Tiu and Thian Chan not giving any students in the school a chance to interact with them. These two female students studied better than Confronting had thought. You and me even did the 2021 top exam papers for practice. He had tried that book, and Van was doing a biology Olympic exam, an Olympic paper he had never even seen before. Moreover, once, passing by the hallway on the way to the restroom, he heard them speaking English. And the keywords in their conversation were time traveler, dimension hopping, how to get from City 7 to City 18. Afternoon, when it was almost time for evening self-study, Confronting quickly slung his bag over his shoulder. He said quietly to Confronting, "I'm leaving now. If anything happens at school, text me." Van saw him run out of the room and asked suspiciously, "Is he skipping class?" Confronting calmly replied, "This is the privilege of a good student. Even the teachers don't say anything to him." Van didn't ask much after hearing the answer, to also picked up her bag. Then she said goodbye to Confronting and left the classroom with you and me. Confronting was left sitting there alone, thinking, I am a lonely crowd, but deep down, I'm not. On the other side, at the small apartment building where Confronting was staying. After returning, he quickly changed into a different outfit, carrying a small bag. He wanted to go sell the golden thread he got from Kwang and Gear. Just as he stepped out the door, Confronting saw someone coming up, and he knew them. It was the four new transfer students, the two female students Van and the two male students Tiu and Gu. Confronting didn't expect his new neighbors to be them. Van also saw him and surprisingly said, "I didn't expect you to be here too." Tiu and Gu heard that and asked curiously, "Who is this person?" Van immediately replied, "He's our classmate." The teacher said he's also one of the best students in the grade. Tiu and Gu nodded slightly, walked up to Confronting, extended his hand politely to greet him. "Hello, I'm Tiu and Gu. I hope we can help each other out a lot." Confronting also politely shook his hand, nodded in return. I hope we can help each other out a lot." After that, there was no after that. Confronting wasn't close to them. He quickly left the house to do his own thing. At the same time, Tiu and Gu upstairs was secretly observing Confronting. He muttered, "Why do I feel a sense of familiarity?" It wasn't that he had met Confronting or that he resembled someone, but rather his distant attitude towards everyone. After thinking for a long time, Tiu and Gu nodded and said, "That's right. It's like when we rejected some classmates, a polite and courteous attitude on the outside, but arrogance on the inside." With that, he looked at the other three, smiled, and said, "Do you guys feel something strange?" A moment later, at the two female students' house, the four of them had gathered there. You and me then slowly spoke up. "Today I asked the male student, Confronting, who sits next to me. He said this classmate has always maintained a top 3 academic performance, so it's normal to be a bit arrogant. All top students are like that." Van scoffed disdainfully after hearing that. A top student in a small city, the level is too low. Never mind. We don't have much to do with him. It's just a coincidence that we're neighbors. Saying that, Van then looked at Tiu and Gu and said, "Actually, we can just stay at a hotel. It's not necessary to stay here. Everyone's goal is Uncle Liu GC, and Jiang Tuyet isn't anything special. Don't be so short-sighted." Tiu and Gu immediately retorted, "Since we've decided to move from City No. 7 to City No. 18, we should try to make friends here. Didn't you see Hatu Tiwe's abilities? Try to team up." Hearing this, Van lay exasperatedly on the table. "I think it's enough to just spend money to buy information and resources." Seeing this, Thien Chen scolded, "If you've chosen to come to LCC Than, then you must be prepared to endure hardship." Seeing them arguing again, Tiu and Gu spoke up to mediate. "Now we need to figure out how to build a relationship with Uncle Liu GC. Money isn't everything. There are many people in this world with more money than us. When someone wants to use money to buy resources from Uncle GC, relationships will be the best advantage for the four of them." Feeling he had a point, Van sat up straight and asked seriously, "How are things progressing for you two?" Tiu and Gu slowly replied, "Uncle Liu GC is easy to approach, but if you ask him too many things, He won't say anything. Van suddenly remembered something at this moment and quickly said, "Oh right, have you guys heard anything? MCing is also planning to transfer schools." As soon as these words came out, the three of them, Tiu and Gu included, exclaimed in unison, MCing? Thai Chin asked suspiciously, could she be transferring here too? Tiu and Gu paid no attention, quickly stood up, and said seriously, let's not worry about that yet. We've also never heard that MCing is a time traveler. Let's go greet the new neighbors first. Saying that, he took down a box placed on the shelf. A moment later, at Jiang Tuyet and her mother's house, Van went and knocked on the door. Inside, Jiang Tuyet heard it and said, Tiu Van, go open the door, it might be Kinchern. Van immediately ran happily. Kinchern, wait a moment, I'm coming to open the door. However, when she opened the door, she saw four unfamiliar people standing there, and the smile on her face immediately disappeared. Van smiled kindly and greeted, hello, little sister. But as soon as she finished speaking, the sound of a door slamming shut echoed, leaving the four of them stunned stiff. Inside the house, the conversation between Jiang Tuyet and her mother could still be heard. The soundproofing was terrible. They heard everything clearly. The four of them, including Van, heard a familiar name, Kinchern. On the other side, in a small alley in the south of LCC Than, rain continuously fell on the tiled roofs. Outside a pawn shop inside the small alley, Kinchern, wearing a hooded jacket, walked in and asked, how much is gold here? The owner, who was working, heard it and looked up, asking, do you have a receipt? Kinchern shook his head and replied, no. The owner immediately stood up and said seriously, no receipt makes it difficult. If you want to sell, it's 220 T per gram. I won't ask where you got it from. Kinchern heard that and calculated a bit, 8,580 T. This was a large sum for him. At least it could solve the immediate problem. Saying that, Van then looked at Tiu and Gu and said, deal, 39 grams, but I need cash. The old man nodded slightly, counted the cash for Kinchern, and continuously sighed with emotion. You're young but careful. It's not strange for people in our line of work to be a bit careful. Very quickly, the owner gave him the money, not forgetting to offer, next time you have anything to harvest, just come to me. I can increase it by 5 T per gram for you at most. I'll buy however much you have. At this moment, Kinchern was examining the banknotes, watermarks, faint marks, blurred printing. He couldn't miss any flaw. Immediately after, he returned a few banknotes to the owner and suggested, exchange the 50 T and 20 T notes for me. Hearing this suggestion, the owner scratched his head, a bit confused. As he opened the cash drawer, he said, people like us who sell gold just take the money and leave. Few are as careful as you. Kinchern took the new money from the owner and said seriously, if you want to make a profit, don't use fake money to trick people anymore. With that said, he quickly left the store. He decided to walk around a bit more before returning. By the time Kinchern returned, he was carrying a large bag of meat and eggs, all high-protein food. As soon as he arrived at the door, Van poked her head out the window. She waved to him. Kinchern also smiled back at her. He thought for a moment, then waved back, signaling Van to come downstairs if she had something to say. The first thing Van said when she entered his front door was, Brother Kinchern, who are the new neighbors? Have you talked to them yet? Kinchern put the groceries in the fridge and said, they're from Hai Than. I heard them speak English, so they must be from City No. 7 in the inner world. Van was surprised and asked, Brother Kinchern can understand English too? Kinchern calmly replied, kind of, their stay here is definitely aimed at your mother. Time travelers in City No. 7 don't have a base, so they came to City 18 to find an opportunity. Van then asked, City No. 18 is led by the L family conglomerate, so why would they want to come here? Kinchern calmly said, they spoke in English, I just listened to what they said. She looked up at him and suddenly said, they spoke in front of you? How careless of them. Kinchern ruffled her hair, smiling because they're not as smart as you. After asking for the information, Ming Van turned and ran off. Still carrying Contrin's clothes, she cheerfully said, "My mom told me to take the clothes you just changed out of to wash. Brother, don't make it hard for me. I'm just listening to my mom." Contrin didn't stop her, just watched her run off. Then he turned to look at his empty house, standing there in silence. After a long while, he began his solitary training again. Contrin told himself, "Don't stop, keep moving forward." He once heard people say that those who live outside the flock are either beasts or gods. If he couldn't become a god, then becoming a beast wouldn't be so bad. The next morning, Contrin arrived at school early to swap his desk with Kinthan. Kinthan entered the classroom and gave an ambiguous chuckle, whispering, "I thought you didn't have any intentions. I can't believe you're so proactive. Why didn't you say so earlier? If you'd said so earlier, we would have swapped yesterday." Contrin glanced at him. Was he thinking that Contrin wanted to be near Van? How annoying. But he was too lazy to explain. Kinthan saw Contrin say nothing and continued to ramble on about trivial matters, annoying Contrin greatly. At this moment, Van and you and me also entered the classroom. After seeing that Contrin and Kinthan had switched places, you and me spoke in English. Why did these two switch seats? Van coldly snorted. Who cares? With that, Van glanced at Contrin, who was writing something. Then she continued to speak to you and me in English, treating Contrin as if he wasn't there. The two quickly sat down at their desks, whispering quietly. They didn't notice, but Contrin understood their entire conversation. They weren't wrong, even for him. It would be very difficult to do homework and analyze their dialogue at the same time. However, all those sounds were recorded in Contrin's brain. He couldn't restart his life, but he could recall everything. Soon, break time came again, and Tiu and Gu proactively came to the classroom to find Van and you and me. They gathered outside again and spoke in English. Tiu and Gu took the lead and spoke, "You guys first. Is there anything unusual on your side?" You and me smirked and said, "Nothing unusual. It's just that a male student deliberately changed his seat to sit behind Van." Upon hearing this, Tiu and Gu asked suspiciously, "Is he a time traveler? He changed seats to sit behind you to determine if you are time travelers." These words stunned Van and you and me, and they exchanged glances. Van asked blankly, "Probably not, right?" The four of them continued to talk quietly outside. To be safe, Tiu and Gu suggested, "How about this? Next period, you guys pay attention and see if he often lowers his head to look at his arm." Van understood what he wanted and nodded. "I'll keep an eye out." A moment later, the next class began. Van, as Tiu and Gu suggested, secretly observed Contrin throughout the entire period. She even accidentally dropped her eraser on the floor. She used the opportunity of picking it up to observe Contrin's arm. However, his face remained calm, showing no flaws. A moment later, break time arrived again. Van regrouped with the other three and quickly spoke. He didn't look at his arm once. Even when he had nothing to do, he didn't look at it even once. Tiu and Gu frowned and thought for a moment before speaking. "Let's temporarily rule out the possibility that he's a time traveler. A normal teenager wouldn't have such deep thoughts otherwise. It would be too scary." Thian Chen chuckled playfully at this. "Then maybe he likes Van." Van changed the subject in dissatisfaction. "Right. How are things on your side? Any progress?" Tiu and Gu calmly shook his head. "No, it might be that Uncle Liu GC is playing dumb. We can't extract information from him yet. We need to build up a relationship slowly." Thian Chan then suggested, "How about we try starting with Jiang Tuyet? At least we can understand the situation of City No, 18 through her." Yuani nodded and said, "That's the only way, but Jiang Tuyet isn't easy to approach." Everyone felt the same way. Thian Chan suddenly looked at Contrin, hesitatingly saying, "How about we start with this Contrin fellow?" Van also nodded in agreement. "Let's start with Contrin, then use him to connect with Jiang Tuyet." At the same time, Contrin was in the classroom, looking at the news on his phone. However, it wasn't long before a voice interrupted his thoughts. "Contrin, Nam Kinthan, here you go. We just came back from the school canteen and bought water for you too. Kintron looked up and saw Van entering with 2 bottles of water, a very sweet smile on her face. Kinta reached out to take it, excitedly asking, "Is this for me?" Van nodded slightly and replied, "Of course." Kinta was overjoyed, saying, "Great, thank you." Van didn't pay attention to him, offering the water to Kintron. He politely accepted it, "Thank you. But you don't need to be so polite from now on." Van maintained her smile, enthusiastically saying, "We're neighbors, so we should help each other out in the future." Kintron fell into deep thought upon hearing these words. But the other students in the class weren't like that. A series of male students' gazes fell upon the two of them, making Kintron break out in a sweat. He intently observed the 2 female students in front of him. Just a few hours ago, they were indifferent to everyone, but now they had completely changed their attitude, becoming kind and enthusiastic. Clearly, something was amiss. While Kintron was thinking, Van leaned closer and asked, "What are you looking at so intently? You didn't react even when I called you." But as soon as she looked, her expression immediately turned unpleasant, making Yu and Ni, who was beside them, confused. On the phone was news about the raid on an illegal detention lair. The criminals kidnapped 12 time travelers, then confined them in an abandoned factory on the outskirts of the city, using intimidation and threats to extract information about the identities of these 12 people in the inner world. At the crime scene, law enforcement agencies seized a large quantity of pharmaceuticals brought from the inner world, most of which were gene-editing drugs or cancer treatments. Kintron was thinking at this moment, this news caused too great a shock. Now, it's likely no one will dare to publicly admit they are a time traveler anymore. Everyone must keep quiet, as if in a dark jungle. Because if they're not careful, they could end up like the 12 people in the news, imprisoned in a strange place, becoming a transportation tool for others. The person who attacked Jiang Tuyid at that time also had this conspiracy. Time passed little by little, and that crime report spread across the country, affecting every time traveler. Meanwhile, in a small alley in LCC Than, a young man wearing sunglasses approached, dressed in a long black coat, slowly walking down the alley. When he stopped in front of a house, he reached out and knocked on the door. Soon, a head cautiously peeked out from inside, politely asking, "Excuse me, who is it?" The young man took off his sunglasses, smirked, and said, "Si Susho, Kim Ha-thu." As soon as he finished speaking, a loud slam of the door echoed, followed by a frantic shout, "Boss, it's Kim Ha-thu." Not long after, the wooden door opened again, and Ha-thu slowly stepped in from outside. The people inside quickly stood into rows, watching him warily. Ha-thu smirked and said, "You don't need to be so afraid of me. Where's Bostron?" Alvin then appeared, smiling politely. "The boss isn't back yet, Boss Ha. What an honor to have you. Please, have some tea. Our boss will be back soon." Ha-thu nodded slightly, then went inside and sat down. He leisurely spoke. "This antique-style furniture is too stiff. It's not comfortable to sit on at all. Oh right. Do you have any wine? I don't drink tea." Seeing this, someone couldn't help but curse. How dare he sit in the boss's chair? Alvin hurriedly tried to stop him. Just then, the room door was pushed open. Along with it was a low voice. "Why, of course, if we have guests, we must have wine and meat. If a leopard or a wolf comes, we must have guns." Hearing the sound, Ha-thu looked up, smirked, and said, "Yesterday, I invited Bostron to hold a meeting. As a result, Bostron refused, so I had no choice but to fly to the capital myself." Vinming slowly sat down, casually asking, "What's the rush?" Ha-thu smiled at him, raising an eyebrow. "Has Bostron seen today's news?" Vinming nodded slightly, replying, "I know you just rescued 12 time travelers, but you haven't come to boast to me, Si Luan, have you?" Ha-thu calmly smiled and said, "Boasting is out of the question. I just want to ask Bostron, what do you think about my suggestion?" He said that with Si Luan in Vin Gang's hands, the number of people was only decreasing, not increasing, which didn't meet the requirements. The world was becoming more chaotic. And with so few people under him, How could he ensure security? Vin Meng calmly said, our ideals differ. You in Sisu shall want to monitor all time travelers, but I don't think it's necessary. An organization that mixes all types of people is not a good thing. Hathu remained silent for a long time. Then he spoke. You know, if they are not within the scope of control, many other time travelers will be harmed. Today's incident is an example. However, Vin Meng did not answer this question. He slowly took a sip of tea. Then he countered, is Hathu in your hands? Hathu was silent for 2 seconds before smiling and saying, you guess. Hearing these words, Vin Meng put down his teacup. He asked in a deep voice, what do you want to do? Is it ultimately for the power in your hands, or do you truly care about the time travelers? Hathu didn't answer, calmly stood up and said indifferently, I already know Mr. Trin's answer. As for what I want, you'll find out this afternoon. With that, he quickly went out. Vin Dong narrowed his eyes, watching Hathu's retreating back. After a moment of silence, he spoke, I hope that when the enemy appears, you and I are still comrades. Hathu's footsteps immediately paused. He curled his lips into a smile and said, we will, old-class monitor. Soon after, Miss Luan's door closed. Hathu walked alone again in the small alley. Later that same afternoon, Hathu went online again and started spreading news. The students in the school were all engrossed in their phones, watching the news. In a short time, it spread widely. Confronting was also following this person. He frowned and thought, who on earth is this Hathu daring to create such a chat group? It seems he has a clear understanding of the inner world's technology. But everyone's time travel duration is so short. How did Hathu grasp the technology? Did he bring devices from the inner world here? Or maybe Hathu isn't one person, but if multiple people cooperate, each bringing a component, then it might be possible. Confronting didn't dare to join this group, unless he could also hide his identity. In the video, Hathu only said that outsiders couldn't log in, but the important thing was that he could easily obtain information about most people. This group chat system was like a crab pot, and Hathu was like the crab catcher. He just had to sit on the boat, drifting in the northern sea, then throw the steel pot into the deep sea, waiting for the king crabs to crawl into the basket. Confronting skipped school again, buying some food to take to Jiang Tiet and her daughter's house. Dongvan ran out to open the door, and seeing him, happily exclaimed, Brother Confronting is here. The little girl asked curiously, Brother Confronting, are you skipping class again? He didn't answer, handing the bag in his hand to the little girl. This cake is for you. Take the fruits and vegetables to your mother. Dongvan took the bag, then asked curiously, where are your friends? Confronting shook his head slightly and replied, I don't know, don't worry about them. With his words, Dongvan didn't ask any more, pulling his hand and running into the house. Alright, come quickly and see my mom's new armored part. It's so beautiful. Jiang Tiet was currently using her metal arm to cook. Confronting looked it over, then asked curiously, did you just buy this? How durable is it? Jiang Tiet slowly replied, its durability is 10 times that of the previous one. In the inner world, I once saved a prominent figure from Lithe group. Hearing this, Confronting glanced at Dongvan behind him. Startling the little girl, she quickly pulled his hand and ran off. Mom, cook fast. I'm hungry. The two quickly went to the living room and sat down. Dongvan narrowed her eyes at Confronting, playfully asking, Brother Confronting, are you asking my mom about this to deduce my identity? He gently shook his head and replied, no, I just asked casually. Dongvan didn't believe him, puffing out her cheeks and pouting. You still haven't told me your identity in the inner world. Confronting pouted and said, you guess? Dongvan put on an adorable expression, happily suggesting, how about we exchange secrets? I'll tell you my identity, and you tell me yours. However, Confronting flatly refused. No. Dongvan angrily pouted, stingy, you definitely already know my identity. You even tricked a child. Laughing softly, Confronting calmly said, but you're not an ordinary child, are you? Just then, there was another knock on the door from outside. When Dongvan went to open the door, she saw Wang Yun's group of four. Wang Yun waved and said with a smile, "Hello, little sister. We're Contran's classmates, and we're very close to him." Dongvan turned her head to look inside and asked, "Brother Contran, do you know them?" Contran hesitated, wanting to answer, but before he could speak, Dongvan looked outside and pouted, saying, "He said he doesn't know you." Wang Yun's group of four were thus left outside once again. They didn't expect to be rejected so bluntly. Xiaoniu frowned in silence. How can Contran get along with this family? But we can't. Just then, Zhangzu came out to open the door. Everyone spoke up. "Hello, children. So sorry. The child doesn't understand things. You're the new neighbors, aren't you? Come in quickly." Xiaoniu looked down at her armored arm, immediately surprised. "This thing is quite high-end, isn't it?" Zhangzu didn't notice his gaze, looking at Dongvan and requesting, "Xiaoyun, go pour some tea for the guests, dear." Outside, it had already started to get dark when Wang Yun's group of four returned home. Xiaoniu sat on the chair, silent for a long time before speaking. "Maybe we were wrong from the very beginning." Everyone quickly glanced at Xiaoniu. He continued, "We came from Haicheng to Luocheng, and we had to airlift leather sofas. Look at the house opposite. They all have old, hard fabric sofas." Then Xiaoniu asked again, "Did everyone notice Zhangzu's arm? The details in it are incredibly rich. Therefore, the world outside considers them wealthy, but in the inner world, Zhangzu is the real wealthy person. Because of our arrogance, we couldn't befriend Contran, Zhangzu, Dongvan, and Uncle D. However, Wani retorted, "But we're stronger than them." These words made Xiaoniu's face as dark as a pot bottom. Wani had no other choice, so she reluctantly said, "All right, so what should we do?" Xiaoniu immediately suggested, "The first thing we need to do tomorrow is get our school uniforms. I hope you understand, we came to Luocheng to seek hope. There's nothing to be arrogant about." Wang Yun pouted and said, "But the uniforms in Luocheng are so ugly. Can't we wear our own clothes? I bought so many clothes." No, Xiaoniu flatly refused, leaving the two girls speechless. Contran's countdown now had 4 days left. He woke up from his dream and went into the bathroom. In the mirror, he clearly saw the curves of his abdominal muscles gradually becoming stronger. Fire patterns also appeared on both sides of Contran's face. Then he started putting on clothes, muttering softly. No wonder Uncle Li Tong said that just 3 months of breathing technique practice can reach a realm that others take 5 years to cultivate. This thing is truly miraculous. Contran went to school as usual, but as soon as he entered the classroom, he saw Wang Yun's two friends sitting inside, wearing uniforms, and there was Zheng Chen sitting behind them, his eyes filled with infatuation. Throughout the subsequent class, Wang Yun's two friends always laughed and talked very happily. Contran took a glance and knew immediately. It was that these transfer students had changed their strategy and started their plan to approach others. They even took out math exam questions and asked him to explain them, but he left it to Zheng Chen, which caused many jokes. It's just that Zheng Chen seemed very happy too. He slung his arm around Contran's shoulder, happily laughing and saying, "Tell me, she asked me to explain to her. Does she like me?" Contran didn't answer, but then saw the book in his hand and asked discontentedly, "Are you exposed to the hacker profession in the inner world?" Can then smiled shyly, "No, just learning for fun." Contran snorted coldly, not saying anything further. He thought he really should learn something, like chess. This was his first move in prison no. 18. After thinking it over, Contran suddenly thought of Japanese. In that inner world, he suddenly had an fiancée, and to understand what she said, he always had to translate it. The more he thought about it, the more it made sense. After that, Contran started searching online for information about that Brandon Soren silent person. With his efforts, he finally found her, looking exactly like his fiancée from the inner world. Just then, Wang Yun walked over, saw the information on Contran's phone, and said in surprise, "So you like Japanese girlfriends, staring like that?" Contran shook his head slightly, no. He had only tried to find Brandon Soren silent, and unexpectedly found her. the girl from the Brandon family who hadn't said anything to him in the interrogation room. Her father was an overseas Chinese. Her mother was Japanese. No wonder she knew 2 languages. She had just landed the lead female role in the Ghost film produced by director Yuki Iwai. According to the information gathered, there was no sign of the Brandon family and other families being separated by the sea. After all, Uncle Dong had said that such a large sea had become a forbidden zone. If the Brandon family was on an island, they couldn't cross the sea to the mainland. Therefore, time travelers on the island would also cross to the mainland with time travelers from their own country. It was break time. Little Niu and the other 3 gathered again. Little Niu asked again, "Any new progress?" Wang Yun sighed, "Those guys, Nan Kanen and Contran, are like idiots." Contran just stared at a Japanese actress for the entire class. Wani asked doubtfully, "Didn't the teacher say Contran was a good student? How come he doesn't seem like one at all, even chasing idols?" The 2 of them continued to chatter animatedly. This made little Niu, on his side, scold them impatiently. "What did we talk about yesterday? Please be less arrogant. If you keep treating them like idiots, how can you become friends?" Just then, little Niu heard someone calling, "Contran, the foreign language teacher is calling you." Contran immediately ran out of the classroom. "I'm coming right away." Little Niu walked up to the male student and asked doubtfully, "Excuse me, what does the foreign language teacher want with Contran?" The male student shook his head slightly. "How would I know? They're friends and practice speaking together." After hearing this news from the male student, little Niu was immediately startled. This alone could prove that Contran's English listening comprehension was very good. Not at all like he had imagined. Afterward, little Niu returned to his group and said somberly, "I'm suspecting he's also a time traveler. I'm confirming with you all one more time. Did he eavesdrop on your conversation?" Wani thought for a moment before saying, "First, we can be sure he was doing math problems, not eavesdropping." Little Niu clenched his fists upon hearing this. After a long while, he spoke, "That still doesn't rule out suspicion. I have to find a way to confirm it." That evening at Jiang Tai's home, she was cooking. The 2 female students, Wang Yun, sat on the sofa, talking with Dong Yun. Wang Yun softly asked, "Little sister, can I ask you something?" Dong Yun innocently asked back, "If I answer, do I get candy?" Wang Yun immediately took out a lot of chocolate candies and happily said, "Of course you do. How about this?" Dong Yun happily nodded, "Thank you, big sister. I love chocolate very much." Seeing that, Wang Yun immediately started asking, "So, let me ask you, little sister, is brother Contran like your mom? You know, also a time traveler, the super cool kind?" Dong Yun gently shook her head and replied, "I don't know." Wang Yun squinted at the little girl. This reaction was normal. If the little girl had confirmed yes or no, it would have made her suspicious. Besides, how could a 10-year-old child lie about these things? Wani, who was next to them, continued to ask, "Have you ever asked him?" Dong Yun calmly replied, "I did ask him, but he just said that instead of thinking about whether time travel is real, I should focus on studying hard and getting into a good university." Wang Yun felt suspicious. She frowned and asked, "Did he say anything else?" Dong Yun popped a candy into her mouth. She innocently said, "He said those time travelers aren't that impressive." Hearing this, Wang Yun fell into contemplation. If Contran was a time traveler, how could he say such a thing? This was more like he was envious and admired them, while also comforting himself. Wani, next to her, reached out and patted Dong Yun's head, praising her repeatedly. "Little Yun is such a good girl." After asking the questions they wanted, Wang Yun and the other person quickly left. Wani walked behind, asking in a low voice, "Do you think the child told the truth?" Wang Yun said confidently, "A well-behaved child like that definitely told the truth. Besides, she couldn't possibly lie about these things." They just didn't know that Dong Yun, hidden behind the door, had heard their entire conversation. She thought of a past incident where Dong Yun's wretched father had also given her candy to lure her into a room. Then he started beating Jiang Tiet, traumatizing Dong Yun. So from the moment Wang Yun took out the chocolate to entice her, it was already destined that she wouldn't get what she wanted. Dong Yun didn't hesitate to throw it in the trash. Her eyes were full of hatred. A moment later, someone suddenly knocked on Contran's door. Contran went to open the door and saw Dong Yun. He asked doubtfully, "Come in. What is it this time?" As soon as Dong Yun entered, she saw a pressure cooker on the table and asked in surprise, "You could ask my mom to cook meat for you? My mom cooks meat really well." Contran calmly said, "It's fine, I'll do it myself." At this moment, Dong Yun poked her head out, offered him a candy, and smiled. "Here, this is for you." She then happily added, "Today, those two big sisters asked me if you're a time traveler. I covered for you, but there must be some detail that made them suspicious of you." Contran frowned after hearing this. It must have been revealed because of the foreign language teacher incident. He didn't pay much attention to this matter. He asked doubtfully, "Where did you get the chocolate?" Dong Yun sat on the chair and replied with a smile, "I bought it for you. It's my gift to you." Contran nodded slightly. Then he said, "From my observation, these people have provoked an enemy in City No. 7, Chen you do." Dong Yun immediately asked, "So that's why they came here, to escape the control of the Chen family. But I don't need this kind of information." Contran frowned slightly, asking doubtfully, "Then what do you need?" Smiling unconsciously, Dong Yun winked and said with a laugh, "I want to know your identity." Contran shook his head without hesitation. "No." Dong Yun's eyes sparkled as she looked at him, pleading, "Then can you, Contran, do my homework for me?" Contran still refused, making the girl pout in reproach. "How boring. These people next door keep staring at us like that. It's driving me crazy. Should we think of a way to make them leave?" Contran gently shook his head. "It won't be easy. Being suspected by them is really annoying. But if we keep trying to hide it, that's not good either. The best way is to divert their attention. So of course, we'll have to use Uncle Duck to divert their attention. Not only to divert attention, but these wealthy descendants also have the money and influence Contran desires. It seems this time travel trip, he'll have to have a proper talk with Uncle Duck." While he was thinking, Dong Yun spoke up again. "Oh, Contran, National Day is in a few days. Let's go out and have some fun." Contran was a little surprised, asking in astonishment, "Why are you suddenly talking about going out? I need to think about this first. Or maybe let's talk about it in a few days." Dong Yun didn't force him. Nodding, she replied, "Okay, you have to consider it." After that, the girl left Contran's house. Finally, he was left alone. He looked for an app to browse. Finally, with only 10 seconds left on the countdown, Contran bit down on the USB, carrying a knife. When the time expired, space seemed to rip apart. Contran, in prisoner attire, appeared again in prison No. 18. Seeing him, Uncle Dong smiled faintly and said, "You're back?" Contran nodded slightly, "Yeah, I'm back." Then he took out what he had stuffed in his mouth. This experiment was very effective. At least he could find out how much stuff he could bring over. Contran looked down at his arm. This time, it was 2 days. He couldn't help but smile. It was still the familiar prison No. 18, but this time it was a little different. It was no longer a cold, single-cell and prison, but someone was waiting for him to come back. Uncle Dong's group seemed to be waiting for Contran to come home. Even if this home was a bit dark and desolate, it was enough. Thinking this, Contran handed the USB to Uncle Dong. "Teacher, this is the music you wanted. Did you notice any changes when I time traveled?" Before, he always figured out the rules by himself. Now with someone observing, maybe they could discover different details. Uncle Dong nodded slightly. "Before, you said that after time traveling to another world, 1 second passed in the new world. This is not accurate. According to my perception, it was only about 0.1 seconds. Contran was a little surprised. So his entire body really time traveled, but the problem was, where was the Contran of the inner world? Where did he go? Did he really die in the inner world? Thinking this, he asked doubtfully again, "Teacher, the speck of fire inside me." He hadn't even finished speaking. Uncle Dong interrupted. Now is not the time to explain this. It just appeared sooner than I expected. Unconsciously smiling faintly, Contran excitedly suggested, then let's start training, teacher. But this time, Uncle Dong shook his head and said, there's no need to rush. Come with me first. Contran couldn't help but be startled, asking doubtfully, go where? Uncle Dong replied calmly, to take you to see the world outside. Hearing these words, Contran immediately asked doubtfully, why do I have to go see the outside world? Chuckling softly, Uncle Dong calmly replied. Contran was naturally curious, like cities within cities, cities like steel jungles and a sky like deceptive 3D projections. Look, how vibrant are the cities others transmigrated to, but where he transmigrated to was an iron box in a prison. But Contran still hesitated and said, Uncle Dong calmly said again. The more Contran listened, the more confused he became, asking back doubtfully. Uncle Dong chuckled and replied. Just then, Yuan came from behind and handed Contran a box, saying, inside the box was a mask. Immediately after, the four of them headed towards the glowing gate. Before leaving, Contran turned his head to look back. It turned out that the freedom he had always longed for was right before his eyes. A moment later, in the first district of City 18, at a large restaurant, the staff were politely refusing customers. These words made the male customer in front of them ask discontentedly, you're not kidding, are you? Is the one who booked the whole restaurant from the Lee or Kim family? The staff member immediately handed him a sign with a name written on it, Hang Society, Lee Dons. Seeing this name, the male customer quickly made himself scarce with his young mistress. Only outside did the girl dare to ask. Why did you suddenly leave? He awkwardly said. As soon as the two of them left, another car parked in front of Bai Guangzhi. The staff of Bai Guangzhi stood at attention on both sides, welcoming this distinguished guest. The arrivals were Uncle Dong and Contran. The staff respectfully offered Uncle Dong a towel and warmly said, Mr. Lee, your table has been prepared, and all cameras in the Wenwei building have been turned off. Contran also received a share of the blessings. The staff were very respectful to him, but Contran waved his hand to decline. Uncle Dong, who was in front, couldn't help but say, in this world, as long as you have wealth and power, everything is just right. Contran said nothing, only glancing down at the scenery below. Then he asked doubtfully. Uncle Dong calmly explained. Contran was speechless after hearing this. The way these powerful figures work is truly incomprehensible. After a moment of contemplation, he continued to ask. Chuckling softly, Uncle Dong calmly said. The two quickly entered the elevator to go up. Contran asked as he walked. Uncle Dong slowly explained. Contran was surprised to hear this and asked doubtfully. Uncle Dong calmly opened his mouth. Science is like a double-edged sword. No one can know whether it brings blessings or disaster. It's like how the Lee family once researched fast-growing green forests, fast-growing rice, and genetically modified fast-growing soybeans. When humans no longer need to sleep much, their reproductive capacity not only doesn't improve, but their spirits weaken even further. Contran listened while observing the luxurious scenery below. There was a yacht hovering in the air, flying around the city. What are you thinking, Bick? Uncle Dong spoke indifferently. No need to look anymore. Every second that this divine machine-like patrol yacht expels methane and liquid oxygen, it's the sweat and blood of its devotees. Immediately after, the two of them proceeded to the dining table, where a delicious plate of braised meat was already set. However, there was only one plate and no utensils for Contran. He asked blankly, where are my chopsticks? Uncle Dong took a bite of the juicy meat, then smiled and said, you're wearing a mask. You can't eat. Contran was a bit speechless, truly not knowing what to say. Uncle Dong took another bite of meat, then feigned innocence and asked, are you hungry? Contran sighed and replied, a little hungry. Hearing this, he looked at the staff and said, get him a bowl of Milanese braised noodles. Very quickly, the staff brought Contran a large bowl of noodles. Uncle Dong gently waved his hand, and the staff discreetly withdrew. Then he spoke up, take off your mask and eat. Contran nodded slightly, quickly taking off his mask. He was thinking that this building must be one of the tallest structures in City 18. Looking up, he could only see to other buildings reaching for the sky alongside this one. As he was observing, Uncle Dong spoke up again. Those are the buildings of the Ken and Lee families. He couldn't help but frown in surprise. Uncle Dong just chuckled softly, then said nothing more. Contran asked again, "Is this the most beautiful scenic spot in City 18? Uncle Dong nodded slightly and replied, "The Eternal Building was built on top of 6 other towering skyscrapers to achieve its current height and beauty. If you don't count the street art, dirty water, and crime, then this is the most beautiful scenery. If there's another chance, he'll take you to see the city's dirtiest scenes." Saying that, Uncle Dong pointed into the distance and said, "There's a telescope by the window, specifically for diners who want to enjoy the view. You can go and take a look." Contran looked behind him and indeed saw the telescope, so he curiously walked over to observe. Just then, he saw an airship below. Moreover, people were disembarking from it. It was a regular army unit, and their target was the building where Contran and the other person were eating. Uncle Dong naturally saw them too, but he calmly suggested, "Let's eat first." Contran nodded slightly. After that, the two returned to the dining table. Uncle Dong asked suspiciously, "Aren't you scared?" Contran calmly sipped his bowl of noodles, pouting as he said, "It's the first time a teacher has taken a student out to see the sights. He wouldn't let his student die on the way, would he? Otherwise, he wouldn't be doing his job well." Hearing this, Uncle Dong couldn't help but burst out laughing. However, there was no such pleasant scene below. Soldiers carrying weapons were rushing into the building. Not only that, but the helicopters were also closely following the building in the sky. They were all regular army, fully equipped with weapons. At this moment, at a temporary military base far away, inside a large spaceship hovering in the air, a serious man spoke, "Stop, stand by and check the charging status of the equipment, then report back to me." The team members behind him immediately complied. Immediately after, the leading man reminded them again, "Boss Tran has instructed that if you want to leave here alive tonight, you must not fire a single shot. Remember that. Don't implicate others." Hearing this, someone spoke up doubtfully, "Captain, I don't understand." The captain calmly replied, "You'll understand later. I repeat, no firing of shots is allowed." Just then, a figure suddenly appeared, blocking their path. It was a man in a black hat. He raised an eyebrow and greeted them. Seeing this man, those people immediately became terrified. But before they could even fire a shot, that person's figure had swiftly rushed forward. So in just a few seconds, those people had all fallen. The man raised an eyebrow and smiled. At the same time, at Van Viev building, where teacher Thuk Ming and his student were eating, an uninvited guest arrived. It was a white-haired youth, dressed in a neat suit, clearly a person of status. As soon as he saw the scene before him, his eyes widened in surprise. Thuk Ming also saw the youth enter. He waved his hand and requested. He didn't dare to argue, standing straight there, waiting without a word. Kinchern, on the other hand, was very leisurely eating his noodles bit by bit. A moment later, he finally finished eating. Kinchern quickly put on his mask and slowly spoke. At this moment, the youth had walked to the table. Thuk Ming chuckled and said, DC gently shook his head and solemnly said. Hearing this, Thuk Ming chuckled and said, DC let out a sigh of relief. Immediately after, he stood in the distance waiting. Thuk Ming looked at the helicopters outside. He smiled helplessly and said, "Do you understand why I don't go out now?" Kinchern asked doubtfully. Nodding slightly, Thuk Ming smiled mysteriously and said, "Speaking of this," he inadvertently looked at the small flame next to him, pondered for a long time, and then suggested. The two teacher and student quickly left the building, got in the car, and departed. Kinchern regretfully looked down at the city below, but it's okay, he would return here sooner or later. DC watched their car from inside the building. After that, he asked, "We found them, they were all unconscious. Someone must have ambushed them at the emergency exit and then retreated." Hearing this, DC couldn't help but smile, sighing. Just one night out for Thukming had alarmed all the forces in the city. However, this was not within the concerns of Thukming and his student. They still calmly rode back in the car. Thukming then asked. Kinchern calmly replied. Nodding in satisfaction, he continued to ask. No, Kinchern gently shook his head and calmly said. The more Thukming listened, the more satisfied he felt. He nodded and smiled. Of course, that's why I feel I shouldn't let you bear any burden when entering the battlefield. As a teacher, he could only walk a certain distance with Kinchern, then stand behind and watch how far he could go. While he was thinking, Kinchern hesitated and asked, Will we have a chance to go out again later? Thukming chuckled and asked, You still want to go out and play? Kinchern nodded firmly, I do. Hearing his tone, Thukming couldn't help but laugh. He happily said, Then let's wait a few more days and find a chance to go out and play. After hearing that, Kinchern felt very excited and looked down at the countdown timer on his hand again. These 3 hours were truly top-notch. At the same time, in a deserted bar, Alvin and Vin Meng were there. Vin Meng pulled out a chair and sat down, asking seriously, Have you seen the news? Alvin nodded slightly, replying, Yes, I have. I think we should still try to approach Uncle Liu GC. Even if you dislike Uncle Liu GC, you must consider that he is the one closest to L Thukming. Kenmuk shook his head. Vin Meng said seriously, I trust my intuition. Someone like L Thukming would never pay attention to Uncle Liu GC. There must be a third time traveler in prison no. 18. Alvin frowned upon hearing this, asking doubtfully, So what should we do? Vin Meng slightly narrowed his eyes, looking into the distance, and firmly said, Find him. Countdown 3:30 a.m. in the 9th District, 2nd City. A pair of feet wearing shiny black leather shoes appeared in this wet area. The young man in a white suit stepped into a small house where a woman was watching the news. As soon as he arrived, he tapped the table, startling the woman. The one who arrived was Hothu. The woman looked at him and panicked, saying, Boss, I'm so sorry. I didn't notice you coming in. He chuckled and said, Don't be nervous. I'm here because I have pieces of news I want you to spread quickly. One is to tell Tiu to temporarily cut off contact with them and wait for him to return to discuss everything. The second is, tell Tiu to quickly gather information about L Thukming. The woman immediately took the order after hearing that. Hothu thought for a moment, then finally spoke. It seems we must win over Uncle Liu GC before Ms. Luan makes a move. We need him. At this point, he gave the woman a compelling look and said, I hope you understand the mission we are carrying. After you return, go find the instructor for enhanced training. Any objections? The woman quickly shook her head. None. Hothu snorted lightly and said coldly, Good, then it's decided. A few hours later at prison no. 18. After returning, Kinchern leisurely crawled into bed and slept. It seems no new prisoners were escorted to prison no. 18 last night. Thinking that, he turned over and quickly fell asleep. The next day, in the dining hall, Thukming was still very calm, going about his daily routine as usual. Tiu saw this and couldn't help but exclaim, The outside world is in complete chaos because of what happened last night, but the boss is completely nonchalant, not bothering about it at all. Just then, Thine walked over and asked suspiciously, What did your boss go out to do last night? If there's anything fun, take me with you. How do you know that? Tiu asked, frowning slightly. Although it was chaotic outside, Thine didn't have a communication device, so how could he know what was happening out there? After thinking for a moment, he realized the problem and pouted. So the mental transcendent from Hirk Bao has arrived. How many people came? Thine snorted coldly and said, Only I came, tell me the truth. What did L Thukming go to do? Tiu pouted slightly and said, If I told you that he only went out to eat braised pork, would you believe me? Thine replied with dissatisfaction, No, I wouldn't. Such a big event, and there wasn't anything important going on? Hearing this, Tiu couldn't help but curl his lips into a cold smile. You also know that the whole world wouldn't believe it. But Thukming really didn't do anything last night. He just wanted to take Contrin out to play. Those people only remember that he's very dangerous, yet they forget that he's actually incredibly capricious too. Tiu found it funnier the more he thought about it. Then he looked up at the floor above, unable to help but sigh with emotion. It's one thing for Thukming to be calm, but how can a 17-year-old like Contrin be so calm? He can sleep until noon. Just then, the prison announcement sound suddenly rang out. Kodo 10101 has a visitor, waking Contrin from his daze. Thien heard this sound and also exclaimed in surprise, "Wait, aren't visits only once every 3 months? I remember 2 people just visited him yesterday." So the next day, Contrin was led by 2 robots to the visiting room. Having gained experience, he walked straight in, and upon seeing the girl sitting there, he couldn't help but be surprised. The person visiting Contrin was King M. He asked doubtfully, "Why are you here again?" King M happily replied, "To bring you some food. I cooked it myself." Saying that, she handed a lunchbox to Contrin, her eyes sparkling as she said, "I asked, and the prison food isn't very good, so I made some for you." Contrin took it, then asked doubtfully, "I'm very curious. You and I aren't very close, at least not close enough for you to visit me every day, right?" King M hesitated for a moment before answering, "This time I came to City 18 with my elders. They want me to interact with you, and I'm not used to being around them." Hearing this, Contrin couldn't help but look at her a little longer. Immediately after, he picked up a piece and tasted it under King M's expectant gaze. The flavor quickly melted in his mouth, making Contrin exclaim, "I have to say, this girl's cooking skills are excellent." He continued to eat the meal, while King M watched Contrin intently, making him incredibly embarrassed. Seeing Contrin's reaction, King M chuckled softly and said, "It's nothing. This is a language that only people in my clan understand. Well then, Contrin, see you later." With that, she stood up from the table, leaving a final remark for Contrin before she left, which left him completely frozen. On this side, Tiu was utterly bored. Ever since Thukming wanted Contrin to hide his identity, this prison felt like it had lost its fun. Even talking to him required pretending to be cold. Just then, the door behind him suddenly opened, startling him. Then he saw Uncle GC being carried by a robot. Tiu was even more panicked. He couldn't let this kid see Contrin. Immediately after, he leaned close to Thuk H Nung's ear and said, "Boss, we can't release this person." Thukming calmly replied, "Then lock him up. We'll talk about it tonight." So, right after, Tiu ran to talk to the robot. Without any hesitation, it turned back, making Uncle GC cry out, "Wait, weren't you going to release me back to the factory? What's going on? Why are you locking me up again? Did I commit a crime?" No matter how much he cried until his voice was hoarse, he was still locked up. He clutched his head and wailed, "Why is it that every time the countdown ends, I'm forced to go to the world inside and sit in prison for a few days?" Not long after, the door opened again and a person slowly walked in. It's Contrin, but he was wearing a mask. Uncle GC trembled and asked, "Who are you?" He quickly realized this was the 3rd time traveler in prison, no, 18. Thinking of this possibility, Uncle Duck became even more frightened. He trembled and asked, "What do you want to do?" Contrin didn't say anything. He wrote a few words on a screen and handed it to him to read. Seeing these words, Uncle Duck immediately panicked and explained, "Brother, I didn't mean to steal your identity. I've thought it through. I won't brag anymore. This time, when I get out, I'll admit it right away." Contrin wrote him a few more words, making him confused. He asked, Then, brother, what do you want?" Contrin didn't say anything. He just wrote words on a board for Uncle Duck to read. However, seeing his suggestion, Uncle Duck immediately refused. "No way. I've been harassed so much I'm scared now." After that, he started recounting his troubles, but Contrin didn't care much. He then asked, "Do you know how long your sentence is?" Uncle Duck shook his head slightly and replied, "I don't know the exact amount. Who told me I was already in prison as soon as I time traveled here. However, Contran then told him that according to the latest news, Uncle Duck committed robbery, theft, attempted murder, and multiple other crimes, resulting in a sentence of 99 years and 7 months. This frightened Uncle Duck quite a bit, but he quickly thought of something. Uncle Duck stared intently at Contran and hurriedly said, "Brother, you only use writing to talk to me. Are you afraid I'll recognize your voice? So, I know you, right? Or you're someone I'm close with?" Contran didn't answer. He kicked his ankle hard. Then he leaned in close and said coldly, "Actually, you were pushed out by the gang to take the fall. Gangs in the inner world do things like this." Uncle Duck didn't hear these words because he was analyzing Contran's voice. If he had ever heard this voice, he would surely remember it, but in his memory, he had no impression of this sound. Contran didn't care what Uncle Duck was thinking and said coldly, "Now that you've heard my voice, can we continue talking?" He quickly nodded. "Sorry, brother, I misunderstood you." He unconsciously snorted coldly. Contran said seriously, "I'm here to see you now because I want to make a deal with you. You impersonate me, and I can help you get out of trouble." Uncle Duck trembled as he looked at Contran and asked doubtfully, "How do you help?" He calmly replied, "Find those real culprits and make them confess." Uncle Duck still felt something was wrong and trembled as he said, "But even if you leave and don't help me anymore, I'd still be helpless, wouldn't I?" Contran snorted, pouted, and said, "Do you have another choice?" Uncle Duck felt these words were true. He pondered for a long time before saying, "I agree to this deal. What do you need me to do?" Contran slowly opened his mouth. "I believe that someone will definitely be attracted by your external identity. You just need to find out their purpose. Simply put, I want to use you to connect them." Uncle Duck listened and then cautiously said, "Brother, I can't get nothing out of this, can I?" Contran calmly replied, "Each successful transaction will result in a share of profits or a reward for you. For example, good food in the inner world, or being able to see outside news even when sitting in a sealed room, or bringing him some life simulation equipment from the entertainment area." At these words, Uncle Duck looked at Contran in disbelief. He didn't expect that this third time traveler had such great power in prison. No. 18. However, Uncle Duck still pointed at his limbs and said, "But brother, then I'll be very dangerous in the outside world. You must have seen the news. I was injured the second day after returning." Contran frowned upon hearing this and asked doubtfully, "Tell me in detail. Before you found it very confusing. How did he get injured?" After that, Uncle Duck began to tell him everything. After listening, Contran nodded in understanding. "In that case, having Uncle Duck impersonate you is indeed dangerous." It wasn't that he cared about him, but rather that it wasn't easy to find a suitable person, and letting him die would be a great waste. Thinking, Contran then said seriously, "So you want to gain the ability to protect yourself? For example," Uncle Duck hurriedly replied, "genetic medicine." Hearing these words, Contran fell silent, making Uncle Duck's heart start doing hip-hop. After a long silence, Contran finally said, "I can give it to you." Only then did he dare to breathe a sigh of relief. But Contran glared at Uncle Duck and said coldly, "I only hope you can prove yourself worthy of that gene medicine and also understand what cooperating with me means." Nodding firmly, Uncle Duck proudly declared, "Just watch my performance. There are already for people who want to approach me, but I haven't bothered paying attention to them yet. You wouldn't know, but they have money to spend." Hearing this, Contran immediately realized that the 4 people he was talking about were Wang Yun's group. At this moment, Uncle Duck firmly stated, "Once I return, I'll go find out their intentions. Let's see how to extract money from them." Contran shook his head again and said, "No cash needed. I only need unmarked gold threads." Uncle Duck nodded slightly, then added that some fool wanted him to join a group chat, but it turned out the group was full of scams. They even introduced rich ladies. Contran was speechless after hearing that. It must be that guard. He didn't want to hear him babble anymore, so he turned and left, but Uncle Duck called him back. "Big bro, how can I contact you in the outside world?" He calmly replied, "Don't worry, I'll contact you." With that said, Uncle Duck's cell door closed, and Contran walked out. He looked at the person who had just left, feeling happy inside. Although he couldn't team up with Uncle Dong, teaming up with his successor was not a bad choice. So Uncle Duck is not the protagonist of this world. The owner of that cat-shaped mask is the protagonist. At the same time, Confronting had now gone outside. He reached up and took off his mask. Voice alteration was the second function of the breathing technique. Just then, Uncle Dong also walked over and asked, "Is that your classmate? How did the talk go?" Confronting looked intently at him, slowly opened his mouth. "I need a dose of enhancement medicine." Hearing this, Uncle Dong immediately frowned and suspiciously asked, "Enhancement medicine? Is it for Uncle Duck?" Confronting calmly nodded in affirmation. "That's right." Xiaotu behind him asked doubtfully, "Why? Wouldn't that benefit him?" Confronting slowly explained, "I need to use him to prove that I can give them what they need. Moreover, Uncle Duck has no backbone. He'd confess everything if interrogated. To have such a person act as a shield for me, I have no confidence. So considering it from a different angle, if he gets caught and spills everything, then we just have to make sure they can't catch him." A moment later, when the countdown only had 1 hour left, Confronting entered Uncle Duck's cell once again, a suitcase in his hand. Uncle Duck looked at it and asked, "What's this?" Confronting slowly began, "You must remember what I'm about to say." After that, he began to tell Uncle Duck about the things to pay attention to. Confronting opened the suitcase and coldly spoke, "Next up is this." Xiaotu said this was Li's FDE enhancement medicine to continuously strengthen oneself. One must first inject the 005 type, then sequentially to 001. If 001 is used immediately, it will be fatal. Each injection should be spaced 1 month apart, from grade E up to grade B. This enhancement medicine is highly effective, has a low rate of allergic reaction, works quickly, and does not harm internal organs. Confronting continuously reminded Uncle Duck of the issues needing attention, and he nodded vigorously. After Confronting left, his eyes lit up as he looked at the suitcase of enhancement medicine. Confronting, having given the medicine, didn't pay much attention and slowly walked away. He ignored the shouts echoing behind him. When he reached Yuan's and the others' place, Confronting hesitated and asked, "Hey, what do you guys think? After he injects the second dose, will he want the next one?" Xiaotu shook his head slightly, pouting, "It's hard to say. The pain of injecting enhancement medicine is bone deep. Many people give up after the first dose." Yuan also agreed, "In this world, everything comes at a price. If you want to improve your abilities, you must endure suffering, even if it's a fast-acting enhancement medicine." Confronting heard this and suspiciously asked, "What about awakeners then? Haven't they said awakeners can transcend overnight?" Yuan slowly explained, "Most awakeners are stimulated by a great external force." While the three of them were talking, the shouting stopped. Confronting couldn't help but sigh, saying helplessly, "It seems I overestimated Uncle Duck's will. After passing the trial dose, he no longer has the courage to inject the third dose." Many people dream of becoming stronger, even feeling ready to face the price. But only when they truly suffer do they realize what they're up against, and then they back down. At this moment, Yuan handed Confronting a gold bar, and he asked doubtfully, "Why are you giving me this?" He slowly explained, "The boss said you might not take it, but he's your master, so he can't not give it." Xiao Xiao, on this side, also gave Confronting something. He smirked and said, "This is a fake information-based station device, capable of programming information channels, establishing separate information channels, balancing and calculating information channels." Confronting reached out and took the two devices, asking in surprise, "How did you know I wanted this?" Xiao Xiao shook his head slightly, raised an eyebrow, and smiled. "It's not me, it's the boss. This thing can help you hide your identity in the outside world, and with your personality. You'll definitely need this." Upon hearing this, Confronting asked back blankly, "With my personality, I'll definitely need it. What's my personality like?" Yuan chuckled softly and said, "Maybe the boss thinks you're quite peculiar." Confronting was a bit speechless, not knowing what to say. He lowered his head, looked at the watch on his wrist, and whispered, "It seems he's not injecting anymore. Let's do it." Hearing these words, Xiao Xiao and Yi Wan immediately put on malicious smiles and walked over. Uncle Duck in the room was dog-tired, lying sprawled on the ground, unwilling to move. But his nightmare had arrived. Yi Wan and Xiao Xiao had appeared. Without a word, the two of them cooperated perfectly. One pinned Uncle Duck down, while the other began injecting the gene-altering drug, causing him to incessantly scream and beg, "No. Let's negotiate." Unfortunately, the syringe still plunged straight into his butt. Just as there was 1 second left, the countdown ended, and it was time to return to the outside world. On this side, after returning, Confronting translated Kong Yin's last words from that day. After learning the content, his expression was a bit confused. Honestly, he couldn't understand her purpose. It seemed he really needed to learn Japanese properly. Kong Yin kept using these little tricks right in front of Confronting, and he was too passive, having to wait for translations. Moreover, according to the news, only Japanese and Korean people crossed over to the city he was in. No one in the outside world knew Kong Yin was a time traveler yet, which didn't seem right. She was clearly a celebrity in Japan, so how could no one have found out? He had a feeling that in the inner world, Kong Yin wasn't very happy, which was why she came to visit Confronting, but her main purpose wasn't because of him, but to escape the outside world. Suddenly, he realized that when he sat with her, it was also when Confronting felt most at ease. No one said anything. There was no need to fight or contend. No need to think about how to survive in this dangerous world. Thinking of this, Confronting lowered his head again and looked at the countdown timer on his hand. This time, it was still 2 days. Just then, his phone suddenly vibrated. It was news about Uncle Duck. He had just returned and was continuously shouting in his house. Many reporters had already surrounded his house. As soon as Uncle Duck stepped out, he was bombarded with their questions. There were also sarcastic remarks that made him blush. He couldn't take it anymore and fiercely yelled, "Please move aside." Only, Uncle Duck didn't expect that a mere gesture of his hand would push those reporters down and even send them flying a good distance away. Uncle Duck stared blankly at his hand, his eyes filled with confusion. But he quickly reacted and hastily rode his bike away. As Uncle Duck rode, he pondered. Other time travelers all said the gene-altering drug was incredibly hard to find, but he just casually asked, and the other person already had it. The abilities and connections in the inner world couldn't be faked. Thinking of this, Uncle Duck happily mumbled, "It's like playing a game. It doesn't matter if you're bad, as long as you cling to a big thigh and know how to praise, you can level up." A moment later, he arrived at school. Everyone around him was glued to their phones. Uncle Duck suspiciously opened his phone to check and saw the news of Uncle Tong's release from prison No. 18. The more he read, the more serious his expression became. The news stated that the Kin family would likely use the banned substance SO09 to deal with Uncle Tong's sudden emergence. Furthermore, the news also showed a photo of Confronting wearing a mask, and no one knew who he was. But Uncle Duck did. He couldn't help but sigh, so it turned out he still didn't know this boss very well. At the same time, Confronting also saw this news and was wondering who this person using the ID Thunder King was. That person knew a lot of information. Even he didn't know the Kin family would deploy such a large number of patrolmen. The outside world has the most news, but he was doing a strategy guide, while this Thunder King was like a battlefield reporter. All things considered, Thunder King's information was much more timely. If he revealed himself now, he wouldn't be a fool. Either he has backing like the Kunlun organization and no longer needs to fear scattered soldiers, or, like Ha Tu Tiu, he possesses the ability or technique to hide his whereabouts. It seems that more and more time travelers are appearing, and these people are not like the previous internet idols. They possess their own techniques to counter the outside world and their own stealth skills. Thinking this, Confronting walked out of the classroom. As soon as he stepped out, he saw Uncle Duck happily chatting and laughing with little Niu and Thin Chan, and on his wrist was a sparkling watch. Confronting immediately got angry. He had said he didn't need a watch, but this guy didn't listen. He had messaged Uncle Duck asking about his progress, and he just vaguely replied that there was nothing yet. These words made Contran even angrier. He had thought this guy didn't understand him, but it seemed Uncle Duck intended to pocket the watch. This guy wanted to make a profit from him. For example, on this side, Uncle Duck didn't know he had been discovered yet. He was still excitedly asking how those Hythan students could quickly find their footing in City 18 and if they needed to make a profit. Contran quickly replied. In an instant, Uncle Duck's face froze rigid. He frantically looked around, wondering if this boss was a classmate or a schoolmate. Immediately after, Uncle Duck hurriedly admitted his mistake. A moment later, he left the restroom in a dejected state. Little New saw him and asked. Uncle Duck shook his head slightly, returned the watch to him. Little New's face went blank. What on earth was he talking about? At the same time, Contran had also left the restroom. His phone suddenly displayed a notification. Someone sent a friend request. The sender was Dong Van. She told him a piece of news. Ms. Luan sent Jiangzu a warning message. Highly likely that the 99 suspected criminals on the run have arrived in Luo City. In the last 24 hours, time travelers have gone missing. You must be careful. Contran fell into contemplation upon hearing this. These 9 criminals were extremely vicious. It was likely many time travelers would encounter misfortune. Thinking this, he messaged her. Dong Van immediately replied. She just wanted to ask if she and her mother could sleep at Contran's house tonight. Contran fell into contemplation, looking at these lines of text. So afterward, Contran went back into the restroom to chat with Dong Van. She forwarded Ms. Luan's message to him. Contran read it, frowned, and pondered. Those people rushed to Luo City. They wouldn't have time to investigate in detail. Therefore, as long as Jiangzu and her mother weren't home, the opponent wouldn't find their target. Thinking this, he messaged Contran. Round 540. We can meet at the entrance. I'll scout the area first. Only after confirming there are no suspicious individuals will we proceed. So after school, Contran bought some food and went home. In the meantime, he also read Uncle Duck's message and casually replied. Contran walked home step by step, deep in thought. These 9 suspected criminals were not like the 2 lone actors from last time. They had a plan and were organized. They haven't fallen into a trap for so long. Such a criminal organization is the most dangerous. Currently, this residential area is completely made up of familiar faces. There are no strangers yet. Everything was as it was. No one had touched anything. Even the folds on the curtains were no different from the morning. There was no ambush in the house. Contran quickly went up to his floor. He messaged Jiang Tiet and her daughter. The door's unlocked. Come in. Soon after, Contran's door was pushed open. It was none other than Jiang Tiet and her daughter. After safely entering the house, Jiang Tiet profusely thanked him. Then she went into the kitchen to prepare a meal. Contran glanced at Jiang Tiet. Couldn't help but feel emotional. She's always so gentle. After that, he sat on a chair and talked to Dong Van. Have you heard about Lai Thuk Dong in the inner world yet? Can you tell me, what does the financial conglomerate think about this? Dong Van pouted and said, I heard my sister in the inner world say that Lai Thuk Dong has been out of contact for many years. This time, his reappearance will definitely cause big waves. It seems that Big Sister really worships Lai Thuk Dong. Contran listened while walking to the closet, took out a pillow and placed it on the chair. He smiled casually and said, Tonight, you and your mother sleep in my room. Little Duong, bear with it. I'll sleep in the living room. Dong Van gave him an adorable smile, then spoke again. Oh right, where were you when Lai Thuk Dong came out? Contran casually replied, Me. I was on the subway, only saw the airship flying towards the Eternal Building. Saying this, he feigned ignorance and asked, Oh right, why did Lai Thuk Dong go to prison? Dong Van shook her little head, pouting as she said, I don't know either. I'm still young. I'm not allowed to get his file. I've told you so much information. Shouldn't you share some with me too? Contran calmly sat on the chair and casually told the little girl some information. For example, he suspected that Hatu was not a single person but an organization, and they were planning to attract all time travelers. Dongvan was unhappy when she heard this. Puffing out her cheeks, she said, "Brother Contran, you only share information from the outer world. Is it because if you reveal intelligence from the inner world with high differentiation, your identity would be exposed?" Contran just smiled faintly without answering. Just then, there was a sudden movement from the floor above. Contran and Dongvan's expressions immediately became serious. Contran's ceiling was shaking continuously at this moment. He looked up, a look of panic in his eyes. He frowned and muttered, "There shouldn't be anyone on the floor above right now." Dongvan's expression also stiffened at this moment, thinking about the news she had just mentioned this afternoon. Her little body trembled continuously. Contran motioned for her to be quiet. Only the TV was making noise at this moment. Dongvan was about to grab the remote to turn it off, but Contran stopped her. When they came here, they noticed his lights were on, indicating someone was home. Now, pretending no one's home would be suspicious. Then, he walked over and patted Dongvan's shoulder to comfort her. "Don't be afraid, I'm here." The little girl nodded slightly, reaching up to wipe away her tears. After comforting the little girl, Contran went into the kitchen and used a piece of paper to send a message to Jiang Tuyet. It basically said that they had gone upstairs, and from now on, the three of them had to act as they did before. Just act normal. She should continue cooking. They wouldn't think that she and her daughter were downstairs. Jiang Tuyet showed that she understood and continued cooking, but her trembling body betrayed her. A moment later, Jiang Tuyet finished cooking. She went to Contran, asking worriedly, "What should we do now?" Before Contran could answer, heavy sounds came from upstairs again, making both their faces grim. Contran looked up, falling into thought. This is the weight of the armor. A normal person's footsteps wouldn't be this heavy. Contran closed his eyes, focusing on the movements on the floor above. At this moment, he noticed the sound of a zipper on clothes rubbing against the ground. So someone was lying on the ground, eavesdropping. Realizing this, Contran couldn't help but feel bewildered. At the same time, outside, lightning continuously struck, signaling a restless night. The three of them, including Contran, were inside, trying to make sure the thugs didn't realize they had been spotted. Contran sat on the chair, beginning to devise a plan. Immediately after, he used a note to suggest Jiang Tuyet contact Si Luan, specifically instructing her to only text and not call, as they might be eavesdropping. However, when Jiang Tuyet took out her phone to text, she discovered there was no signal. Her expression immediately turned grim, and Contran grew even more flustered seeing it. The signal here was blocked. These thugs were well prepared, but the communication device's signal with GC Chu was still here. After thinking, he signaled for Jiang Tuyet and her daughter to wait first, and they'd figure things out later. The mother and daughter quickly sat down at the dinner table. Contran also nodded in satisfaction. "That's right, let them think we're having dinner." However, fate had other plans. Contran discovered something unpleasant. A male student's voice echoed from the hallway outside. "I wonder if Jiang Tuyet and her daughter are home. I've already sent someone to buy fresh beef." Contran immediately panicked. Tiu and Gui's group intended to go to Jiang Tuyet's house, and they had already knocked on the door. The three of them, including Contran, felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Ming Van was so scared she started crying. She huddled into Jiang Tuyet's embrace. Contran's expression also became increasingly grim. At this moment, Jiang Tuyet suddenly asked, "What should we do? Should we save them?" Contran didn't answer. He remained silent, standing there. Very soon, the sound of fighting erupted upstairs, then fell silent. It seemed he had underestimated the fighting power of these thugs. Even if Tiu and Gui's group were normal people, they wouldn't be dealt with that quickly. But Tiu and Gui's group wasn't dead yet. Given the modus operandi of the suspected criminals, they'd consider time travelers as rich people and wouldn't kill them, so there was still time. Contran closed his eyes, forcing himself to concentrate and think. Soon, he came up with a plan. At the same time, GC Chu's communication device suddenly rang. Confronting told him to take a taxi to house number 12, hand the road building, and wait there now. Immediately, GC Chu asked doubtfully, "Boss, what are we doing? Why am I waiting there?" Confronting quickly replied, "Remember to tell Tiu and Gu that the first transaction is done. Tell him to pay up the gold." He quickly acknowledged the order and ran outside. After giving orders to GC Chu, Confronting could only wait. Perhaps this type of insignificant time traveler couldn't contact Si Luan, but GC Chu could. Si Luan must have sent people to ambush him. Jiang Tuyet and her daughter were still very scared at this moment. Confronting couldn't do anything but secretly wait. On this side, GC Chu quickly ran out of the house. As soon as he left, Si Luan's people spotted him. The person immediately reported, "Attention, attention, the sparrow has flown. The sparrow has gotten into Little Eagle's car." As soon as GC Chu got in the car, he urgently told the driver, "To villain number 4, Hanton Road, quickly." Upon receiving the news, Alvin immediately ordered, "Everyone, follow them. The sparrow has reported an unusual location. Team leader, Sintra, you to speed up and find a hiding spot there." Just as Confronting predicted, GC Chu was unknowingly luring Si Luan's group to his building. Very quickly, the car carrying GC Chu stopped. GC Chu quickly got out of the car and ran. The driver urgently called out, "Hey handsome, this used to be the main headquarters. What are you doing?" He replied with a trembling voice, "To get the golden thread." Then he ran off. The person inside the car quickly reported, "Call Si Luan's people. The sparrow said he's here to get the golden thread." Upon hearing this, Alvin frowned, muttering doubtfully, "Get the golden thread? Could he have made a transaction with another time traveler?" Just then, someone informed him about a recent murder case and thugs trying to catch time travelers, so Si Luan's convoy quickly gave chase. At the same time, GC Chu stealthily approached the building. He snuck in furtively. Anyone would have thought he was a thief. GC Chu quickly went to the front door of house number 12 and just sat there waiting. Alvin's men arrived and saw this scene, muttering in confusion, "Why is he sitting there? What's he doing sitting in front of house number 12? What is this guy up to?" Just then, a foot suddenly appeared from house number 12's door, and a figure with their head covered stepped out. Moreover, he looked shifty and suspicious. GC Chu turned pale with fear when he saw him. The other guy also saw him and said in a cold voice, "Hey buddy, why do you look so familiar?" Very quickly, he recognized who had come. GC Chu, meanwhile, kept trembling, muttering some incomprehensible words. The other guy quickly reported to his accomplices, "We've got trouble." Seeing the other guy calling for backup, GC Chu quickly pulled up his pants and ran. Seeing this, the other guy wanted to chase after him. However, after only 2 steps, he spotted Elvin's men, so he immediately turned around and ran back into the house. This action startled Elvin. He had also seen someone at Jiang Tait's window. Immediately after, he gave the order, "We've been spotted. Surround him. Be careful. He's very dangerous." But it seemed to be at the same moment that Jiang Tait's window suddenly exploded. Elvin looked up to observe. He quickly realized their intention. They wanted to escape from the back window. Si Luan's men quickly spread out to surround the building. Alvin was also rushing in to catch the person. But at this moment, he realized something and urgently yelled, "Careful!" It seemed as soon as he finished speaking, an explosion suddenly occurred in front. Si Luan's men were blown away. Alvin quickly ran to check on everyone's condition. These explosives were planted by those thugs. When they arrived, they stealthily hid them in the trash can to buy time, then quietly snuck into Jiang Tait's house. If discovered, they would break the back window to draw attention, then detonate explosives in the street to cause casualties and chaos. This way, they would all have enough time to retreat. After confirming that not too many people were injured, Alvin gave another order, "Quickly pursue them. If these people escape, who knows how many more time travelers will be in danger." However, after only a few steps, Alvin suddenly stopped. He realized something was wrong. Those thugs came to capture time travelers, and their armored suits weren't high grade. They couldn't withstand the impact of jumping from the second floor, or they could jump, but they couldn't carry someone else. From the sound of the glass breaking, the mysterious person on the second floor intentionally let him see them, then turned and ran. To the explosives in the street, everything was to make them leave through the front door. Realizing this, Alvin was immediately alarmed. He pursed his lips and ordered, "Come back with me." Alvin ran while contacting his people, just rambling a bit. "Tium, have you arrived yet?" Tium, on his side, was driving like crazy on the road, fiercely replying, "Almost, almost." Alvin frantically ran towards the front door. If his judgment was wrong, it would be like personally letting the thugs escape from the back exit. But he trusted his judgment. Very quickly, he reached the front door. There was a black car parked there and a group of unfamiliar people who clearly weren't good guys. As soon as they saw Alvin, one of them raised a gun, intending to shoot. Alvin, unafraid, charged forward. The car seized the opportunity to drive away. He subtly dodged the incoming bullet. Immediately after, he yelled, "Tium," rammed them to death. Tium, having just caught up, immediately floored the accelerator, and just like that, the two cars collided violently. Seizing this chance, Alvin took a step back to gather momentum. The thug's expression at this moment was a bit grim as he looked at him, but they couldn't stop him. Alvin flew in like a bird, shattering the car window with a kick, and with the same foot, kicked the thugs down. Each and every one of their faces was disfigured by his kicks. Not long after, 4 of them were knocked down. Alvin then loudly ordered, "Beat the hell out of them." As soon as he finished speaking, Siluan's people also appeared, and a fierce battle broke out. A moment later, this battlefield was cleared, and the thugs were arrested by the police. At the same time, Kinchern, who had observed everything, was a little surprised, realizing that Alvin was also a transcendent being. This organization was more cunning than he had imagined. It wasn't something a scattered group could compare to, although the individual combat power wasn't very high. They had organization and practical criminal plans. Thinking this, Kinchern glanced at Jiang Tuyet and her daughter and said, "All right, it's okay now. It's just that we can't go out yet. Just relax and eat your meal." Jiang Tuyet then let out a sigh of relief and said, "Thank you, young man. If it weren't for you, Tiu Van and I would have been in trouble. Let me go reheat the food." Finally, only Kinchern and Ming Van remained in the living room. After experiencing the scare, Ming Van slyly asked, "Kinchern, who did you call Si Luan for?" The signal was cut off. "How could I call anyone?" Shrugging indifferently, Kinchern pouted and said, "It seems you've revealed a lot of details today." Sooner or later, Ming Van would be able to deduce something from these details. Thinking this, he walked over and ruffled Ming Van's hair, asking, "Were you scared?" Ming Van nodded slightly, then said, "I know you don't want to reveal your identity, but if I encounter danger in the inner world, will you save me?" "Yes," Kinchern nodded without hesitation, then reached out and ruffled her hair. However, Ming Van pouted and said, "It's one thing not to reveal your identity to others, but you're being overly secretive even with me. I'm just a kid. How can kids have bad intentions?" Kinchern didn't say anything, just smiled and looked at her. He raised an eyebrow and asked, "Who told you to change the channel?" Ming Van nodded slightly and replied, "Thank you, Kinchern." If Ming Van had suddenly turned off the TV, if Kinchern hadn't reminded Jiang Tuyet to continue cooking, they surely would have been in trouble. Jiang Tuyet was still trembling at this moment, not yet having fully recovered. A moment later, Jiang Tuyet laid out an appetizing spread of food. They began to eat again. The aunt regretfully said, "It's a pity you two are too young to drink wine." But Ming Van pouted and said, "Kinchern can drink." However, after taking a bite of the food, all 3 fell silent. Jiang Tait's expression was a bit strained. She had been so scared while cooking that she forgot to add salt. Kinchern, fearing she might feel embarrassed, quickly said, "It's normal to be scared at a time like that. I was scared too." At the same time, at the hospital, the thugs had been brought there for treatment and surveillance. Tiu Yinggu was also there. looking at the person who was trembling nonstop. He realized that this must be the after effects of overloading after injecting the low-numbered gene serum, having only recently crossed over and already obtaining so much gene serum. Bostrom must have a reputation in the inner world. Alvin was now being helped away by his teammates. He quickly requested, "Move me next to Tiuingu." That person hesitated and said, "I've already arranged a private room for you, you know." Luvin shook his head slightly and said in a low voice, "I still need to clarify a few things with those for new friends." "Oh, right. Tell Fanfu to go investigate them." That person quickly left, and Luvin was also placed next to Tiuingu's bed. Tiuingu glanced at Luvin and said gratefully, "Thank you for rescuing us in time." Luvin just smiled slightly and replied, "It's just our duty. Just now, did you see how heroic we were when we saved you?" At that moment, even seeing the danger, I wasn't afraid. Facing the thugs' gun barrels, I remained as calm as ever. You know, if Bostrom saw it, he'd definitely give you a raise. Tiuingu glanced at Luvin and asked suspiciously, "But how did you know something would happen to us?" Luvin replied casually, "We didn't discover it. Someone else did. We just happened to be there at the right time." Tiuingu was surprised to hear that and continued to ask, "Someone else? Who?" Luvin shook his head slightly and sighed, "I can't say." Just then, one of Miss Luan's people came in and said, "These 4 phones were found in the thug's car. Are they yours? Do you want them back?" Tiuingu nodded slightly, then took back his phone. Immediately, he saw Uncle Duck's message. "Consider this a transaction. Remember to pay in gold." Seeing these lines, Tiuingu's eyes widened in astonishment. Tiuingu hadn't had time to think, still staring at the words on his phone. A moment later, he understood. Now the cause and effect made sense. It was Uncle Duck who discovered they were in danger, and thus created an opportunity for Miss Luan to catch those thugs and save them. That's why Uncle Duck said it was the end of the first transaction. The so-called transaction was saving their lives, but Tiuingu didn't understand how Uncle Duck knew the 4 of them were in danger, or how he managed to mobilize Miss Luan. After a moment of contemplation, Tiuingu replied, "Thank you. This cooperation was very pleasant. Since it's our first time cooperating, I'll pay double." Uncle Duck saw this message as soon as he got home. His eyes immediately lit up like stars. What kind of amazing cooperation partner is this? Double really means double. Is this what the world of rich people is like? Moreover, this time he could pocket a strand of gold without anyone knowing. At the hospital, Luvin then asked, "Oh, right, why were you guys caught?" At first, he thought they had caught Jiang Tayet and Dong Van, but when they opened the sacks, he realized they hadn't, and he hadn't met them before. There were many questions about this matter, and Luvin wanted to extract information from these students. Tiuingu immediately explained, "We're new residents on the 12th floor, students from Lacthan International School. Today, we wanted to greet the neighbors at number 201, but unexpectedly, we ran into thugs and they kidnapped us." Luvin frowned upon hearing this and asked, "You're not time travelers, are you? Was it just a coincidence?" Tiuingu nodded slightly and replied, "It was just a coincidence." While the two were talking, someone entered from outside and said, "Jiang Tayet has been found." After being notified, she and her daughter hid at a friend's house. That person quickly gave the information to Luvin, who reviewed it for a moment before saying, "Because we notified her beforehand, those thugs couldn't catch her, but unexpectedly, Ho Tiuingu's for friends ran into them, right?" That person nodded slightly, then said in a low voice, "Captain Luo, we have to pay for the medicine, but we don't have enough money." Luvin heard this and angrily cursed, "What rotten luck! Our salaries are so low, and we still have to pay half a deposit." Tiuingu, hearing their conversation from the side, quickly offered, "If it's possible, I'm willing to donate to Miss Luan under my personal name." But before he could finish speaking, Luvin cut him off. "Stop. If you donate, and you and other ordinary citizens are in danger at the same time, who do I save first? At that time, I can only save the closest person, right?" But if he happened to be the closest to you at that time, someone would question Miss Luan's impartiality. These aren't my words. These are Vin Gang's words, okay? Lu Vin assured Tiu and Gu that Vin Ming knew how to make money. As soon as he finished speaking, Miss Luan's person leaned in and whispered in his ear, "His father is transferred to Uncle Lu Duck's class." Hearing this, Lu Vin suddenly understood. No wonder he talks about money all the time. Turns out he's rich. Thinking this, he looked at Tiu and Gu again and asked, "Ho Tiu and Gu, how many strands of gold did you agree to give Uncle Lu Duck? And how many grams?" Xiao Nu suddenly froze for a moment, but Lu Yuan's gaze was too serious. He couldn't hide it anymore, so he had to admit, 100 grams per gold thread. I gave 10 threads. Hearing this, Lu Yuan nodded. That's right. Then, when Uncle D was in Little Ying's car, he accidentally mentioned gold threads. It seems Xiao Nu hired Uncle D, looking for him to buy resources in the inner world. Thinking this, Lu Yuan immediately ordered, "Register the identities for all 4 of them. Each one counts. They're all time travelers. There's no mistake." Soon after, he messaged Yuan Dong about what he had gathered today. After reading it, Yuan Dong left a few words. "Not bad. Quite a reasonable analysis." This made Lu Yuan smile smugly. But not long after, he received another message from Yuan Dong. "Your analysis is wrong." This made him freeze. He hesitated and asked, "Boss, where did I go wrong?" Yuan Dong slowly explained. After Hu Xiaonu made an appointment with Uncle Liu Di, he didn't obediently stay home. He ran off to greet his neighbors. When making an important transaction, "Would you go visit your neighbors?" Lu Yuan frowned slightly, then replied, "No, that wouldn't be logical behavior." "Are you saying, boss, that Hu Xiaonu didn't know Uncle Liu Di was coming, and they didn't make an appointment beforehand, right?" Yuan Dong calmly replied, "Exactly. If you were Uncle Liu Di, and someone had something to ask of you, would you wait patiently outside their house for 20 minutes without getting angry?" Lu Yuan immediately answered, "No, I think the other person was arrogant." Seeing that he guessed correctly, Yuan Dong continued, "What if I made you wait half an hour? Would you wait then?" Lu Yuan awkwardly replied, "Boss, do I dare not wait?" Only then did he realize something, exclaiming in surprise, "Are you saying that Uncle Liu Di has a boss behind him?" Yuan Dong didn't answer, but instead asked, "So you still think your previous conclusion was correct?" Lu Yuan then realized that he hadn't considered it carefully enough. Yuan Dong on the other side continued, "Someone deliberately concealed a clue, which led you to a false conclusion. This clue is the least obvious, but also the most important. Who exactly told Uncle D to go to Building No. 4, Hand Street, and who could make Uncle D willingly wait for over 20 minutes? Tonight, there's another person they don't know about, pulling the strings from behind, controlling everything." Yuan Dong said sternly again, "This person must be the 3rd time traveler in prison No. 18 that I mentioned. You're saying that person manipulated Uncle D's actions tonight, pulling them together. But don't worry, at least for now that person has good intentions." Lu Yuan heard this and hesitated, asking, "Boss, should I try to subtly probe Uncle Liu Di? Then we'd know who it is." Yuan Dong shook his head slightly, replying, "That would turn friends into enemies." Lu Yuan thought for a moment, then spoke up, "Oh right, Jiangzu hid at the downstairs neighbor's house, and I just felt that neighbor kid was weird." Yuan Dong couldn't help but be startled, asking curiously, "Weird in what way?" After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yuan spoke, "He looks handsome. You remember him at first glance." "No, that's not it. We found that those thugs were carrying signal jamming devices. He was so close, he couldn't have contacted Uncle Liu Di." Elsewhere at King Chen's house, he had laid out a mattress on the floor, getting ready for bed. But King Chen still couldn't help but think about today's events. Even if Uncle D was interrogated, others would only know there was a mysterious person behind him, but not who it was. Tonight's events seemed unrelated to him. However, the cause and effect were all connected by King Chen. Like playing chess, he was always more suited to be the player than a chess piece. and he was not content to be a chess piece. While King Chen was thinking, Tong Yun crept in from outside, but was still discovered. The little girl sat next to him and whispered, "Brother King Chen, can't you sleep?" He looked at the little girl suspiciously and asked, "Why aren't you sleeping? Where's your mom?" Tong Yun replied casually, "My mom's asleep. What do you think about what I asked you last time?" King Chen played dumb and asked back, "What?" Upon hearing this, Tong Yun pouted, "Don't pretend. Your memory is so good. You surely know what I'm talking about. Today is the 29th. Tomorrow is the 30th. The day after tomorrow is National Day." After hearing this, King Chen clearly understood and nodded. "Oh, that?" Tong Yun excitedly exclaimed, "Let's go out and play. So many things have happened. Let's go out to clear our minds." King Chen glanced at the little girl and casually said, "If you want to go, just go. Why call me?" Tong Yun immediately wilted and explained, "If you don't go, my mom won't go either. My mom says it's too dangerous to go out." King Chen seemed to know her intentions, and he seriously asked back, "You just want to go out and play?" Tong Yun hesitated for a moment before replying, "Not really. If I don't go out on National Day, I have to go to extra classes." Hearing this, King Chen couldn't help but smile. Compared to a smart, agile, and precocious Tong Yun, this was more like a child who could never escape extra classes. After thinking, he then spoke, "You want to go out and play? I'm not sure if I can convince your mom." But after hearing it, Tong Yun immediately exclaimed with excitement, "No! As long as you agree, it's fine. I'll convince my mom." So in the dark of night, King Chen and Tong Yun reached an agreement. Afterward, Tong Yun happily skipped back to her room. Just then, King Chen's phone received a message. It was from Zheng Shen. "Are you online?" He suspiciously asked back. "Is something up in the middle of the night?" Zheng Shen quickly replied, "The day after tomorrow is National Day. Wang Yan invited some classmates to Lao Jun Mountain to watch the sunrise. Are you going?" King Chen read the message and was suspicious. What a coincidence! The four people from Little Niu organized this activity, just trying to use this opportunity to strengthen their friendship with Uncle D. After all, he had just saved their lives and proven his value. It was just that Wang Yun also invited Zhang Shen, but didn't invite King Chen. This is a bit strange. Thinking of this, King Chen then messaged him, asking if he knew he was a time traveler. Zhang Shen denied it with some hesitation. "I'm not." King Chen was a bit helpless. Normally, this guy almost had time traveler written all over his face. It's certain that Wang Yun had discovered his secret. That's why they invited this idiot. A night passed just like that. The countdown only had 17 hours left. When the light shone through the window crack, King Chen slowly woke up. He quickly went out, still looking sleepy. Zhangzu was busy in the kitchen at this moment. Seeing him, she immediately spoke up. "You often cook too, don't you?" "All the seasonings are here." King Chen casually nodded. "Yeah, eating out is very expensive." Seeing this, Zhangzu sighed again. "Your parents are really something. How could they just leave you without caring?" "Don't worry. From now on, I'll cook for you. Just focus on studying well." She even wanted to find tutoring classes for King Chen, which left him a bit speechless. No wonder Tong Yun started fleeing early. After that, Zhangzu asked him about the trip to Laojin Mountain. Since he had promised Tong Yun, King Chen could only say a few words, and she immediately agreed, which made King Chen a bit flustered. It was as if everything was already prepared. While they were discussing this trip, Tong Yun woke up from her stupor. A moment later, King Chen arrived at class as usual. As soon as he arrived, he saw Zhang Shen and Wang Yun standing together. King Chen sighed helplessly. This scene, the more he looked, the more it resembled a date. It seemed like he had missed so much by skipping one class. Seeing him, Zhang Shen immediately spoke up. "King Chen, have you thought it through? Are you going to Laojin Mountain?" As soon as these words came out, Wang Yun frantically stopped him. "Xiao Nan, we have enough people already. who Xiaoniu only rented a 47-seat bus. Currently, students from both classes have already filled up the spots. At this moment, King Chen refused. "You guys go, I have plans for National Day." Ken then didn't force him either. He nodded in reply. "In that case, I won't go either. What plans do you have for National Day? Or maybe take me with you?" When Wang Yun heard this, her expression immediately turned unpleasant. King Chen noticed her expression. He walked over and put an arm around Kenthan's shoulder. He said in a low voice, "Why wouldn't the one who invited go? I really do have plans, otherwise I would have agreed with you last night. By the way, when are you guys going?" Wang Yan immediately replied eagerly, "Gather at the school gate tomorrow at 7 a.m. She even put on a regretful expression and said, "King Chen, I can't go with you this time. What a pity, next time I'll definitely invite you." King Chen just looked at her in silence, saying nothing. He walked out. He then saw Xiaoniu and his 3 friends surrounding Uncle D. Since the violence last night, his status has grown increasingly high, hasn't it? Uncle D here was constantly looking around for someone, making Xiaoniu confused and ask, "Luca, who are you looking for?" Uncle D quickly shook his head and said, "Nothing. You guys need to pay attention to one thing. Don't make enemies with anyone in this school." Xiaoniu asked again, confused. "Why is Luca bringing this up now?" Uncle D refused to explain again. He just casually replied that he was afraid they might provoke someone they shouldn't and ruin the business. Even though cooperating with the boss satisfied their vanity, they also received real gold, and their lives would improve when they returned to prison. However, the feeling of constantly being watched, the sensation of your heart leaping into your throat, was not pleasant at all. It was autumn now, and yellow leaves covered the ground. A figure walked along the path full of maple leaves, holding a gold coin in his hand. This person was Hikyu, the man behind Kyushu. He seemed to walk aimlessly on that path, yet he also seemed to have a purpose. Just then, someone approached from behind. Along with that was a low voice. "Aren't you staying in the capital, yet you have the energy to come all the way here and waste time?" Upon hearing the sound, Hathu immediately turned his head to look back. He curled his lips into a smile and said, "Isn't Boss Trin also here? That means both of us wanted to come here." Vien Dong narrowed his eyes at him. He spoke sternly, "I'm very curious. Is there something in Lakfen that's attracting you?" Hathu chuckled in response. "Last night, Ms. Luan caught the thugs. I came to check it out, and conveniently, to congratulate her too." Vien Dong's tone grew even more serious. "This is Ms. Luan's internal matter. There's no need for congratulations. Besides, there are still 5 more people on the run. No one has time to celebrate." Smiling faintly, Hathu pouted and said, "Is Boss Trin reminding me that Kusho is breaking the rules? Isn't Boss Trin worried at all?" Once Hathu finishes setting up the group chat, all the time travelers in the country will fall into Kusho's hands. At that time, when Ms. Luan has no one left, how will you prove you can fulfill your responsibilities? His brows furrowed tightly. After a moment, he slowly opened his mouth. "Everyone has their own choices. If you've made one, don't regret it." These words made Hathu's expression a little solemn. He pondered for a long time before speaking again. "So why did Ms. Luan classify all of Uncle Lu Duk's data as top secret? Even though he's close to Lai Thuk Dong, I still feel something's not right." He said he had observed Uncle Duck. With Vien Dong's judgment of people, he certainly wouldn't have impressed you. So why is his information at the highest level? Is it to protect him? Or is it to protect others by protecting Uncle Duck? Or perhaps to distract Hathu? While speaking, he always twirled a coin in his hand. Hathu glared back at Vien Dong. He spoke coldly. "Class monitor, the person you want to protect isn't Uncle Lu Duck. Is that right?" He just stared intently at the coin in Hathu's hand. After a long moment, he slowly opened his mouth. "I wonder which transcendent being left behind the forbidden item S099, which people mistakenly consider a genuine gold coin, capable of discerning truth and lies." Hathu stopped twirling the coin. He chuckled and said, "Class monitor, you really know everything, don't you? Veen Dong replied nonchalantly. Its function is no longer a secret. Shrugging indifferently, Hathu walked past Veen Dong. He pouted and spoke. Oh, well, it seems I won't get any answers today. After that, he then promptly left. The coin in his hand was tossed up again, but it wasn't that he gained nothing. Soon after, Hathu got into a black car waiting not far away and returned. As soon as he sat in the car, he reached into his pocket. Very quickly, he took out a thin gold piece and placed it on the coin in his hand. In just a flash, a golden energy appeared, surrounding the gold coin. Hathu controlled it while muttering an incantation. Wu Zuo Yi Huan. As soon as he finished speaking, the gold coin spun continuously, only stopping after a while. Hathu looked out the window. His heart was filled with regret. The pilot brought the exact coin, but Veen Dong wouldn't give him an answer. At this moment, the driver spoke up. Boss, I heard that Ms. Luan's side has some new clues. Do we need to use some methods to get the clues? Hathu shook his head and replied, no need, let Boss Trin handle it. At 5:20 p.m., a long bus was parked in front of Confronting school. Ms. Luan's people stood not far away, and seeing this, they reported, there's an abnormality on Uncle Lu Duck's side. It seems they plan to rent a tour bus. Any instructions? Should we dispatch reinforcements? But at this moment, another person answered on behalf of Loveen. A suspicious person appeared in Man District, north of Lac Than. Captain Lo has led people there. They'll relieve you after their holiday ends tomorrow. At the foot of Lao Quan Mountain, a large group of tourists arrived. And of course, the three of them, Contran included, were among them. Dong Van enthusiastically got off the car. He even stretched comfortably, extremely happy. At this moment, Jiang Tuyet also intended to get off the car. However, she was stopped by a hand. She asked suspiciously, Contran, what's wrong? He squinted, looking at the 7-seater car in the distance. A group of people wearing sunglasses got out of it. Contran recognized those black shoes. Why did they come to Mount Laojun? There's only one path up the mountain here. If Miss Luan discovers them, it'll be hard for them to escape. Smart criminals wouldn't put themselves in danger. But they came anyway. It must be because of the time traveler. Seeing his expression, Zhang Zhu asked worriedly, what's wrong, Contran? Did you see something? Contran nodded slightly. He replied in a low voice, I found 5 people, most likely 5 suspected fugitives. But don't worry, they're not here for you. Even though he said that, Zhang Zhu still worriedly suggested, let's go back, both of us. Contran said helplessly, the ride we booked was the last one. For now, your personal photos haven't been exposed, so we're safe for the time being. Dong Yun also spoke up to reassure Zhang Zhu. Mom, don't rush. We just need to listen to Brother Contran. Let's just keep going forward, and when it's light, we'll take the first ride back to Luo City. A short while later, Contran and the 2 others returned to the guest house at the foot of the mountain. Contran secretly messaged Uncle Duck. Kwa Kan, you stay home now. Don't go anywhere. He hoped Uncle Duck would see it in time. As long as he doesn't come, Little News Group will cancel the trip. Contran went to the window and drew the curtains. However, to be safe, he kept watch there. Time passed by, second by second, minute by minute. It was past 11 p.m. by then. Zhang Zhu woke up and saw Contran standing by the window. She quickly spoke up, let me watch the window next to you. But he shook his head and refused. You don't know what they look like. Please make a bowl of noodles for me and Little Van. Zhang Zhu felt that made sense. She quickly went to make noodles. As soon as she left, Dong Yun dragged a chair over. The sensible girl massaged Contran's shoulders. She asked in a low voice, aren't you tired? Do you need to rest for a bit? I can still manage. Being careful prevents mistakes. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Zhu wanted to say something again. However, before she could even speak, Contran signaled for her to be silent. Because he had seen the thugs downstairs. They seemed to be patrolling. There were also walkie-talkies in their pockets. Moreover, their pants pockets were bulging very large. Contran suspected it was a gun. He hurriedly took out his phone to check the time. It was already 11:55 p.m. and the countdown only had 5 final minutes left. The thugs had entered an alert state, ready for battle at any moment. Thinking this, Confronting again said in a low voice, "The target of these thugs might be the inn next door to us." Jiangsu trembled as she heard it, saying, "Van Thong Inn, there are many people there. They're in danger." Confronting naturally knew this. He quickly moved back a bit. Then he took out the device to contact Uncle Duck. But the problem was that he still hadn't replied to the message. Near Dai Village, Meng District, north of Lac Than, in a small house. Although it was late at night, the lights were still on. Loveen sat opposite a man and asked in a low voice, "Are you the one who reported it? When did you see them?" The other person replied tremblingly, "Round 3 or 4 p.m. I called the police as soon as I saw them." Loveen frowned slightly and continued to ask, "What color were their clothes?" The man's eyes darted away as he hesitated, saying, "It was outdoor sportswear that you city folks usually wear." What was it again? Loveen already sensed something was wrong and asked in a low voice, "Were there any women?" The man shook his head slightly and replied, "I don't think so." The more Loveen listened, the angrier he became, saying fiercely, "What color were their windbreakers? Answer me in 10 seconds. Under his pressure, the man stammered for a long time without saying anything. Loveen realized the problem. He angrily shouted, "How much money did you take to make a false report? Do you know how many people a false report like this can kill?" After that, Loveen walked out full of anger, then received another report from a different teammate, and he angrily gnashed his teeth, cursing, "Damn it, diverting the tiger from its mountain." But what's the point of diverting the tiger from its mountain? There were still 8 members on duty in the city, even if he wasn't there. But as long as the opponents made a move, they wouldn't be able to retreat safely. However, he quickly realized it was Lao Quan Mountain. The countdown has ended, the space was torn open once again, Uncle Duck has also returned to prison No. 18, and moreover, he was being pinned down. He spat out several pieces of gold from his mouth. Then he shouted, "You two good sirs, could you please let me go first? The injection is already done. This time, Hu Xiaoyu gave me 5 gold threads. According to our previous agreement, I should get one." Just then, Kintrin walked in from outside and coldly asked, "Why didn't you reply to my messages?" Uncle Duck looked up at the person who had just entered. Then he awkwardly scratched his head and explained, "Boss, it's not that I didn't want to reply. It's mainly that I was with friends the whole time and didn't have a chance to use my communication devic. Actually, he was just having too much fun and didn't pay attention." Kintrin didn't think much of it and instructed, "After your return, wait until the National Day vacation in 7 days to go out. Understand?" However, Uncle Duck hesitated and said, "I'm already at Lao Quan Mountain. After I leave, can I hide at home?" Kintrin's eyes involuntarily narrowed. He urgently asked, "You guys went to Lao Quan Mountain. Which inn are you staying at?" Uncle Duck calmly replied, "Yunchang Inn. It seems to be famous on Lao Quan Mountain. Our group has 47 people in total and we'll be staying there for 3 days." Kintrin suspiciously asked, "Is this an itinerary you guys planned a long time ago? Why didn't you mention it?" He awkwardly explained it wasn't planned beforehand. It was originally thought up suddenly by a transfer student from Haithan. Moreover, we were supposed to go on October 1st. But school let out early, so we left before that. When Kintrin heard this, he sighed. It seemed that the laughter and cheers earlier were from them, and the thugs' target was also them. But how did those thugs know beforehand that Uncle Duck and his friends were going to Lao Quan Mountain? They even knew that they were staying at Yunchang Inn. No matter how he thought about it, it didn't seem right. Kintrin said in a low voice, "There's a spy." Someone revealed their itinerary to those thugs. Not only did they know which inn they would stay at, but they even told them about arriving a day early. Uncle Duck was astonished when he heard this and exclaimed, "Boss, what are you talking about?" Kintrin said indifferently, "I hope you will remember what I say next, because this concerns your life." Kintrin hesitated for a long time before continuing, "My people are still tracking down the 5 thugs. Those thugs are surrounding Yunchang Inn. They are preparing to kidnap everyone inside. Uncle Duck's face grew increasingly grim as he listened. A moment ago, he was still thinking about how to swallow that gold thread. Now, his life was in danger. Thinking of this, he immediately knelt down and pleaded, "Boss, are your people nearby? Tell him to come rescue me. Ms. Luan's people once said that those guys are ruthless and vicious." Kentrin tried to calm Uncle Duck down, but he still panicked and shouted, "That won't do either. Being kidnapped as a drug mule is dangerous too, boss. I still have over 40 friends. That's over 40 lives." Kentrin couldn't help but sigh. After a moment of thought, he said, "After you return, I need you to do two things. The first thing, he needed Uncle Duck to immediately tell everyone to run in all directions upon returning, and not to foolishly seek help, as that would only make things worse and implicate innocent people." Hearing this, Uncle Duck trembled and asked, "Boss, can we escape?" Kentrin calmly replied, "You can only gamble that they haven't completely surrounded the inn. You have no other choice." The second thing, during these 2 days of dimension travel, Uncle Duck must recall if anyone ever left the dinner party midway or was constantly using their phone to send messages. Uncle Duck was shocked and exclaimed, "You're saying the mole is among my friends?" Kentrin calmly replied, "Although I know this isn't practical, it's the most likely possibility. That's all for now. Remember it." After saying this, he turned and walked out. However, after taking 2 steps, he suddenly stopped. Kentrin felt as if he had forgotten something, a most important piece of information. He closed his eyes and thought, recalling every detail of that day's memories, and then he realized with a shock that among the for transfer students, one had been pulled into a room. Having thought of this, Kentrin asked in a low voice, "Who suggested changing the itinerary?" Uncle Duck thought for a moment before replying. It seemed to be a transfer student named Birch Yuani from the next class. Upon receiving the answer, Kentrin lifted his foot and left. Xiao Xiao saw him come out and hastily asked, "Quite a lot has happened these 2 days, hasn't it?" Kentrin nodded slightly and replied, "Someone wants to kidnap a few time travelers to transport goods for them, and they are targeting Uncle Duck's group." After hearing this, Dipe Vin worriedly asked, "Are you in any danger?" Kentrin shook his head slightly and replied, "For now, it's not certain if it will affect me, and I don't care if Uncle Liu GC lives or dies. Uncle GC now has a bit of a reputation. Just as he started making money, his means of earning were gone, but these things aren't important. The important thing is that the divine channel might die." Thinking of this, Kentrin immediately said, "Let's go." Dipe Van asked in surprise, "Where are we going?" He calmly replied, "Training." These words made Dipe Van and Tiu Tiu exchange glances, unsure of what to do. Seeing their reaction, Kentrin spoke again, "Even if I don't go training, I can only worry. It's better to use this time to become stronger, so that I won't be helpless when facing this kind of situation again in the future." Hearing these words, Tiu Tiu couldn't help but sigh with emotion. He clearly had never seen life or death, yet he could use his composure to suppress his own fears, and then choose the most accurate path amidst the chaos. On another note, in Thuk H. Nung's room, he was still playing Chinese chess. Not long after, he saw Kentrin and the other 2 approaching. Just one look and he knew Kentrin was unhappy. He sighed and asked, "You look like you've run into some trouble, haven't you?" Kentrin didn't answer, standing there silently. A moment later, he threw the USB stick towards Tiu Tiu, who caught it. He then explained, "These are all the classical lyrics I could find in the outer world." Thukming nodded slightly and smiled, saying, "I really like this gift. Consider it one favor I owe you." Kentrin walked over and sat down on a chair, asking suspiciously, "Sir, do you owe anyone else?" Once, Thukming replied casually, "Now that person hates me to the bone, meeting them wouldn't be pleasant. I'll pay them back in the next life." Hearing these words, Kentrin knew there must be some hidden story, probably a debt of love. At this moment, Thukming spoke again, "I know you've encountered a difficult situation this time, but I won't help you. The fact that you can calmly assess the situation without relying on me means I haven't misjudged you. In this world, there is a type of eagle called Dansenchan. When they mature, even spaceships can't do anything to them, but when they are young, they are extremely timid and dare not fly into the air. Therefore, when the time is ripe, adult Dansenchan often bring their young to cliffs. A nest of 7, they push them off the cliff one by one. Those who spread their wings survive, while those who keep them folded die below the cliff. According to normal rules, Dansenchan hatch to clutches of eggs, but only one chick survives. However, that surviving chick, from the moment it learns to fly, becomes the lord of the blue sky. After hearing this, Confronting asked doubtfully, "There's no such species in the outer world. Are they that formidable?" Thukming slowly said, "Of course, even humans don't dare to touch them unless protected by an A-class spaceship." When he went through his third life and death ordeal, he carelessly entered their territory and was chased by a Dansenchan there for over 30 miles, almost dying there. It's not just the death of transcendent beings that creates forbidden zones. Even powerful creatures can do it. For example, with the Dansenchan, the animals around their corpses also become powerful. Confronting frowned slightly and continued to ask, "Is there a way to control the forbidden zones yet?" Thukming sighed and replied, "There is no method of control. Perhaps this is the principle of Earth's purification, or perhaps one day Earth will take on a different form." These words made Confronting pause. He asked suspiciously, "What will happen to humans then?" Thukming chuckled and replied, "Perhaps only transcendent beings will survive then. Humans always think they are the lords of this place. But the world will use time to tell you that no true lord exists." Speaking of which, he raised an eyebrow and asked, "Do you want to go out for a trip? I'll take you to see a real forbidden zone." Confronting shook his head gently, declining. "Let's do it another time, sir. These 2 days I need to think carefully about how to handle things when I return." Hearing these words, Thukming couldn't help but laugh. He asked doubtfully, "Oh really? Have you figured out what to do?" Confronting was silent for a moment, then, after a long pause, he replied in a cold voice, "Kill people." Hearing these words, Thukming was a little surprised. He asked doubtfully, "Do you know how to kill people?" Confronting shook his head slightly, but his tone was extremely firm. "I don't know, but I can learn." He came up with a method. During these 2 days of training with Dipe Van, he would memorize all grappling techniques and all enemy reactions during combat, using enumeration to seize the initiative in battle. But then Confronting realized that while the method was good, there wasn't enough time. Thukming listened, thought for a moment, then spoke. "It's like when you play chess, right?" Dipe Van also spoke up, "With the breathing technique and continuous training, your physique is already comparable to a soldier's, but if those people have armor, you still won't have any advantage." Thukming nodded slightly in agreement. The human skeleton has many bones. There are about 639 pieces of flesh, composed of 6 billion muscle fibers. The human body changes far more than chess. There's no need to enumerate all the changes within 2 days. In reality, one move is enough to kill. Saying that, he looked at Dipe Van and spoke, "You just need to teach him one move, then tell him how many types of reactions the enemy might have. That's much simpler." Dipe Van listened, then asked doubtfully, "Boss, is one move enough?" Kamek nodded. Thukming calmly replied, "It's enough. Life is very fragile after all." Confronting felt a little confused and quickly spoke, "2 nights aren't enough time." Thukming, however, was very confident. He walked and laughed, saying, "Then lock all the prisoners up. Only let them out for meals, and when they're done, send them all back. That way you can train all day long." Tiu wasn't very surprised. She pouted and said, "The boss is still as whimsical as ever." Dipe Van also nodded in agreement. After all, he's the current leader of the Night Organization. It's not an exaggeration for the boss to do that. Before Confronting could fully recover, Tiu gave him another surprising piece of news. "Oh right, the 2 fallen warriors who were captured earlier, I killed them." But he smirked and said, "Don't worry, I interrogated them before they died. It should be caused by the T-Fonkin clan, but we don't know why they want your life." As soon as he finished speaking, he also left. Only the two of them remained. Diep Van quickly spoke, "No more wasting time, let's start training." Before starting, he will repeat it again. Thuc Ming was not wrong. Life is indeed extremely fragile. A broken sternum will obstruct breathing, tear the lungs, and ultimately lead to death by suffocation. A ruptured spleen and bleeding are even more fatal, leading to death in a short time. Therefore, Confronting only needs to apply enough force to any body part to make the opponent lose their combat ability. Saying that, Diep Van grasped Confronting's arm muscles, explaining the theory while guiding him in practice. He swung a fist towards Confronting's waist area. Diep Van spoke solemnly, "But there's one place that armored warriors often overlook, and that's the area protecting internal organs." Confronting felt a little anxious and quickly said, "Wait. We all know that internal organs are extremely important to the human body, so surely many people have implanted biological skin there, right?" However, Diep Van calmly replied, "It's mainly because nanobiological skin is expensive. I guess they don't apply protective measures for their internal organs." Confronting was a bit speechless, so poverty limits one's strength, huh? After that, Diep Van pointed out some other positions to him, such as the spleen, spine, and ribs. Whether it's the back or the front abdomen, it can be stabbed, and more importantly, very few people know how to protect it. Furthermore, once you decide to stab the opponent's spleen, you don't need to pay attention to them anymore. They will definitely die. Diep Van asked him if he had found a knife after returning. Confronting said he only found a fruit knife. He shook his head again and said, "No, in that case, it probably won't be able to pierce through the thug's clothes." Immediately after, Diep Van found a knife in his toolbox and gave it to Confronting. According to him, this was probably something he could take back. Use this for actual combat. Confronting opened the knife to examine it, then after a long while, asked doubtfully, "Do I have to use real objects even during practice?" Diep Van calmly replied, "You not only have to master all attack moves, but also get used to all your weapons." Confronting felt his words made sense. Then he hesitantly asked, "What do we do now?" Diep Van slowly explained, "If you want to attack a vital point, you must first know where that vital point is. But because everyone's height is different, each person's vital points are also different. Confronting has to kill many people and practice many times to find them accurately." Diep Van took out a pair of glasses for him, then said, "Put these on, for use in the dark." So at 1 a.m. the next day, while everyone was in deep sleep, two shadows quietly entered the room. Diep Van broke the arm of the person on the bed without saying a word. Then he glanced at Confronting, pointed at a spot on Uncle Duck's body, and said, "Look, his internal vital point is here. One stab and he's definitely dead." Then the two of them found another victim. This time it was a punk with a buzz cut. As soon as he saw Diep Van, he was pinned down by him. Diep Van continuously pointed out to Confronting where a person's vital points were. The loop continued like this, searching for victims, identifying people's weak points. With his memory, Confronting absorbed almost everything into his brain. He felt as if he was studying anatomy. In 5 hours, he had touched over 1,000 prisoners' spleens, accumulating a lot of practical experience. After finishing the theory, Diep Van began to teach Confronting how to use a knife. He practiced while saying, "If your strength is inferior to others, then ambush is the best attack method." Of course, no one can always be on the offensive. Ambush is important, but constantly ambushing is considered opportunistic. While talking, Confronting's knife had already thrust towards Diep Van's spleen, but he quickly caught his arm. The knife in his hand was pressed against Confronting's neck. Diep Van raised an eyebrow and smiled, saying, "All right, now I'll teach you the key points of the second stage." If he revealed his intentions, then Confronting would fall into a disadvantage in combat. Of course, when your strength is not enough to defeat someone, then a feint is the most effective killing technique. Confronting immediately fell into thought. What did the ancients say? Since ancient times, true feelings have not been treasured, only cunning tricks win hearts. Even killing requires traps. While he was dazed, Deep Van attacked again. Contran hastily used his hand to block it. Then the two of them exchanged a few more moves. But a moment later, Deep Van's knife was under Contran's armpit. He slowly said, "There are over 160 similar types of traps like this. Today, I'll teach you all of them." He told him to remember one thing: combat must be unpredictable. Look at a master using dagger tactics. In just 1 second, how many times can they kick? But only one of them is a real attack. Contran narrowed his eyes at him, listening attentively to everything. Immediately after, he rushed forward to attack. Initially, all his moves were caught by Deep Van, but Contran used a feint, aiming the dagger at Deep Van's waist. However, it was still caught by Deep Van. He raised an eyebrow and smiled, saying, "Not bad, go again." Because Contran had to train, the prisoners were all locked in their rooms and not allowed out. They finally couldn't take it anymore and started to riot. Hothin was no exception. He wanted to run out to see what was happening. It's just that a figure suddenly appeared in the hallway. Seeing that person, Hothin was so scared he froze. The person who arrived was Thup Dong. He looked at Hothin with a deadly gaze, so Hothin had no choice but to obediently tuck his tail and return. Thup Dong didn't care and went straight ahead. A moment later, he arrived at Deep Van and Contran's training room. The two of them were still in the training arena at this moment. Contran's eyes had become like a panda's due to a sleepless night. Deep Van helplessly shook his head, then patted the back of his neck to make him sleep. He sighed and said, "You can rest now." Contran then fell into a coma. After lunch, Contran finally woke up. Seeing this, Thup Dong asked, "How is it? Have you grasped the basics yet?" Contran nodded slightly in response. "It's not bad. The effective memory and calculation ability in combat is a bit greater than I imagined." Tiu also happily asked, "Try to evaluate him by your standards. How's his progress?" Deep Van calmly replied, "An ordinary person would definitely be far inferior to him. Superhuman memory is truly terrifying. If he trains more tonight, killing a bunch of people might not even be a problem." Tiu then asked, "So, what are the drawbacks?" Deep Van replied indifferently, "Formulaic moves. This problem can only be solved through enlightenment." Tiu looked at Contran and said, "Contran, don't let him scare you. Everyone he calls a master is someone influential in the inner world." Deep Van nudged him lightly, then asked again, "Are you done resting?" Contran nodded slightly in response. "Yes, let's continue." However, this time Tiu volunteered. "Come on, I'll train with you." He only used his bare hands to fight Contran. After all, he was a transcendent. Contran said nothing, just kicked and rushed towards him, actively feigning a move to deceive him. It's just that Tiu guessed his intentions, even mocking them as to childish. No matter what tricks he used, he thought Contran's target would only be the spleen. Unfortunately, Tiu underestimated him. Contran suddenly changed direction, attacking his arm, but luckily, Tiu managed to trap it. Tiu raised an eyebrow and smiled, saying, "I almost capsized the boat in the ditch." At the same time, Contran was also thinking. Tiu said before that he wasn't a combat talent. He was more of a functional type, but even so, it was hard to believe he could catch a dagger with 2 fingers. Indeed, the gap between ordinary people and transcendents is like a vast river, difficult to cross. Only transcendents can fight other transcendents. Below, Thup Dong quietly asked Deep Van, "How is his enlightenment ability?" He calmly replied, "I wasn't as good as him back then." Hearing these words, Thup Dong couldn't help but chuckle softly. Then he reminded them, "Keep training, don't get lazy." Deep Van nodded slightly in response. "Yes, for now, the training is quite effective. It's time to teach him sneak attacks." On the arena, Contran and Tiu were still bickering intensely. Late at night, 2 uninvited guests appeared in the prisoner's room, signaling that their nightmare was about to begin again. Yuan looked at the prisoner kneeling on the ground and coldly ordered, "Lie on the bed." The person obediently took off their shirt and lay on the bed. Only then did Yuan speak. "Yesterday, I guided you to distinguish the front. Today, we'll distinguish the back. Actually, locating the spleen from the back is a bit harder. Furthermore, to ensure the dagger's speed is quicker, you need to use your left hand to support the blade, Yi-won said while demonstrating with her hand. Time passed, and the countdown now showed only 15 hours remaining. It was at this moment that a notification arrived, stating someone was here to visit Confronting. Confronting, who was training, suddenly paused. Then, two robots approached him. Yi-won couldn't help but exclaim, "They sent two robot guards again." Confronting asked doubtfully, "Is there a difference?" Yi-won nodded slightly in response. First, they can autonomously assess the prisoner's danger level. Then they dispatch robot guards in corresponding numbers and levels. Before, when they took you away, it was just one, now it's two. Confronting subtly furrowed his brows in thought. First, could it be that this entire prison is managed by that robot? That's why I haven't seen any human guards. At this moment, Thuk-dong spoke up again. It must be that Brandon family girl, right? You're drenched in sweat. Go change your clothes before you meet her. However, Confronting wiped his sweat with a towel, then casually said, "No need." Thuk-dong wasn't surprised and asked in a low voice, "You don't care about your image. She's your fiancée, after all. Moreover, I've investigated for you. This girl is pure, unlike those cunning old foxes from the Brandon family." He shrugged indifferently. Confronting calmly said, "If I go to meet her, and then someone cross-references the time, everyone will know that the person Yi-won is teaching is me, so I can't meet her." With that, he tossed the towel away and continued training. Seeing this, Thuk-dong smiled. "This good disciple of mine isn't bad at all." Confronting trained for a few more hours. At this point, only 9 hours remained. After a long time, he realized one thing. Yi-won's legs were quite large, but whether walking or running, there was no sound at all. It was as if he could see every muscle fiber in Yi-won's legs vibrating in sequence. From the soles of her feet, to her heels, then to her calves, to her thighs. It seemed as if every movement was precisely calculated. Thinking of this, Confronting decided he must remember this. Remember every single detail. While he was training, Xiao Xiao was always beside him, talking to Thuk-dong. He suggested giving Confronting some weapons that would injure him. But Thuk-dong said in a low voice, "The first time you kill someone, you must remember what it feels like to kill a person with your own hands. He must also feel that unique sensation to know what death is." Confronting continued to train with his dagger, until the countdown showed only 2 hours remaining. Uncle Duck was now locked in his room, trembling incessantly. Just then, the room door suddenly opened, and he poked his head out, hesitantly calling, "Is anyone there? Why is the door open like this?" After a moment of hesitation, Uncle Duck walked out. But after a few steps, he was sweating profusely, because in that dark corner, Uncle Duck sensed something was coming. He sensed breathing but no footsteps. So Uncle Duck quickly scurried away, hid in a corner, trembling nonstop. With his timid personality, he even thought it was a ghost. Not long after, that breathing sound got close to Uncle Duck, scaring him so much he almost peed his pants. When he looked closely again, Uncle Duck saw a masked person standing behind him. He screamed in terror. Then he started cursing inwardly, thinking, in the middle of the night, I just turned around and saw a creepy mask right in front of me. It's so terrifying, just like watching a horror movie. Xiao Xiao grabbed Uncle Duck by the collar and pulled him into the room. Yi-won spoke up again. In terms of technique, you've improved very quickly, but because of the rushed training time, it wasn't truly perfect. Uncle Duck walked, muttering in confusion. Did you three drag me out in the middle of the night just to mess with me? You're taking this bullying too far. Xiao Xiao snorted coldly and said, Stop talking nonsense. You're not much use anyway. On this side, Yi-won was meticulously teaching Confronting. The most important thing in stealth skills is not to be detected. You were too hasty when approaching Uncle Lou Duck, which caused changes in the air and sound in the hallway. Uncle Duck couldn't detect it, but his body would warn him. Then, when the target moved quickly, Confronting couldn't control his breathing and footsteps. Confronting listened in silence, The solution to eliminate footsteps was to control the force from extending his legs, but his shoes were cheap. The glue under the soles was too hard. No matter how much he tried to control it, it wouldn't work. So he decided to take off his shoes. As Yuan walked, he no longer heard Contran's footsteps. He turned his head to look back, raised an eyebrow, and smiled. "You're quite decisive, kid. But remember, don't run. You still can't run without making a sound." Hearing this, Contran nodded and replied, "I remember." Yuan continued, "If you've never walked barefoot before, I'm afraid your feet will be torn and bleeding after tonight." Contran shook his head indifferently. "It doesn't matter, injuries heal." Unable to help but smile, Yuan advised, "Being hard on yourself is good, but after this is over, quickly buy a pair of shoes that fit you. Do you have any more questions?" Contran thought for a moment before speaking. "Actually, in this battle, stealth is the most important part, so why did you teach me last?" These words made Yuan's steps falter. After a long while, he replied, "Stealth isn't some ordinary virtual game. The enemy isn't stupid enough to stand still for you to pierce like a game character. Usually by the time you kill the second person, you've already been discovered. After that, when others realize Contran's existence and use every means to kill him, and he can't escape, that's the most dangerous moment." Speaking of this, Yuan turned to look at Contran and asked, "Now you understand, right? When the enemy hasn't discovered you, using stealth to kill the first two is the easiest, which is why I taught you to conceal your movements fastest." After hearing this, Contran continued to ask, "But I don't plan to trade my life for others. If it's too dangerous, I might give up." Yuan nodded slightly and replied, "On this point, I agree with you. In this world, your own life is the most important. If it's just to save someone not that important, there's no need to risk your life. But that fighting spirit, if you can control it, it's no longer fighting spirit." He said that his uncle once told him that a fighting spirit always exists within you. Just like the first day Contran came here, he dared to play chess with him. That's something that belongs to you, which cannot be forgotten or hidden. A pawn that has crossed the river doesn't not want to turn back. It cannot turn back. Contran listened to Deepvin's words, growing more silent the more he listened. Just then, Deepvan suddenly exclaimed, "That's right." Then he pulled over a chair, making Contran confusedly ask, "What's this for?" Deepvan pouted and said, "You'll know later." "No, wait. You'll know in 2 days." Saying that, he placed a hand on Contran's shoulder and said seriously, "Also, the boss hasn't told you, so I'll tell you myself." Contran looked at him blankly and frowned, asking, "What is it?" Deepvan smiled at him and sincerely said, "Come back alive." When there were only 5 minutes left, Contran, wearing a mask, went to find Uncle Duck. He said coldly, "Repeat the 2 things I assigned you." Uncle Duck trembled uncontrollably, muttering, "1. After returning, tell all the classmates to run away. 2. If we can't run away, then try to find out who was previously taken away by the thugs." Nodding in satisfaction, Contran continued, "Have you remembered anything these past 2 days? Like who was constantly sending messages, or who went to the restroom midway?" Uncle Duck frantically shook his head and explained, "They all went to the restroom. And they checked their phones quite a few times. Boss, I was just focused on playing games. I really wasn't paying attention." Contran sighed helplessly. If he had a better choice, he wouldn't let this guy be his subordinate. But there was no other way. Contran spoke in a deep voice again. "Remember this well. Those thugs really want to know your secret. But you must understand one thing. The moment they know your secret is the moment you die." Contran paused for a moment, then threatened, "This time you've made an unforgivable mistake. Next time you return, I'll help you truly understand this cruel world. Of course, that's if you're still alive." Finally, the countdown began for 2 minutes. Until there was only 1 minute left, Contran was mentally prepared for the battle after his return. Meanwhile, Uncle Duck trembled incessantly because what he faced after returning were the vicious thugs. Not long after, the countdown ended. Uncle Duck had returned to the outside world, sitting with his classmates. But at this moment, he felt everything was split apart. Darkness and light, tension and joy. Which one was real? In his extreme confusion, Uncle Duck finally remembered his boss's warning. He had to run away. Immediately, he jumped up and yelled, "Everyone, run, there's danger." His classmates, however, thought these were just Uncle Duck's crazy words. They began to whisper, no one believing what he said. Uncle Duck grew more and more anxious. There was a time and information gap between the time travelers and ordinary people. 2 days in the inner world were just a moment for them. How could he convince them? At the same time, Tiuengu felt suspicious, not understanding why Uncle Duck was warning them. Had something special happened in the inner world? Thinking that, he asked, "Luca, what's wrong?" Uncle Duck looked at the flickering fire in front of him and urgently said, "Thugs are surrounding this place. If we don't leave quickly, it'll be too late." But still no one believed him, even thinking he was high, which made him so angry he gritted his teeth. So Uncle Duck decided to abandon them, turned around, and left. "Fine, I can't explain it to you all. Get out of my way. If you don't believe me, I'm leaving." Seeing that, Tiuengu immediately suggested to Thien Tran and the others, "Thugs, he doesn't look like he's lying. Hurry and follow." Thien Tran nodded slightly and hurriedly followed. But just as they reached the door, they ran into two passersby, one of whom asked, "Hello, little friends, where are you all rushing off to?" Hearing the sound, Uncle Duck immediately turned to look, and then his eyes lit up. The two people in front of them were wearing police uniforms. Thinking they were saved, he immediately spoke up, "Officer, there are thugs around here." Hearing this, the two men exchanged glances, indifference showing on their faces. Immediately after, a dark gun muzzle was pointed at Uncle Duck's chest. His face instantly turned ashen. Xiaoniu was also restrained by the other man, who raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Thugs, you say, why don't I see any?" So now they couldn't escape even if they try. Uncle Duck was so scared he almost peed his pants. It's over. This plot twist is too sudden. The boss only told him there were thugs, but didn't mention there were also people disguised as police. Just then, one of the thugs warned, "Dare to call for help, and you'll get a bullet. Get back inside." Xiaoniu realized the guns they were holding were G30 for pistols with silencers attached. The instructor at Hython shooting range once said that this type produces the quietest sound. Moreover, silencers are currently hard to acquire domestically. All signs point to these being professionals, possibly even foreign mercenaries. This isn't good, he thought. Xiaoniu immediately spoke up, "Let's just obey them for now. Let's go back to the guest house yard." At the same time, inside the guest house, the students were still sitting by the fire, unaware of what they were about to face next. Just then, someone suddenly exclaimed, "It looks like they're back." But behind the three people with Uncle Duck, there was an additional person. They murmured in confusion, "Wait, why are there police?" They didn't go outside, they just stood still inside, waiting for the three to enter. But at the same time, there were also thugs inside the house. They had taken the people inside hostage. Seeing the guns, the students immediately panicked. Not knowing what to do, they could only cry and run. Finding them noisy, one thug directly fired a shot. A staff member in a vest fell down. The thug snorted coldly and said, "So noisy, be quiet." Seeing someone fall, hit by a bullet, the students were even more terrified and dared not move. Another thug spoke up, "These three kids knew about our business and tried to run, but they ran into us. Fourth brother is still guarding outside. I'll bring them back." Hearing this, one of the smart thugs realized that they had probably gotten information from inside, and it was fortunate they had anticipated this and investigated thoroughly beforehand. Thinking this, he immediately pointed his gun at Uncle Duck and coldly warned, "Don't make a sound, otherwise your friends will die, and so will the innocent guests in the guest house." Having said that, the thug looked at the staff member lying on the ground and smiled. "See, Comrade Luan here is quite smart." He knew that no one on the mountain could fight the thugs right now, and reinforcements would take at least 6 hours to arrive, which is why he remained silent, to avoid casualties. As he was speaking, Comrade Luan's fingers were subtly twitching, as if signaling something. On the other side, another figure appeared from inside the house. The person wore a long black coat that reached their calves. Their face was extremely vicious, clearly not a good person. He was probably the leader of this group of thugs. He raised an eyebrow and smiled. "It's a pleasure to meet you all today at Lao Quan Mountain. Don't worry, I'm not interested in ordinary people. Once I find all the time travelers hiding here, I'll let you go immediately." So the leader said he hoped everyone would cooperate a little. If they cooperated, it would end quickly. Immediately after, the students were locked in this place and the girls continuously cried. Only Van calmly reassured them, "Everyone, don't be scared, don't cause trouble for Hetu and the others." Hearing these words, they remembered that Xiao Nu and the other two were still being held at gunpoint. If they argued, those bandits might lose their temper, which would be very bad. Finally, the students quieted down and sat silently by the fire. The leader here looked at his subordinates and said, "Gather everyone in the yard. Collect all communication devices too. The commotion just now was a bit loud. Tell fourth brother outside to keep a close watch and when necessary." At this point, he said no more, only making a throat-slitting gesture. On the other side, Uncle Duck here was constantly wailing. "Didn't the boss say there were only 5 of them? Why are there 3 more now? Can we deal with this?" At the same time, outside the door, someone heard the commotion and came over. That person hesitantly asked, "I heard a noise just now. What happened? Did it even alert you police officers?" The thug impersonating a police officer nonchalantly replied, "Just a few drunkards causing trouble. Don't watch anymore, go back." That person felt there was nothing wrong, so he turned around and left. But that person kept thinking as he walked, "That's strange. I've seen a few disturbances before, but the owner next door never called the police. Moreover, the person just now looked unfamiliar. I just felt something was off. I should report it to the police later and ask." But just then, that person's mouth was suddenly covered by a hand, followed by a dagger slashing across his throat. And just like that, he went to the west. The thug then dragged him into a nearby corner, carefully hid the man's body, and returned to his original position to guard the door. On the other side, at the inn, the thugs had begun collecting everyone's phones. In just a moment, almost all communication devices were confiscated by them. However, when he passed by Xiao Nu, he hesitated slightly. The thug stared at Xiao Nu and said in a cold voice, "Anything else?" Xiao Nu was instantly scared. Was I discovered? So he finally had to hand over the second phone to the thug. Just then, another thug spoke up, "Alright, let them go back. Big brother has something to ask them." Immediately after, one thug pushed Uncle Duck forcefully, and he fell flat on his face on the ground. The leader coldly asked, "Tell me, why did you suddenly discover our actions after returning, and even knew we had surrounded this place?" Uncle Duck didn't answer, only clenched his hands into fists, seemingly hesitating. But he clearly didn't know. Confronting hadn't told him about his own affairs. Seeing this, the leader snorted coldly, "Not going to talk? Then let me guess." Then he stared intently at Uncle Duck, curling his lips confidently. "You still have a time-traveling companion outside Van Thong Inn, don't you?" Uncle Duck frowned slightly. He didn't know the boss was nearby. But even if the opponent had guessed that, he didn't show any fear. Could it be that they have another trump card, or that these thugs in front of them aren't the whole force? On another front at Confronting Inn, he had also returned, still secretly observing Van Thong Inn. It had been several minutes since he went out, and the inn owner still hadn't returned. It seemed those thugs had already acted. Immediately after, he took his belongings and went out. Seeing this, Jiang Tuyet hesitantly asked, "Tiu Tran, what are you going to do? You're holding a knife." Confronting smiled, carrying the dagger Yi Wan had chosen in the inner world. He glanced at Jiang Tuyet and her daughter and said, "Annie Jiang Tuyet, you and Tiu Van wait here. Lock the door tightly and don't go out." "Don't worry, I'll be fine." Jiang Tuyet hesitated for a moment, then suggested, "Perhaps I can help you with something. I still have an armored component." Confronting gently shook his head, refusing, "But you don't have combat experience, just trust me, I'll be back." After saying that, he went out and locked the door from the outside. Dong-yeon hid in her mother's arms, still trying to watch him leave. Meanwhile, a thug was patrolling outside. Kintran lunged from the shadows, landing softly not far from the thug. He hid behind the wall, silently observing him. The opponent's right hand was resting on his waist. He must have been carrying a gun. The electric baton in his left hand was just for show. He had made the same move 10 minutes ago. He contacts his accomplices every 10 minutes, so Kintran had to seize the moment. Just then, a flame suddenly flared up, startling him. It also caught the thug's attention. He glanced behind him. There was clearly something behind that wall. Thinking that, the thug immediately walked towards it. Kintran, hiding nearby, saw the shadow on the ground getting closer and closer. He couldn't help but hold his breath and wait. This isn't good. He's about to be discovered. At that critical moment, a childish voice suddenly called out, "Officer." Making the thug stop in his tracks, he looked in the direction of the voice. He then saw Dong-yeon standing there, innocently asking, "Uncle, have you seen my mom?" The thug was a bit flustered. "It's a child. I can't let this girl ruin things." He put on a concerned look and asked, "Your mom? I haven't seen her. Come here, little one. This officer will go look for your mom with you." At that moment, Kintran, by the wall, ran off. Just then, the thug realized someone was attacking. But by the time he realized it, it was too late. Kintran was already very close. The thug bit his lip fiercely, quickly swinging his electric baton to counterattack. But Kintran ducked to avoid it, and the thug's hand reached for his gun. This action did not escape Kintran's notice. He immediately used his knife to attack the thug's other arm. The thug instantly panicked. It was too close. No time to draw the gun. Thinking that, he pulled his hand away from the gun. He attacked Kintran with full force, wanting to control his hand first. But at that moment, Kintran suddenly changed direction. He attacked the thug's waist instead. Seeing this, the thug's face immediately turned ugly. Kintran, however, concentrated his mind and adjusted his breathing. Thug Dong once said that the most important thing in a wild beast's fight is breathing. It's the key to maintaining clarity and will. Once you understand the importance of breathing, you can control yourself and then control everything. Whether you are a hunter or prey depends on your choice. At this moment, Kintran stabbed the thug in the waist. Fresh blood began to gush out like rain. The thug was utterly terrified. What had just happened in the blink of an eye? This young man seemed to have known everything beforehand, swinging the baton, unable to draw the gun, controlling the counterattack. Every single one of his movements seemed to be within Kintran's calculations. Seeing the dire situation, the thug wanted to notify his accomplices before he died. But would Kintran give him that chance? He rushed forward again. He pressed the thug's body against the wall, his knife-wielding hand not even tightening its grip. Kintran had already gagged the thug. He couldn't possibly scream a warning. Kintran narrowed his eyes at him, quietly waiting for the prey to welcome death. The wound on the thug's waist had by now ripped open widely, fresh blood continuously pouring out. After a long while, his body went limp, and his breath was no more. Kintran stabbed him one more time. He checked again to see if the guy was dead. Finally, he pulled the knife out from his body. The blood grew cold and clotted. His heartbeat slowed and then stopped. Kintran raised a hand to wipe the sweat from his face, silently sighing. So this is what it feels like to kill someone. No wonder Thuk Dong said that back then. The first time you see blood, you must give it your all, even if you clench your teeth until they break. You must remember exactly what it feels like to kill someone. If he hadn't witnessed it himself, experienced these things himself, how could Kintran have learned to revere life? Even so, Kintran's arm couldn't help but tremble slightly, his face still showing a hint of fear. Just then, Dongvan's voice rang out again. Big brother Kintran, he quickly snapped out of his thoughts, glancing at the little girl. Dongvan's face was pale at this moment, probably from fright. Kintran went to the little girl, asking worriedly, Are you scared? The little girl nodded slightly and replied, a little. He sat down in front of Dongvan, asking suspiciously, why are you out here? Where's your mom? Just then, Jiang Tuyet arrived and said, Mom just went to the restroom and couldn't find you when she came back. Tiu Van, you scared me to death. Dongvan whispered, I just missed big brother Contran, Mom. Contran finally understood. It turned out the little girl hadn't appeared here by chance, but to help him. Thinking this, he reached out to pat the little girl's head, but seeing his blood-stained hand, Contran paused. However, Dongvan grabbed his hand, not minding the dirt. This action surprised Contran a little. The little girl placed his hand on her head. Then she spoke in an innocent voice, mixed with worry. Big brother Contran, please be careful. Mom and I will wait for you to come back. Hearing these words, Contran couldn't help but be moved, then nodded in agreement. Contran glanced at the corpse at his feet again. He quickly dragged the body inside to hide it. Afterward, he went and patted Dongvan's head, smiling. This time, you must be obedient. Wait for me to come back. Just then, the walkie-talkie on the corpse suddenly began counting numbers. Contran hurriedly went to check, afraid of being discovered, and he called out his name to them. Until the last person checked in, Contran's expression immediately turned grim. There were 3 more thugs. Apparently, the bounty order from Kunlun only listed 5 people, and he had only seen 5 people in the car. But now there were 8 people checking in via walkie-talkie. No wonder they easily controlled the 2 Kunlun members. It turned out they had more numbers. Recalling what Tiu had once told Contran, when you return to the outside world, you must never trust anyone because humans always lean towards self-interest. Who do you think invented the communication device you're using? Contran even thought it was a spy, but Tiu said it was created by stockbrokers to avoid evidence of insider trading being found. Therefore, in the outside world, more and more people might follow the dark side of this world for profit, because too many people need this opportunity to change their lives. Thinking of this, Contran waved goodbye to Jiang Tuyet again. He walked alone barefoot in the dark night. At this moment, Jiang Tuyet hugged Dongvan tightly and said, were you scared by him just now? Are you scared? The little girl murmured softly, I was scared, but when Contran stroked my hair, I wasn't scared anymore. But in Dongvan's eyes, Contran at this moment was like a kind of performance art that takes human lives. On the other side, Contran had quietly appeared beside the Van Thong Inn, hidden on an ancient tree. There were 6 guys in the yard, and outside, there was probably another guy guarding the back door. Taking care of all 7 was unrealistic, especially when these thugs were all gathered together. Thinking of this, Contran looked down at his scratched soles, sighing helplessly, wondering what condition his feet would be in after tonight. In the inn's courtyard below, the students were too scared to do anything. Uncle Duck had a gun pointed at his head, and a Kunlun member was shot in the leg, trembling on the ground. It's just that his hand kept flashing something. Contran saw this from above. It looked like Morse code. He made sure to remember it in case of an emergency. But who was he trying to send a message to? Other accomplices. At the same time, a thug dragged Wang Van away by her hair. He pulled her inside the house, and the female students trembled non-stop upon seeing this. The group around Tiuingu was also like that. But under the threat of guns, Tiuingu and Thin Chan could only ignore it, yet someone wanted to resist. On the other side of the inn's courtyard, where a fire was flickering brightly, a thug slapped the shoulder of the person next to him and laughed, saying, "It's your turn." The other guy nodded slightly, then stepped towards the students. He scanned them once, then focused on one person. The female students here were constantly terrified, afraid the thug would target them. But fortunately, he pulled a male student away. That unlucky guy was Van. Contran, far away, immediately panicked and began to calculate. Although he hadn't found where the thug at the back door was hiding, he couldn't wait any longer. Now was the best opportunity. Outside the inn, a thug was smoking. A stone appearing from nowhere flew and hit him. He immediately raised his gun, looking round for the source. But for a long time, there was no one. At this moment, the walkie-talkie chimed with a head count, and the thug stomped out the cigarette in his hand. At the same time, Contran was secretly observing his actions. As soon as the thug raised his walkie-talkie to respond, he immediately rushed forward, stabbing the thug from behind. Blood splattered onto Contran's face. The other guy didn't even have time to say a word before being sent to hell. Contran gently pushed the corpse down and took the walkie-talkie from his hand. Inside the Van Thong Inn, a thug with a walkie-talkie waited until the count reached 8 before stopping. He smirked and said, "All 8 are accounted for. Everything's normal on our end. Well then, now it's my and your time." With that, he looked at Convan, who was trembling on the ground, muttering to himself, "Oh, my kidneys. Come on, be strong. If you can make him nauseous now, CC Hoa won't have to suffer anymore." But no matter what, it was no use. Ken then had to divert the thug's attention. "Really, I think Ho Tiwingu and Trong Thien Chan are much handsomer than me. You should go find them." But no matter how much he cried, the guy kept approaching. Ken then felt like it was too late. His CC Hoa was about to be ruined. However, Ken then waited for a long time and nothing happened, so he dared to open his eyes. The thug flashed him a chilling smile and said coldly, "Calm down yet. Now I ask, you answer. Cooperate well, and you might keep your life, understand?" "Understood, understood." Contran nodded with a slight hesitation. The thug then asked in a deep voice, "What's your identity in the inner world?" Upon hearing that, Contran's eyes widened in surprise. How did he know he was a time traveler? Seeing him not answer, the guy pointed his gun and urged, "I'm asking you." Contran quickly replied, "I'm a hacker." Hearing this, the thug immediately sneered. "So it's a tech-type time traveler? How unlucky." Time travelers who cross into the inner world don't inherit memories or knowledge, so tech-type time travelers are the least valuable kind. After that, the thug continued to ask, "Which city are you in, and which district?" Contran didn't dare to hesitate and quickly replied, "City 18, 1st District. I just moved there." He continued to ask, "So you're a rich person from the 1st District. Why did you just move there?" At this point, Contran suddenly said awkwardly, "I just got myself a sugar parent," leaving the other guy speechless. While the two of them were in a Q&A, the door outside suddenly pushed open. As Contran was answering, the thug saw this scene. The thug thought it was his own people and spoke without turning around. "Boss, it's confirmed to be a time traveler from the 1st District of City 18. Clean up the scene." Contran's face went pale when he heard this. The thug sneered again and said, "Come with me obediently." But as soon as he finished speaking, a knife was plunged into him from behind, and blood immediately gushed out like rain. It was Contran's first time seeing so much blood. He almost fainted on the spot. The other guy still wanted to use the walkie-talkie to report, but his arm was grabbed. Contran came from behind, snatched the walkie-talkie, and casually kicked him to the ground. After regaining his composure, Contran observed the masked person in front of him and quickly recognized it was Contran. But since he was masked, he should pretend not to know. Thinking this, he asked in a trembling voice, "Who are you?" It was a shame Contran already knew it was Contran. He snorted coldly, "No need to pretend you don't know me. Follow me to the back door. There's no time to talk to you now." Hearing this, Contran stopped pretending and burst out crying. "All right, and Tran, I can't believe you came to save me. If you hadn't shown up, they might have taken me away." But before they could do anything, a loud shout suddenly echoed from outside, "Run, they want to silence us." Not long ago, the students huddled, trembling on the ground, because someone had died. The Kunlun people couldn't help but resist. The thug pointed his gun at him and snorted coldly, "Damn, truly Kunlun people. Even with a broken leg, they still have the strength to resist." The other person was shot dead on the spot by the guy. Uncle GC and the other two looked pale seeing this scene. Someone had died for them, and they were not only scared, but also regretful. The remaining Kunlun member sitting on the ground suddenly stirred. I don't know where he got the gun from, but he rushed forward, wanting to fight back. The students heard the gunshots and immediately covered their heads, everyone trembling. The last member of Kunlun sacrificed himself because of this. He also didn't expect them to have someone shooting from ambush. The situation in the inn at this moment was a bit brutal. Before closing his eyes forever, the Kunlun operative left a message, "Run, they want to silence us." The students saw someone fall again, finally deciding to take a risk, turning around and scattering in all directions. But they had guns, and before anyone could even reach the door, someone was shot dead. A bullet pierced straight into the head, extremely brutal. A series of students fell one after another. Shrill screams constantly rang out, utter chaos. Uncle GC and the other two were still held hostage on this side, becoming even more panicked seeing this scene. Just then, the walkie-talkie of one of the dead thugs announced, "The plan has changed. We can't silence them. Take the time traveler, blend into the crowd, and leave." On this side, the leader had been speaking for a long time, but still received no response from his subordinates. He then whispered, "I don't know where fifth brother went. There might have been an incident. Third brother, you and fourth brother bring those two from upstairs down. We'll regroup at the parking lot." At the same time, Kentron, upstairs, had seen the entire scene and also discovered their escape plan through the walkie-talkie. He narrowed his eyes, looking down, seemingly deep in thought. Because two Kunlun operatives had heroically sacrificed themselves to buy time, and there were unfortunate students who lost their lives, he probably should do something. With that thought, Kentron immediately picked up the dead thug's gun and said seriously, "Wait for me here." Kentron didn't know what he was going to do, but before leaving the room, he instructed again, "Remember carefully, I was never here tonight. If I don't come back, you don't need to tell my parents either." Kentron was very obedient, quickly hiding inside the room, anxiously watching Kentron leave. On this side, Kentron had quickly run downstairs. Although he knew this was too reckless, he had already saved Kentron, so perhaps he didn't need to continue risking himself. But his intuition told Kentron that if he turned his back and left now, he would probably regret forever having backed down tonight. It wasn't until this moment that Kentron felt that what Dipe Man said back then was very true. A pawn that has crossed the river with blood on its hands cannot turn back. It's not about rules, military orders, pros and cons, but about courage. And at this very moment, he had the courage to deal with those thugs. Just like that, Kentron, with his bare feet, ran frantically down the stairs. It was only when he passed a hidden corner on the ground floor that he saw someone who shouldn't have been there. It was Van, and what's more, there were no signs of resistance on her. She wasn't even guarded and could move freely. Kentron seemed to have guessed something. Then Van saw him and asked in fear, "What happened? Did your plan fail? Who are you?" Kentron could finally confirm that she was the informant. No wonder on September 30th she acted unusually compared to the other four. Something must have happened at Jeong Tait's house. That's why Van became an informant. He couldn't let her leave unharmed. Thinking this, he aimed his gun at her. Without any hesitation, he shot Van twice in the leg. This caused her to collapse directly to the ground in pain. Fresh blood streamed continuously from her legs, but Kentron didn't pay much attention. Although he had no direct connection to anyone who died tonight, someone still needed to pay the price for this. And Van was the one responsible for everything tonight, but Kentron wouldn't know. Thanks to her family's influence, she didn't have to bear any responsibility at all. But that was a story for later. In the courtyard of Vanther Inn, students were still scattering in panic. The scene was so noisy that some of the nearby residents woke up, bewildered and unsure what was happening. The three thugs here led Tiu Wengu, Thien Chan, GC Chu, and Yuan Ni, fleeing towards the parking lot. Tiu Wengu spoke as he walked, "It'll be hard for you to escape. You take the four of us with you. There's only one road up and down the mountain here. And Kunlun's people might have already set traps on the way. Just release the four of them, and they can run straight into the mountains. Fakengu Mountain is 800 DDM wide. Not even immortals could catch you." Furthermore, he promised them some money. It must be said, Tiu Wengu was the most cunning among the four of them. The thug heard this and laughed loudly. Haha, thank you for thinking of us, but you're overthinking it. Show him the stuff. As soon as he finished speaking, another thug came over with a bag. Seeing what was inside, Tiu Ngui's expression immediately turned grim. As someone who had been exposed to many things since childhood, he recognized it. These were Molotov cocktails. What are these lunatics going to do now? At this moment, the leader began to ignite the bombs. Then he ordered again, laughed, "Take the men and throw these bottles." In an instant, explosions continuously rang out. Smoke and fire erupted everywhere. Fires appeared in every corner of the inn. Upon seeing this, the nearby residents shouted, trying to put out the fires. The inn quickly descended into chaos. Seeing this scene, the expressions of Tiu Ngu and the others immediately turned grim. These devils. At this moment, the thug spoke again, saying, "To be honest, I really want to take you with us, but I'm very afraid you'll return to the inner world. And that El Thuk Ming would genuinely be willing to go to great lengths to find us to help you. Which would be terrifying." Speaking of which, he let out a malicious laugh. "So, let's say our goodbyes here. Once you're dead, the tourists will be scared and run off in a panic." As soon as these words were uttered, GC Chu's face immediately turned pale. Seeing his reaction, the leader became even more frantic and shouted, "Laughed, remove the silencer, empty a whole clip, make those lovely tourists run even faster." However, as soon as he finished speaking, there were no gunshots, nor any reply. The leader's face immediately darkened. He gritted his teeth and cursed, "Something's wrong, we have trouble." When he looked closely again, his eyes involuntarily narrowed. His man had been shot dead on the spot. GC Chu saw this and was delighted. Boss is here to save him. In contrast, the leader angrily shouted, "Damn it, who did this? If that's the case, I'll just have to finish you off myself." These words made GC Chu's joyous expression stiffen. The leader had pointed his gun at him. Without any hesitation, he pulled the trigger and a bullet ripped through the air. In an instant, the bullet reached the center of GC Chu's forehead. At this moment, red dots suddenly appeared on his body. Immediately after, he lifted his leg and dodged. GC Chu also pushed down the person who was holding his shirt. Seeing this, the leader gnashed his teeth. "What is this? This kid dares to dodge me." GC Chu's speed was very fast. He truly could dodge the bullet's path, quickly disappearing from the road. Before running off, he left a message, "What a joke, who wants to die here?" This infuriated the leader, who gnashed his teeth and ordered, "Damn it, chase him quickly. If he gets away, we're dead for sure." However, his subordinate had only run 2 steps before being hit by a bullet. Someone fired a shot from the shadows. Then a bullet lodged in the thug's head. He just fell down, dying on the spot. The one who acted was Kinchern. He had long since caught up to their speed, and he was also the one who killed the previous person. The thug leader's face grew increasingly grim. He gnashed his teeth and cursed silently, "Damn it, of the 8 people, only he's left alive. He's in the open. The enemy is in the dark. We were the hunters, but now we've become the hunted. We can't drag this out any longer. I have to create an opportunity to escape from here. If there's no time traveler, we can catch them later. As long as I can survive and leave Mount Lao Quan, everything will be fine." With that thought, the leader immediately fired shots towards the people who were putting out the fire. In an instant, people fell. The residents became even more panicked, and screams echoed once more. Just then, a thug ran from a distance and asked, "Big brother, what happened over there?" The leader snorted coldly and said, "Don't mind that. We're being targeted. Let's go quickly." Kinchern could only watch them leave from the shadows, unable to act anymore. He didn't expect there was still one more of them. The foot of Mount Lao Quan instantly fell into chaos. Some feared the fire, some feared the armed thugs, scattering everywhere. At this moment, the leader seemed to sense a deadly gaze fixed on him. He immediately turned his head to look back and saw a figure mixed in the crowd. It was Kinchern. The leader seemed certain of one thing. He was the one who fired the shot. If he hadn't been behind the 2 hostages just now, Perhaps the one who died wouldn't have been the sixth brother but him. With that thought, the leader gritted his teeth and said, Meng-Ti, if we don't kill this kid today, we definitely won't escape. Later, after we get to the parking lot, follow my instructions. Before Meng-Ti could understand what was happening, he saw him fire his gun. Tiuingu was hit by a bullet and fell to the ground, and so was Thian Chan. Meng-Ti asked suspiciously, Big brother, what are you doing? The leader spoke indifferently. Perhaps this kid knows these two students. Injure them. Let's see if they can buy us some time. Now we must flee and run to the parking lot immediately. Meng-Ti nodded slightly and replied, okay. They then ran off, ignoring Tiuingu and Thian Chan, who were shot. Tiuingu dazedly looked straight ahead. What happened? Was he still alive? But before closing his eyes, Tiuingu saw a pair of strange bare feet appear. Confronting spoke to the two of them. The rescuers are almost here. Your injuries aren't fatal. You'll be fine. I'll stay here and protect you. With that, Confronting sat down next to the two of them. Tiuingu immediately became alert, staring intently at him. A moment later, he struggled to sit up, his voice trembling as he said, No, we don't need protection. I know you're very powerful. Please, kill those two. Confronting frowned slightly at these words. There were only two thugs left, but they had fled into the parking lot, where it was easy to defend and difficult to attack. Seeing him hesitate, Tiuingu shouted loudly again, Your uncle UHGC's man, right? Please help us get revenge. After this is over, I'll pay Uncle UGC 10 gold threads, just like last time. Confronting remained silent after hearing this, and Tiuingu looked at him expectantly. Then he trembled and said again, Please, the two people from Kunlun cannot die in vain. Don't worry about us. Confronting didn't know what had happened at the inn when he was saving people that made Tiuingu so agitated that he would disregard his own life to avenge the two people from Kunlun. Oh well, let's just say he only wants to kill tonight. With that thought, he laid Tiuingu down and calmly said, Just lie here, don't move, cover your wounds carefully. Then Confronting immediately stood up, pulled his face mask back on, and slowly said, Don't worry, they will definitely die. On the other side, at the parking lot, Confronting quickly chased to this place. The thugs entered here before him. It seems they are very familiar with the terrain here. They might set up an ambush along the way, so going above like this would be safer. It was then that Confronting suddenly saw something. There was a thug standing on the road, seemingly fixed in place by some invisible force. When he looked closely, a slender hand reached out from behind. The person who acted was a girl. She wore a hoodie with the hood pulled up, and her face was covered with a mask. Only her eyes were visible. Confrant's eyes immediately widened. This girl was a time traveler, and furthermore, a legendary transcendent. Just as he was wondering, the girl spoke. This one's been shot. There's another one. He left him and ran. He's all yours. Confrant now understood. The two thugs intended to hide and ambush him, but ended up being controlled by the time traveler of unknown origin. The leader of these thugs saw the unfavorable situation and had already run away. With that thought, he turned his head and looked at the black car that was about to escape. The driver was the leader of those thugs. At this moment, the girl spoke again. What are you standing there for? If you keep standing, he'll get away. Hearing this, Confronting quickly ran. She was right. The parking lot connected to the highway outside the tourist area. If Kunlun's people hadn't arrived yet, he would have escaped. Upon hearing, Confronting immediately dashed past the girl. His speed was incredibly fast. In an instant, he was out of sight, leaving the girl a bit stunned. But even more surprisingly, she saw bloody footprints on the ground from Confront's feet. She frowned and mumbled, His feet are clearly full of wounds. Doesn't he feel any pain? At the same time, the thug suddenly trembled, but the girl's controlling power had weakened. Immediately, the girl clenched her hand into a fist. The thug was forced to his knees as if by an invisible force. Along with that was his tragic scream. It hurts so much. My knee is shattered. The girl felt no pity at all. She let out a cold snort and said, "This is me punishing you on behalf of those who died tonight." As soon as she finished speaking, large cracks suddenly appeared on the ground. On another front, on the highway, the leader's black car had made it out to the main road. However, the road was quite difficult to drive on. He drove while cursing. Damn it, the road is full of narrow, winding turns. This was a mountain road, indeed very difficult to navigate. At this moment, his car's window was suddenly hit by something. It cracked and shattered just like that, startling the leader. Through the rearview mirror, he saw someone behind him. It was Confronting. He had caught up. The leader's face instantly showed panic. He didn't think Confronting would catch up so quickly. The leader gritted his teeth in anger and frantically pressed the gas pedal. He never dreamed that Confronting could both chase and attack with such accuracy. His marksmanship was unbelievably precise. Luckily, this time they had prepared suppressed guns with a range of no more than 20 meters. Otherwise, the leader was sure he would have been shot by now. Just then, Confronting's gunshots stopped. It seemed he had run out of bullets. The leader was immediately overjoyed. At this point, you should just give up. But having chased this far, how could Confronting give up? He directly threw the gun away, then continued to chase the car. Seeing this, the leader's expression froze stiff. How could this be? Confronting had run out of bullets, but still refused to retreat, and even increased his speed. The distance between him and the car was getting closer and closer. The leader grew angrier the more he thought about it. Did Confronting think he had him for sure? But now, the one with the gun was him, not Confronting. Thinking this, the leader suddenly accelerated, and the car performed a beautiful drift. Seizing this opportunity, he turned his head and aimed his gun at him, a smug smile spreading across his lips. Go die. But then something unexpected happened. Confronting was actually pointing a gun at him. At the same time, both muzzles spewed sparks. The leader of the thugs had his ear shot off. Meanwhile, at the same time, Confronting also had a bullet graze his shoulder, creating a large gash, and he fell to the ground because of it. The leader looked at the blood flowing down his body, biting his lip furiously. I fell for it. What out of bullets? He intentionally threw the gun away to trick me into slowing down, making it easier for him to kill me. Thinking that, the leader quickly stepped on the gas and fled. Seeing this, Confronting forced himself to stand up. He couldn't let that guy get away like that. The highway was all winding slopes, but the mountain road wasn't, as he thought. He picked up a large rock from the road. Immediately after, he jumped over the road barrier. A straight path is the shortest. As long as Confronting ran fast, he still had a chance to catch up. With this mindset, he ignored his torn feet and ran, continuously speeding up, running without stopping. If he was determined to make these thugs pay, there was no reason for him to stop. At this moment, Confronting stopped at a bush near the main road, the one the leader had to pass. He ambushed there, waiting for the right moment. Indeed, not long after, he saw the black car approaching him. Confronting gently closed his eyes, focusing on regulating his breathing. Then he controlled his vision, his target being that black car. Immediately after, he stomped his foot to gain momentum, tightly clutching the large rock in his hand. On the chessboard, there's not only a pawn crossing the river, but also a cannon attacking head-on, and Confronting at this moment was that cannon. Without any hesitation, he threw the rock in his hand. At the same time, the leader was feeling very pleased. He couldn't help but laugh. He definitely wouldn't slow down again. This time Confronting wouldn't catch up. But it seemed almost simultaneously, the leader's car window shattered once again. A rock, appearing from nowhere, smashed the car window and hit him directly on the head. His steering wheel also lost control because of it, continuously skidding along the road. Not long after, the car crashed into the guardrail, and then the front of the car exploded. Seeing the dire situation, the leader quickly jumped out of the car. He gnashed his teeth and cursed, "Damn it, where did that rock come from? Now look, no gun and the car's broken too." Recalling what Tiu and Gu had said, he couldn't help but sigh. That kid was right. If I want to survive now, I can only run into the forest. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the leader's eyes involuntarily narrowed, because not far away, Confronting was slowly walking towards him. His face immediately stiffened. Where did he come from? His leg is clearly so torn. Why is he still chasing after me without giving up? Thinking this, the leader immediately turned and fled. But after only 2 steps, he tripped and fell flat on his face on the ground. Confronting had also caught up to him. Though defeated, he wouldn't lose his momentum. The leader quickly stood up. He roared defiantly, but as soon as he shouted, an icy knife was already at his throat. Confronting fiercely thrust the knife at the leader. Not daring to be careless, he quickly swung his arm to strike back. However, he couldn't predict Confronting's attack. He suddenly dodged aside, stabbing him in the arm. The leader immediately panicked, but quickly regained his composure. As long as he could crush this devil's wrist first, he would still be the winner of this fight. Unfortunately, life wasn't as rosy as he thought. Confronting had anticipated his striking arm. He took a step back to gather momentum, then weaved away and stabbed the leader in the stomach. Confronting's actions were too fast. The leader couldn't evade in time. His moves were like the wind, elusive yet deadly. Confronting killed as if executing a meticulously planned strategy, step by step luring people to reveal their weaknesses. By the time the leader realized it, it was too late. His stomach had been pierced, and blood gushed like rain. Before he died, he even felt that Confronting killed as if performing art. Seeing him fall, Confronting finally sighed in relief. Everything was over. Next, he had to go back to the inn to treat his wounds. However, after only a few steps, the leader called out. Confronting glanced at him and said coldly. Just then, he heard a phone ringing. It was in the leader's jacket pocket. Confronting frowned in thought. After a moment of contemplation, he went and took out the phone. He answered the call but didn't say anything. The other side was also silent, letting time pass. Confronting narrowed his eyes slightly. The other person was also very cautious, waiting for him. However, after a long wait, the person on the other end spoke. But Confronting immediately hung up. What's there to say? Just dealing with a few thugs who couldn't even afford artificial biological skin almost cost him his life. Thinking this, he looked at the man lying on the ground again. He had now died from excessive blood loss. A moment later, the Kunlun personnel finally arrived. After an examination, the coroner spoke up. The blood traces were collected for DNA comparison, and they also found a phone on the instigator, which was considered evidence for investigation. Lu Yuan listened to his subordinate's report, remained silent for a long time, then said, saying that he hung up. His situation here wasn't very good either. Lu Yuan frowned and said, 7 were dead, 1 injured. The living one had his kneecap shattered in the parking lot, as if the perpetrator intentionally left him for interrogation. As for the other 7, 3 were burned beyond recognition, leaving only 4. 1 was shot dead, and 3 all died from lacerated spleens. The perpetrator's precision suggests they are likely a professional assassin. Speaking of which, the other person suddenly paused. Then he tremblingly spoke. Otherwise, none of the more than 40 students would have escaped. The 2 of them did not bring shame to Kunlun. Upon hearing this, Lu Ving gave a bitter smile. After that, he calmly spoke, but now is not the time for sentimentality. Let's go see where the bodies were found. His subordinate heard it, suppressed his grief, and continued to report. The first body was found next to the hostel wall, but that wasn't where the murder happened. We found bloodstains and signs of dragging. The perpetrator must have killed him in the dark, then dragged him to the adjacent courtyard. The fire burned down the entire building, but didn't spread to this courtyard. Lu Ving checked it, frowning in silence. All were fatal blows like the other 2 bodies, whether from the front or the back. The knife precisely pierced the spleen. But why only stab the spleen? Is it some kind of preference or habit? Thinking, Lu Ving glanced at his subordinate and asked, right, how are those escaped students? He hurriedly reported. 3 people were quite seriously injured, the others were fine. Among the seriously injured, 2 were Tiu Winggu and Thin Chan. They were shot in the abdomen by thugs, their intestines torn. They're in surgery now, and their lives can be saved. Speaking of which, the other person suddenly said strangely, there's one more person, a girl named Wang Van. Her injury is quite unusual. Lu Ving frowned upon hearing this and asked, "What do you mean, unusual? Explain in more detail." He slowly explained. The girl said she was shot in both legs by a masked thug and was pulled out of the hostel by a student named Nam Kandan. Otherwise, she would have been burned to death there. However, I suspect this masked person is the one who killed the thugs. Luvine nodded slightly. It must be him. Pay attention to that person named Vuong Van. Also, why was Nam Kandan in the hostel? The other person looked at the notes for a long time before answering. According to Kandan, he was dragged into the hostel by a thug to be assaulted. However, before the assailant could act, the killer saved him. Kandan even pretended to describe characteristics to mislead their investigation. Luvine finished speaking and gave an order. For now, search within this scope. Nam Kandan is the first witness. His testimony is the most reliable. Just then, someone ran over to report. "Captain Liu, we found countless bloody footprints in the parking lot, the turn, and nearby areas. They must belong to the killer." Luvine heard it and spoke up. "Take me to see." A moment later, on the road near the parking lot at the foot of the hill. After looking at the bloodstains on the road, Luvine's brow furrowed tightly. After a long hesitation, he spoke. "Tell me, how much willpower must the killer have had to carry a body covered in blood and kill each thug?" Immediately after, Luvine went to the scene of the crime. Looking at the bodies on the ground, Luvine couldn't help but sigh with emotion. 8 thugs died, 4 of whom died from lacerated spleens. This means that the perpetrator struck at close range for consecutive times, and all 4 times were successful. This type of person is extremely dangerous. Logically speaking, we should quickly find their whereabouts. However, as soon as Luvine thought about that person chasing the criminals barefoot, taking revenge for his fallen comrades, he didn't want to continue the investigation anymore. Thinking this, Luvine glanced over the bodies again. At this moment, he suddenly noticed something. No, that body seemed to be missing something. He observed for a long time and quickly discovered that it was missing a walkie-talkie. Thinking this, Luvine glanced at his subordinate and spoke. "Where is the person in charge of clearing the scene? Have they found any lost walkie-talkies or walkie-talkie fragments?" Immediately after, everyone began searching. Luvine waited and thought. Which means the earliest deceased thug had lost his walkie-talkie. It's highly likely that walkie-talkie is with the killer. Thinking of this, Luvine walked over and took a walkie-talkie from one of the thug's bodies. He pressed the communication button on the walkie-talkie and spoke in a low voice. "Hello, I am Luvine from Kunlun." However, after waiting for a long time, no one answered. Luvine frowned slightly. Is this person refusing to answer? Sure enough, finding the other party won't be easy. Now we can only wait for the scene investigation results and the DNA test results. But he was wrong. King Chen wasn't refusing to answer. He was healing and couldn't even open his mouth. So how could he answer him? King Chen's forehead was covered in sweat, clearly enduring pain. He glanced at the person at the foot of the bed and said indifferently, "It seems like it's over now, and Zhangzhu, please continue." Zhangzhu, while picking out the thumbtacks from the soles of King Chen's feet, said worriedly, "Okay, bear with it a little longer, it'll be done soon." King Chen's soles were too gruesome to look at, riddled with wounds, stained red with fresh blood. Zhangzhu couldn't hold back her tears anymore. "Look at you, both your feet and shoulder are injured after one trip out. Especially this knife wound on your shoulder. I don't know how you endured such pain last night and held on for so long." King Shen said nothing when he heard these words. Actually, his injuries looked serious, but they were only superficial wounds. Once properly treated, they would heal quickly. Moreover, the wounds last night didn't seem to hurt much. He guessed it was probably because after fighting, too much endorphin was secreted by the pituitary gland, causing people to temporarily forget the pain. Speaking of which, King Chen used the breathing technique throughout the entire fight last night. He didn't know if this was why, but he constantly felt that something in his body was changing. All the joints in his body were crackling, and also, had the chi in his body grown a little more? A moment later, King Chen's two legs were bandaged into a large lump. Zhangzhu sighed with relief and said, I've cleaned the wounds on your feet. You rest for a bit. I'll go borrow the kitchen to cook you something delicious to nourish you. King Chen nodded slightly. He said gratefully, "Thank you, Aunt Zhongzu." At this moment, Tong Yun looked at him worriedly. "King Chen, when you came home near dawn, you almost scared my mom and me to death. We thought you were going to die." After that, Zhongzu checked all of King Chen's wounds and found that only the injuries on his shoulder and leg were the most severe. Only then did the mother and daughter feel a little relieved. Saying this, the little girl reached out and wiped the tears from her face. She said sadly, "Next time, please don't be so reckless. Okay, if you're gone, I'll be so scared." King Chen smiled, looking at the little girl. He said sincerely, "Don't worry, I'll be fine." Jiangzu quickly left the room. Tong Yun glanced around, then whispered softly, "Brother King Chen, I've already guessed your identity. It's just not the same as the information I had before. I still want to confirm it." King Chen couldn't help but be surprised. It seems this little girl discovered something while he was unconscious. Thinking this, he asked doubtfully, "Why are you so persistent about finding me in the inner world?" Tong Yun lowered her head and said aggrievedly, "I can't tell my mom that I'm a time traveler, and you're not by my side. Sleeping alone in such a large house for a whole night, I was scared." The little girl said that once she found King Chen, she wouldn't be scared anymore. Immediately after, a hint of sadness appeared on Tong Yun's face, and she continued in a dejected tone, "Brother King Chen, do you know? I'm all alone in the inner world." But before the little girl could finish, King Chen indifferently cut her off. Starting with the emotional manipulation tactic now, Tong Yun pouted angrily and grumbled, "How boring." King Chen glanced at the little girl and asked doubtfully, "Have you made any new friends in the inner world yet?" Tong Yun nodded slightly in response. "There's a brother and a sister who are very kind to me, and Grandpa at the Lee Corporation is also good to me. It's just that the Lee Corporation is quite complicated, and that kind Grandpa's health is very poor. Many people are secretly discussing what will happen after he passes away." King Chen frowned in thought after hearing this. This brother, sister, and grandpa must be direct descendants within the Lee Corporation. Previously, Uncle Tong had said that the current head of the Lee family was very old, and his health was not what it used to be. And Patriarch Brandon was even older, but the way he prolonged his life wasn't pleasant. But what was the point of King Chen thinking about these things now? The immediate matter was over. He should rest first. However, as soon as he thought of this, he suddenly remembered something. He still had an important task to do. Thinking this, King Chen quickly called Tong Yun to get him paper and a pen. He began to piece together everything from last night. What exactly happened at the inn that made someone as wealthy as Hu Xiaoyu disregard his life to beg for revenge for those two people from Kunlun? Perhaps the answer lay in the Morse code King Chen had seen earlier. After a while, he finally deciphered the Morse code. It was a dying message: "No regrets in this life. Take care," repeated 3 times. King Chen couldn't help but frown. Was this the message that the injured Kunlun member on the ground conveyed to their comrades there? Tong Yun, beside him, saw his expression suddenly change. She asked doubtfully, "Brother King Chen, what's wrong?" He shook his head slightly and said, "I'm fine. Little Tong Yun, please put this paper in my pocket for me." After that, King Chen gazed into the distance again. Now he understood that when he was shot, that person had already prepared to die to protect their ideals. A moment later, at the final scene of the chaotic battle, Lu Yuan was reporting the situation to Yuan Dong, all evidence showing that a battle had taken place here between this perpetrator and that gangster. On the highway and at the accident scene, they found 3 Glock 30 for pistols that the gangster had used. 2 of them had their fingerprints wiped off, likely taken by the masked person from the gangsters. Additionally, 2 blood-stained bullets were collected. The blood on the bullets showed that it wasn't from the same person, meaning the masked person who killed those gangsters was also injured. Yuan Dong nodded in understanding after hearing this. That explains it then. He had accurately guessed King Chen's plan, from knowing he couldn't catch up, to running through the mountain road, and even throwing a rock to block the road, It was extremely accurate. Lu Yuan exclaimed in surprise after hearing this. So that rock hit the gangster's car. He could still judge so accurately from over 10 meters away? Damn, Mok nodded. Yuan Dong said indifferently, compared to accurately stabbing the spleen, this is the most formidable method, the calculation. He felt that King Chen's calculations for everything were unbelievably precise. Lu Yuan became increasingly surprised, then sighed and said, "It's just a pity that such a formidable person is unwilling to join us." The guns and phones at the scene had all been wiped clean of fingerprints. The other party had very carefully removed all their traces. If it weren't for the excessive bloodstains that were difficult to clean, he was sure the other party would have cleaned those up too. Yuan Dong also thought so. He glanced and asked, "Do you have the DNA comparison results for the blood yet?" Lu Yuan nodded slightly and replied, "Yes, but it doesn't match any DNA sample in the database." Yuan Dong frowned upon hearing this. No background check? After a long silence, he ordered, "Investigate similar samples. Perhaps we can find his relatives?" Lu Yuan nodded slightly, accepting the order. "Alright, this might take a while, at most 3 days for results." Yuan Dong looked down for a long time. Finally, he spoke, "If you find him, be polite. Kunlun is currently looking for individuals who can shoulder such responsibilities alone." On another note, at the inn where King Chen was recovering from his injuries, Zhongzhu was changing his bandages. She sighed regretfully and said, "If I had known you'd get hurt, I would have bought highly effective wound medicine in the inner world." Zhongzhu said the medicine there was much better than here. She could put the medicine in a small bottle, hold it in her mouth, and bring it back. King Chen shook his head slightly and said, "It's alright, I don't hurt anymore." At this moment, Zhongzhu suddenly remembered something. She quickly spoke up, "Oh right, you left a lot of bloody footprints at the scene. They'll find you through DNA comparison. Your father was arrested and will have had blood samples taken." King Chen saw her worrying. He quickly said, "No, I've got my own calculations for the DNA. For this whole thing, there are only 2 factors that could reveal my identity. One is Kandan, although normally this guy isn't very trustworthy. But regarding this matter, he surely won't be foolish. He will probably say a few things to mislead Andy Luan. The other is the blood sample Contran left on the road. But because of some old matters, Andy Luan surely won't be able to find a compatible sample to compare it with. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to kill people barefoot." Thinking of this, Contran felt much more at ease. Then he spoke again. "And Jiang Tiet, I want to be alone. I have something to take care of." Jiang Tiet was slightly startled, but didn't ask. It seems his background has other hidden circumstances. But if Contran didn't want to talk, she wouldn't press him. Thinking this, Jiang Tiet took Dong Van outside. "I understand. Then I'll take Xiao Yun for a walk. If anything happens, call me. I won't go far." Very quickly, Contran's room door closed, leaving him alone. He opened his communicator to check. He then saw a barrage of messages from Duck Chu. He had talked an unbelievable amount. Contran read through them briefly, then sighed. 9 a.m. was exactly 9 hours after he had returned, and the masked person had also left the scene not long ago. On this side, Duck Chu was still waiting for a message from the boss, but there was no response. To the point that he even thought the boss was that masked assassin, now busy recovering from injuries. But the boss is a cunning person, skilled at planning, surely wouldn't do something bloody like chasing someone 1,000 miles. While Duck Chu was still engrossed in his thoughts, his communicator suddenly vibrated, startling him. It was a message from Contran. He casually gave a reason. "My subordinate is reporting on last night's events. Wait a moment." At this, Duck Chu finally let out a sigh of relief. It really is a subordinate. It seems the boss has expanded his influence in the outside world. Ha! As expected of the boss. Before he could receive the boss's next message, Duck Chu's phone continuously chimed with notifications. He went to look, then frowned and mumbled. The class group just stopped talking. Why are there messages again now? Is it time to set off? When Duck Chu opened it to see, everyone was still discussing what he did last night. Duck Chu sighed helplessly. It's been a whole night. Why are they still talking about it? Moreover, he really doesn't know where the boss and that mysterious subordinate are, so he can't say anything even if he wanted to. Wani in the class group even praised Contran's act of avenging Andy Luans to members, but the one who benefited was, of course, Duck Chu. Contran saw these messages. He couldn't help but laugh. It seems after this incident, Duck Chu's reputation has shown even better. Perhaps in the future, he could use him to attract a few more reliable time travelers. Whether it's for business or mutual help, perhaps at some point, it will prove useful. Contran thought that other media platforms would also report on Laojin Mountain. To prevent any incidents, he still had to check if any passers-by saw him. After that, Contran started browsing videos about last night's events. After watching them, he felt that most people described the scene after the fire, rather than mentioning what actually happened. Plus, the guesthouse registration information was completely burned in the fire. Aside from Dong Yun, Zhang Zhu, and Kandenja, no one else could confirm Contran's identity anymore. At this point, he only needed to pay Duck Chu a visit, and this matter would be over. Just then, Contran's eyes suddenly lit up. That's right! Xiaomu! He remembered that night. It seemed he said something very peculiar. Oh, it was 10 gold threads. Remembering this, Contran couldn't help but sneer. Duck Chu, far away, felt a shiver down his spine for some unknown reason. That was correct because Contran was furious. Excellent. He even dared to pocket his gold threads. Lu Duck Chu. Oh, Lu Duck Chu for Contran. Duck Chu, still sensing fear from afar, frantically looked around for someone, but he couldn't find anyone. He couldn't help but frown and think to himself, "That's strange. Why have I felt so uneasy all this time?" A moment later, Duck Chu and his friends arrived at the hospital to visit Xiaomu, but before they could even enter the room, they were stopped. A man saw them and asked suspiciously, "Who are you?" A male student greeted him warmly, "Hello, sir. We are Xiaomu and Thin Chan's classmates. We've come to visit them." Hearing this, the man frowned and asked, "May I ask who Lu Duck Chu is?" Duck Chu, holding a bouquet of lotuses, timidly raised his hand from the crowd. "Me, that's me." Immediately, the man ran over and grabbed his shoulder. He said gratefully, "Thank you for saving Xiaomu's life. When the boy woke up, he told me that you and your subordinate saved him. Otherwise, he would have been kidnapped or killed by those thugs by now." Duck Chu was a little awkward, shyly explaining, "Sir, actually, I didn't do anything." Xiaomu's father smiled faintly and said, "It's good for young people to be humble, but being too humble isn't good." He felt that Duck Chu was very worthy of nurturing. Thinking so, Xiaomu's father spoke again. "This morning I discussed it with Xiaomu. I wanted to transfer him back to Haithen High School, but he didn't agree. I think he probably wants to be closer to you. So he decided to request Duck Chu's transfer to Haithen as well." Duck Chu was immediately flustered when he heard that. Rich people are really something. They just wave a hand and want to take him. And why would he want him to be next to his son? Thinking this, Uncle Duck immediately waved his hand to refuse. "Uncle, I don't have any plans to go to Haithen right now. This is where I was born and raised, and my parents and friends are still here." Xiaomu's father even said he'd prepare a house for Uncle Duck and give his parents a sum of money, but he still waved his hand to refuse. "No need, Uncle. Thank you for your kind offer. A house in Haithen plus living expenses sounds tempting, but the problem is, the boss is in Lakthan. Moreover, Uncle Duck's future is entirely in the boss's hands. He wants to use the jealousy medicine and complete the full course of treatment. He wants to become a B-level master, and the boss doesn't even know that half of the doubled remuneration has already been swallowed by Uncle Duck. If Xiaomu could offer a bit more remuneration this time, that would be great." Just then, the communicator in Uncle Duck's pocket suddenly rang. He hurriedly handed the flowers to Xiaomu's father. Then he ran off, saying, "Excuse me, I need to go to the restroom for a bit." Xiaomu's father looked at him in a daze, somewhat speechless. Meanwhile, as soon as Uncle Duck hid in the restroom, he felt invigorated. The boss had finished his meeting with his subordinates and was finally free to look for him. When he took out his communicator, he saw a cold message from King Chen. I heard from my subordinate that Hu Xiaomu told him that last time he gave 10 gold threads. Is it 10 gold threads this time too? There was no questioning, no blame, but it still made Uncle Duck freeze solid. His hands trembled uncontrollably. How could he not know that such a thing happened that night? What did that little brat Xiaomu say? Uncle Duck had swallowed money twice. The first time was the watch. This time it's gold threads. How will the boss deal with him when he returns to this world? Will he kill him in a fit of anger? Thinking of this, Uncle Duck panicked even more. Answering quickly, "Boss, on this transmigration, I'll bring you golden threads. Just punish me." He stayed in the restroom for a long time and didn't come out. Some people started to worry. By the time Uncle Duck came out, he looked as if all his strength had been drained, extremely dejected, unable to even hear Xiaomu's father's words. His face was pale and he kept muttering, "Uncle, you probably don't know. What I like most is visiting people during the new year when I have nothing to do. I wish you a prosperous new year and abundant wealth." At the same time, two students were discussing Uncle Duck's affairs, and the blonde male student asked suspiciously, "Do you think there's a system?" The other male student didn't understand and asked suspiciously, "What do you mean, a system?" The first male student chuckled and replied, "I mean like the systems in online novels. A system assigns a series of tasks to the host and then makes the host powerful." The other male student nodded in understanding, then asked, "Why do you think Uncle Liu Duck has a system?" The first male student whispered, "Because that's the only way to explain why he's sometimes brilliant and sometimes idiotic." Uncle Duck heard their words and felt that, from a certain perspective, they weren't wrong. King Chen could also be considered his system, except that compared to rewards, this system only brought punishment for his greed. And the punishment wasn't even over yet. Immediately after, Uncle Duck led the students in saying goodbye to Xiaomu's father, then left. Xiaomu's father watched Uncle Duck's departing figure, feeling a bit confused. A moment later, he walked into the ward and saw that Xiaomu had woken up. Xiaomu frowned and asked, "Dad, what do you think of Uncle Liu Duck?" His father gently shook his head and replied, "It's too early to tell." Xiaomu sighed and said, "I think so too. I've never been in danger before, so I couldn't see this person clearly, but after this incident, I just feel like there's something wrong. If you say Uncle Duck is incompetent, yet he managed to get that precious jealousy medicine, which is an invaluable treasure in that world. But if you say Uncle Duck is capable, he doesn't seem like a capable person." After saying that, Xiaomu voiced his doubts again. Would someone like this be favored by Uncle Lidong? Xiaomu's father slowly opened his mouth. "I see two possibilities. He could be the type who flatters in the right places and gets promoted. Or perhaps his loyalty has been recognized by those in power." After hearing this, Xiaomu frowned and continued to ask, "Next to a wise ruler, it's not always elite soldiers or powerful generals. There can be all sorts of people." Xiaomu's father chuckled and replied, "Of course, there's another possibility. This Liu Duck could just be a puppet pushed forward by someone else, like someone holding shares on our behalf." Xiaomu felt it made sense. He asked suspiciously, "Father, what percentage do you think this possibility holds?" He shook his head again and said, "There's no need to jump to conclusions. Regardless of which possibility Liu Duck represents, this is your opportunity." He told Xiaomu to rest assured. The family would fully support him, so he didn't need to worry anymore. After hearing his father's words, Xiaomu couldn't help but sigh. "I can't believe he's even thought of this." Thinking that, he looked at Uncle Duck's bouquet on the table and asked suspiciously, "Why did you tell me not to give him so many golden threads at once? He saved me twice already. Logically speaking, giving him 100 golden threads wouldn't be excessive." Xiaomu's father just chuckled and replied, "We are now assuming that Liu Duck is just a puppet controlled by others. In that case, the other party is currently very short on money. Otherwise, they wouldn't be thinking about money at all. But if you give him 100 golden threads all at once, then when he's short on money later, What will he give the other party? Xiaomu thought for a moment, then asked again, but what if they offer a higher price? His father raised an eyebrow and smiled, saying, then you must become friends with them before they offer a higher price. Xiaomu couldn't help but be surprised. He seemed to understand his father's meaning, but at this moment, he suddenly clenched his fist. Then, Xiaomu gritted his teeth and said, speaking of friends, where is Wang Yan? What about that traitor who sold out her friends? Returning to the night of the incident at Laojun Mountain, after it was handled, ambulances arrived to take the injured away. Wang Yan was also among them. A nurse helped her onto a stretcher to be taken to the vehicle. However, Wang Yan was still conscious at that time. She pulled the nurse's sleeve. Then she trembled and pleaded, please, can you contact my mom for me? I'm so scared. I want to go home. Please, I'll pay you. Please, I beg you. Wang Yan was very frightened then, scared to the point of tears, but not because of the thugs, but because she had seen Xiaomu and Tianjin injured. So Wang Yan knew she had to leave before the two of them woke up, before Aunt Lun found out. Otherwise, she would be dead for sure. Xiaomu was very angry after hearing the story. He gritted his teeth and asked, didn't that masked person break both her legs? She's so suspicious. Why aren't Aunt Lun's people keeping an eye on her? Xiao Niu's father shook his head helplessly and said, you can't blame the people of Kunlun. You weren't awake then. Although everyone found her suspicious, no one expected her to be a real mole. Of course, it's also possible Kunlun intentionally set a trap. Xiao Niu remained unconvinced and said discontentedly, how can there be no witnesses? Bai Waner must have guessed it. But why didn't Bai Waner say anything? His father sighed again and said, maybe she couldn't bear to see her friend go to jail. At this point, his eyes suddenly became firm, and he sternly instructed, Xiao Niu, you must remember that when an opponent becomes an enemy, forgiveness is not kindness, but weakness. Biting his lip fiercely, Xiao Niu gritted his teeth and said, I know. Erlong nodded. His father spoke again. Now, I don't know where Wang Yan has fled to. I haven't been able to find her. Xiao Niu snorted coldly and said, we're about to transmigrate. I'll find her in the inner world. These words startled his father, who asked in surprise, you want to find Wang Yan for revenge? Yes, is that okay, Dad? Xiao Niu nodded without hesitation. His father asked like that because he saw him overly agitated. If he was resolute, would it disappoint him? On the contrary, Xiao Niu's father was quite excited. Although he had made up his mind, he was still a bit hesitant, too concerned with how others saw him. He was indeed still a child. Thinking this, he then spoke indifferently, of course you can, but I want to know, why are you so determined to seek revenge this time? I know, my son, your character is straightforward. But you're still not sure what kind of person you want to be, aren't you? Xiao Niu hesitated for a moment before speaking. Dad, do you know, when I was little, Grandpa often told me stories about him fighting in wars. He'd tell about the old company commander who bravely sacrificed himself to cover his comrades. Retreat! Back then, he thought his grandpa was exaggerating. How could there be such selfless people in the world? But not until yesterday, when he saw the Kunlun members fight to the death to clear a path for the students, and even smiled so calmly in death that Xiao Niu finally understood that such people truly exist in this world. He knew he might not be able to become one of them, but Xiao Niu hoped he could do something, however small, for them. Hearing these words, his father couldn't help but smile. Going through such a disaster had made Xiao Niu mature a lot. If that's the case, how could he let him down? Thinking this, he spoke again. Don't worry, I and the Zhang family have investigated. Someone paid a high price this morning to buy an escape route. Currently, they're recruiting time travelers, confirming that the fugitive is still safe. With that, Xiao Niu's father reached out and ruffled his hair, saying indifferently, I'll have someone give you the information on the recruited time travelers later. Afterward, he also instructed Xiao Niu to remember that, within reason, the family would fully support all of his decisions. The incident at Laojun Mountain concluded, and the masked assassin, played by King Chen, became known to the public through news reports. But everyone only knew that he had wiped out almost all those thugs, knew that he chased them through the night, but didn't know who he was. Undoubtedly, a new figure had emerged among the well-known time travelers, as mysterious as He Xiao Xiao. Time gradually passed, and imperceptibly, it was once again time for time travelers to transmigrate. At the same time, in Osaka, Japan, the actress Kang Yin was sitting in her room. It was late, but she still wasn't asleep, because she was still watching the news from Leojin Mountain. After reading the news, a hint of confusion rose in Kang Yin's eyes. She buried her head in her pillow, sighing helplessly. She just wanted to be an artist, so why did she suddenly get dragged into all this? In the outer world, Kang Yin was only worried about being discovered as a time traveler, preventing herself from being entangled in a series of kidnappings or murder cases. As for the inner world, she also had to carefully deal with the Brandon family at every moment, to prevent them from discovering her and suffering the same fate as the 7 time travelers who were discovered before. The Brandon family of the inner world had long joined the Allied Party and even popularized Mandarin. Only internal members of the main family lineage preserved the tradition of speaking Japanese. Japanese time travelers transmigrated to 3 cities in the northern Brandon family: Tokyo, Osaka, and Kobe. But besides Kang Yin, no one used Chinese, so being discovered was only a matter of moments. Furthermore, she felt there was still something fortunate. Due to an arranged marriage, Kang Yin was sent to City No. 18 to meet that teenager named King Chen. The Brandon family was very concerned about this arranged marriage and the benefits behind it, which is why they hastily pushed her to interact with him, so the intensity of the scrutiny wasn't high. Thinking of this, Kang Yin couldn't help but try to search for King Chen's name, but there were no results. She got out of bed and walked to the window. Kang Yin gazed into the distance, deep in thought, still without any information, just like previous times. It seems that for now, she still needs to confirm if that teenager is a time traveler. Last time she went there, she didn't meet him. She wondered if she would meet him this time. Thinking of this, Kang Yin's eyes involuntarily narrowed. Her cheeks also flushed red because of this. She quickly raised her hand to rub them, muttering aloud, "If I go to see King Chen often, would he think I like him? So should I be a bit more reserved? Maybe go after a while?" After Kang Yin spoke, she fell into deep thought. A moment later, she decided to just go there and figure things out then. At the same time, the countdown had ended, and the time for crossing over had arrived.